picture-perfect day to cap off a great weekend of racing here at historic Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Today, the stars of NASCAR begin a new tradition as they take on the Indy Road Course for the first time ever. Last week's winner, Kyle Larson, and defending Cup Series champion Chase Elliott have dominated the road courses recently. Who will kiss the bricks and etch their names alongside the legends of this famed racetrack?
Senior roars to the checkered flag.
It's all over. AJ has done it. The checkered flag for Rick Mears. He's won the Indianapolis 500. Winner with the inaugural Brickyard 400. Dale Earnhardt has won the second Brickyard 400. A native Hoosier, his dream comes true. A fourth win in the Brickyard 400 to Jimmy Johnson.
Kevin Harvick is going to see the checkered flag. He wins again at the Brickyard.
Welcome to the four-time club, Elio Castroneves.
Countdown to Green, presented by Sonic. The famed Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So exciting to be here. Steve Letarte alongside Kyle Petty and Dale Jarrett. DJ, I got to start with you. You won here twice. You started the tradition of kissing the bricks. Regardless of the reason, every time we walk onto these hallowed grounds, it is special.
You know, every time you come through that tunnel, it's still the same place. The Indianapolis Motor Speedway. You see the museum when you come through. It's still trying to win at the world's most famous speedway, and it doesn't make any difference if it's the road course or however you're getting it done. And today holds even more importance for these Cup drivers because somebody's going to be the first one to win on the road course here this afternoon and then go kiss the bricks. So a great day. It's been a tremendous weekend, and we look for nothing but excitement here this afternoon.
Yeah, Dale says it's best. It's Indy. It's Indy. That's all you have to say is it's Indianapolis. I think when you roll through that tunnel, when you roll into the infield, you feel the ghost of all the great champions who have raced here, all the great drivers that have won here. Not only in the IndyCar Series, but in the Cup Series.
Yeah.
You just feel that history, and that's what this place is about, and that's what today is about. Winning the first Cup road course and putting your name in the history books here at Indianapolis.
And a great road course. It has been a great weekend of racing. This road course provides a lot of action.
Oh, there's no doubt. And we're going to see action at places we probably haven't even thought about because these are the very best, and the competition is so tight in this today. So we're going to see action kind of like short tracks. You think of Martinsville. That's a lot is what's going to happen today.
Well, guys, it's going to be a full day. Let's see what's on the menu, brought to you by Sonic. Penske has swept the weekend so far on Saturday with Will Power winning the IndyCar race and his Penske teammate Austin Cindric winning the Xfinity race. Austin Cindric will race in the Cup Series today as well. 3 races remain before the playoffs start with 3 spots remaining. It kicks off here, the Indy Road Course today. Then next week we head to Michigan, and then the regular season ends at the High Banks at Daytona. Then the playoffs kick off at Darlington. And it is a tight battle on the playoff bubble while Hamlin and Harvick would seem to be safe. RCR teammates Tyler Reddick and Austin Dillon separated by just 15 points. And guys, that's really the conversation. The playoff standings, you see the names. In yellow, they have a win. They are in the playoffs. But on the right-hand side, Hamlin, Harvick, good on points. Reddick and Dillon, 1 in, 1 out. RCR teammates, what's it going to be like, KP, to race your teammate for a spot in the playoffs?
It's intramural competition right now for RCR. When you look at it, how tough is it to have to share all that information, to have to set in those strategy meetings, but knowing that all your strategy and all your efforts is going to beat your teammate? And that's what it's about for Tyler Reddick and Austin Dillon, beating your teammate and moving on to that chase.
Still blows my mind that 2 drivers in the white there were the 2 winningest drivers last year, and Kevin Harvick and Denny Hamlin that haven't gone to victory lane yet this year. Can they change that before this regular season's over and get playoff ready?
Well, so much history at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And for more on that, let's go to our teammate, Rutledge Wood.
Steve, it is a historic crossover weekend. We're here outside the Pagoda, right outside Gasoline Alley. In this area, this is really the crossover from IndyCar to NASCAR. And so many people wanted a weekend like this to happen, especially Bob Jenkins. When you walked through Gasoline Alley, Bob's voice was one that you heard for years, a person that loved motorsports. And in his words, just like this shirt says, I was a race fan that got lucky. Bob, we lost him this week with his battle to cancer, but man, he is sorely missed on such an incredible and historic weekend. I know Bob's smiling, guys.
Guys, so much has changed here at the Speedway this week, but one thing is that voice on the PA DJ, it just doesn't even feel the same without Bob's voice thundering up and down these straightaways calling the action.
Yeah, see, you know, we talk about people that have moved the needle in motorsports, and a lot of times we're talking about drivers, maybe some car owners that have taken it to another level. Bob Jenkins was that person in the media. His voice, his knowledge, his preparation. You know, and I'll put it the best in something that my dad told me about working with Bob Jenkins for so many years. He was the ultimate professional. My dad said that Bob Jenkins was the most prepared person he ever saw working with through the many years of TV work. So he's sorely missed, but we appreciate everything that he did for our sport.
Yeah, we talk about the drivers who helped build this sport, the owners that helped build this sport, but you have to go back to Ken Squire, Barney Hall, and the voice of Bob Jenkins. When we go back to ESPN in those early years, my gosh, everybody in the country tuned in to see what Richard Petty and Dale Earnhardt Sr. and those guys were going to do, and they heard it from Bob Jenkins' perspective. And he is the voice of my youth growing up and watching this. And when I watch highlight reels, it's not a highlight reel without Bob's voice.
NASCAR racing to me is BP, Ned Jarrett, and Bob Jenkins. That's the booth I grew up with. That's what made me fall in love with racing. Well, after the break, we're going to talk to a couple of the big stars in today's race. Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott, Hendrick teammates. We'll see if they can continue to dominate on the road courses. The Sonic Crave cheeseburger made with new Sonic Crave sauce and 100% pure seasoned beef. What are you craving today? Try one half price in the app for a limited time only at Sonic.
Kyle Larson trying to force Chase Elliott into a mistake. Larson outbreaks him going into turn number 7. It's good vibrations for the California kid.
Thank you guys so much.
Chase Elliott, he is all over the place as he tries to hold off his teammate Kyle Larson.
All clear, all clear.
So it is now official. Fighting off Mother Nature, the first man, the first Cup driver to conquer COTA is Chase Elliott.
Chase Elliott taking the fight to Kyle Larson.
And the 9 of Chase Elliott gets by.
5.9 second lead here.
The crowd here at Road America appreciative. Chase Elliott wins at Road America.
Appreciate y'all coming out. Thank you for spending your 4th of July with us.
He's got wide open racetrack to work with. The question is, does he have enough time to track down Kyle Larson?
Just keep being smooth and we're going to be fine.
Here comes Young Money, looking for the big money.
And Larson is going to win at the Glen.
And look, you see the respect between these two drivers right here.
I thought I would look at my mirror and the 9 would be right on me.
Oh yeah, guys. Good job today.
Hell yeah!
Already a huge weekend for Kyle Larson with his Knoxville Nationals win last night. I know he's fired up to be at Indianapolis. Marty Snyder caught up with him.
The Knoxville Nationals, a lifelong dream coming true for Kyle Larson. I mean, that was a dream for you, wasn't it, to win that race?
Yeah, for sure. It's such a big event and really cool to win it. And then you'll get to be here at Indy on a Sunday racing for a big win again. So just an awesome, well, it's probably only been like 11 hours or so since we won, but 12 hours maybe. But really cool, and I hope we can put our HendrickCars.com Chevy in victory lane here.
You got a little nap in there in the middle. I know you've been terrific on the road courses this year, but how much is that regular season championship starting to creep into your mind and those 15 bonus points that go with it?
Yeah, it's been in my mind for a couple months now. So we've chipped away at it, and now we're tied with Denny. So we just got to execute like we've been doing these last handful of weeks, and try and get some points and have a good race.
All right, Hendrick Motorsports has been terrific on the road courses. In fact, they finished 1-2 at Watkins Glen last week. The other half of that duo is with Kelly Stavist.
Chase Elliott has certainly looked like king of the road courses. 6 wins in the last 9 road courses. A runner-up finish last week, and you really had to work for it coming from the back. So your crew chief, Alan Gustafson, told me when you guys haven't won on a road course, it's because you've beaten yourselves. So how do you prevent that today?
Just try to execute a good race. I feel like our entire Hooters Chevy team's done a good job this weekend. I mean, from where we were yesterday morning to how we qualified today, I thought was a major improvement. So I'm glad I got the extra laps yesterday. I feel like that was helpful. But for us, yeah, we just need to go execute a good race. I mean, I think everybody is getting better. I mean, obviously, as your competition always does. So we have to continue to elevate ourselves and continue to push in the right direction. So I think we've done that. We just need to go and execute a good day now. So looking forward to the opportunity, and I'm excited to be here in Indy. This is a special place, and I know it's not the Oval, but it's still Indy, and it still is an important weekend. So hopefully we can have a good run.
You could touch on that because you've been coming here since you were a little boy, standing in victory lane with your father, Bill. So what would it mean to be the inaugural winner now in this new format?
Yeah, it's, like I said, this will always be it'll always be a special place. I wasn't around for a ton of my dad's wins, so I was obviously a kid, but even just to be in the photos and whatnot, it'll forever be a special place because of that victory of his. And that was one of his biggest wins, and it was late in his career. I was a kid, but I could tell how much it meant to him. So I think because of that, it'll always rank as a special part of the country, a special racetrack. I haven't made very good memories of my own here, so hopefully today's a little different. We'll see.
Chase Elliott, thank you.
You bet.
All right, gentlemen, I'm not going to ask you if those two are the favorites because I think we already know the answer. The whole field would say resounding yes. So, KP, question is why? Why are Kyle Larson and Chase Elliott so good on these road courses?
Listen, they're good because they're great race car drivers. Both of them are great race car drivers everywhere, all around race car drivers. We see that with Kyle Larson all the time. They have great equipment. Rick Hendrick gives them the tools, and they maximize the tools. They have great teams, they have great strategy, and they very seldom beat themselves and make mistakes. You worked at Hendrick Motorsports. Dot your I's, cross your T's. They don't unload a car without their I's dotted and their T's crossed. They are the total package. They've got two other teammates that struggle to keep up with these two, but these two are the favorite because they're just that much better on the road courses.
Yeah, as you pointed out, KP, it's a total team effort. It takes everybody. They are so very talented. And Kyle Larson, okay, I'm going to compare him to Tony Stewart. I compared Tony Stewart to A.J. Foyt. When he came along, he could win at anything. Kyle Larson's proven that he's the man to beat whatever he decides to get into, and he'll be that here today. Their teammates right here on the pole in William Byron, he set the fast time. Can anybody beat these guys? You have to look right behind William Byron here and see Chase Briscoe, who has finished 3 times in the top 10 on road courses this year. He won the inaugural event for the Xfinity Series here last year. I think that he might have that, and he's got the drive to make that happen so that he can be a part of the playoffs.
Yeah, but listen, you mentioned those guys. I'm going to go back to Daniel Suarez in 5th. I'm going to go back to A.J. Allmendinger. I'm going to go back to Austin Cindric. I'm going to go back to Michael McDowell. We look at this top 12, and it's not a who's who of who has usually runs up front. We've got a mixture of guys who can establish themselves and come out of here with a historic win today at Indy on the road course, but it's going to be a little bit mixed up. I still look, and even though we talk about Hendrick and all this stuff, listen, I'm going to look no farther than that 19 and Martin Truex. I think these guys are in playoff mode. They are ready. They said it started last week. I think it shows up today.
Well, two names I didn't hear from either of you, Harvick and Hamlin. They're in the playoffs. They're winless. So many wins last year. Can we not believe that Hamlin or Harvick could win today?
If you're going to ask me one of those two, I'm going to have to go with Denny Hamlin and his Toyota. He's put himself in that position more times, I think, and he's a little more accomplished road racer, I think. So if somebody's going to do it, I think that it might be Hamlin breaking that today.
Yeah, you put it a great way. I think Denny Hamlin believes he can win. I think Kevin Harvick believes he can win. They're that type of drivers. They never said in a race car that they don't believe they can win. The question you asked was, do we believe? No, I don't believe. I don't believe those guys are the guys today to compete with Hendrick and these other guys that we've mentioned.
I'm fired up. Are y'all fired up?
Yes, I'm definitely fired up.
Road course, oval, I don't care. It's a brand new track. It's on the road course, a brand new for the Cup Series, and the coverage is going to be just as exciting. We're going to be radio style. We got Bagley down at one end, Dale Jr. on the backstretch, Jeff Burton at the other end. I'm going to go up in the pagoda and join my buddy Rick Allen for the call. Guys, it's been a lot of fun. I have no idea what we're going to see, but I know it's going to be great. Can't wait. Countdown to Green is brought to you by Sonic. This is how we Sonic.
Since 1909, racing legends have been made here at this, the most iconic racetrack in the world, Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And today the fans are going to see for the first time ever the Cup Series take on the road course here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. For a quarter century, the Cup Series has been having a tradition of running at Indianapolis. And now as we look at the playoff standings, only 3 races remain in the regular season. All the drivers in yellow have a win. They're locked into the playoff. A big fight right now between Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin. They're fighting for the regular season championship. That has a big payoff at the end of the regular season as far as playoff points, which can help them get that championship. Other drivers that are fighting right here, Tyler Reddick and Austin Dillon, they're fighting to get a spot in those playoffs right there in 16th and 17th. Probably the biggest thing that the drivers have said coming into this race is the unknown of what's going to happen here, because a Cup car has never raced on the road course here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So with every single turn, these drivers are learning over and over and over. So a new tradition begins for the Cup Series here, and we're going to be doing it radio style. So we enjoy that broadcast style. We'll have people in different parts of the racetrack. Mike Bagley from MRN and Sirius XM NASCAR Radio will be in turns 1 through 6. Dale Earnhardt Jr. up on the scissor lift. In turn 7, he'll cover everything from 7 through 10, and then he'll hand off to Jeff Burton, who has turns 11 through 14. Jeff will hand it back off to us. Steve Letarte and I will be up here in the pagoda, and we will be calling the front stretch. We bring in our turn guys, and Mike Bagley, I know it was a lot of fun yesterday watching that Xfinity Series race. You saw cars airborne. Are we going to expect anything similar today?
Well, let's hope we keep the cars on the ground. What Rick is referencing is what happened in turns 5 and 6. This was a challenge on the very first lap. The Xfinity cars going off course. There was an orange turtle that was there, not the actual animal itself, but those turtles have been removed from drivers left. Here's Chris Wright deploying the flaps, getting airborne over a set of rumble strips to drivers right in turn 5. Those rumble strips are in play today. The ones to drivers left, the orange ones, have been removed. That should not be a challenge. But let's not underestimate the challenges of this racetrack and this portion of the racetrack. Once the drivers clear turn 5 and turn 6, they'll race up the back straightaway to Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Yeah, and how they get through turn 5 and 6 and down that back straightaway presents an opportunity for them to get into the braking zone of turn 7 and possibly make a pass. It's a very difficult corner, and one that a lot of these drivers can overdrive. But if you get through this corner the right way, you can set yourself up to be all over your competitor through turns 8, 9, and 10. Those are some switchbacks, right, left, right. You need the car to change directions really well in this particular part of the track. Coming out of turn 10, you head around the long bend of turn 11 toward Jeff Burton.
Yeah, after turn 11, Junior, you get to turn 12, and turn 12 is an incredible opportunity to make some advances on guys. You're going to see drivers hang a right, try to outbrake somebody else, get into turn 12, but it's maybe the most difficult braking zone on the racetrack. The car's turning. The right front tire is light, so you see a lot of tire lock up, and you can flat spot the tire. That leads to turn 13 and 14, and 13 gives a chance for everybody to get bottled up, and then contact. And when you make contact, get that lead car slowed up, you can get yourself 3 wide trying to get this win today on the road course at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
It's going to be a fight, we know that, and already the first pole winner at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway road course is William Byron, so he has accomplished that. All the rest of the drivers in the field, they're also going to want to be the first. They want to be the first ever to win at Indianapolis Motor Speedway on the road course. So they'll be fighting for that. That is in front of them this afternoon. Let's get things underway. We go trackside for pre-race ceremonies.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise and remove your hats as the Indiana Fraternal Order of Police Honor Guard presents our nation's colors. Please welcome Bruce Smith from College Park Church for our invocation.
God, the world is yours and all it contains, the earth and all who dwell in it. And we are so grateful for a beautiful day in Indiana today, where drivers and team members, where fans, where volunteers, where staff members, where first responders are here for an exciting day of NASCAR racing. God, we ask for a safe race today. Protect everyone involved as they do the responsibilities that they have. We can ask this because, God, you are good and you are God. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Now to perform our national anthem, Big Machine recording artist, country music star, and winner of The Voice, Danielle Bradbury.
Present.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
An absolutely picture-perfect afternoon for racing from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's the road course for the Cup guys today.
Drivers, start your race car. Jeff Gordon is about to write his name in the racing history books.
Rick Mears heads for number 4. I wish I could put it in words. Today's been my entire life.
I didn't know until I got the checker flag.
No, he's squirrely. No, he's spinning.
If I got away with that and was still in the race, somebody was looking after me. Dale Earnhardt has won the second Brickyard 400.
Who's going to win at the stripe?
I don't want to wait till next year. I wish it was today.
I have the opportunity to be right here in Big Lane. Such a tremendous feeling. This is just such a great place.
Let's celebrate now. Yeah, baby.
It's NASCAR Cup Series Verizon 200 at the Brickyard. And yes, that was the yard of bricks they will be racing over today, even on this road course here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We'll be following so many different storylines. Kelly Stavis, what will you have your eyes on early?
I'm keeping my eyes on Austin Dillon. He finds himself trailing his own teammate, Tyler Reddick, by just 15 points for the final playoff spot. And while road course racing hasn't always been Austin's forte, he's worked really hard to improve. That includes running the Xfinity Series here yesterday. And those extra laps count. Austin told me he learned a thing or two that he could put to use today, and he's going to need all the tools he's got, Marty, because Austin Dillon starts this one 23rd.
Kelly, when it comes to the road courses this year, Kyle Busch has been terrific. In fact, he has 3 straight top 5 finishes, including finishing 4th last week at Watkins Glen. But I talked to Kyle a moment ago, and he said it's been an absolute struggle this weekend. Braking issues. He said, I've been having trouble figuring out the racetrack. If Kyle Busch is to get his 3rd Indianapolis win, he has his work cut out for him today, Dave.
NASCAR fans know just how famous the 24 car is on the road courses. That was Jeff Gordon then. This is William Byron now. He is on the pole for the 3rd time at a road course in his career, and it is a good thing. Track position will be talked about all day long, and William Byron believes that being out front at the beginning will be the key to winning here at the Brickyard today. So let's get the new tradition of NASCAR Cup cars at the Brickyard started. Let's fire the engines for the road course.
And now, for the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome Verizon Vice President of Enterprise Sales, Mike Mike Runke.
Drivers, start your engines!
Fired up when you're ready.
Cars coming to life, drivers strapped in. The green flag just moments away from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. NASCAR on NBC is brought to you by Verizon. 5G built right. Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. Visit gocreditone.com. And by Toyota.
For race car drivers, it's like you're walking into Disney World.
The prestige and the allure and everything that place is.
Your eyes start shining, just looking every moment, every little bit details. It's an incredible place.
All the history that's there, whether it's been IndyCar or NASCAR, AJ Foyt, and what it all means to win an Indy.
Back wins at the Brickyard.
For us, it's the whole entire paying off.
Welcome to the four-time club, Elio Castro.
Joining the list of Jeff Gordon and Dale Earnhardt, Dale Jarrett, Bobby Labonte, all the who's of who at Indy. So that was kind of a defining moment.
If you're a racer to drive at Indianapolis, you're missing a big part of your moments. That place is the mecca of racing.
Pretty special. Two of the best.
In the list of Jeff Gordon and Dale Earnhardt, Dale Jarrett, Bobby Labonte, all the who's of who of NASCAR that has won at Indy. So that was kind of a defining moment.
If you're a race car driver and you haven't had a chance to drive at Indianapolis, you're missing a big part of your moments. That place is the mecca of racing.
Pretty special. Two of the best to ever race at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Elio Castro-Neves, Kyle Busch, getting us ready for today's race. It's time now for today's starting grid, brought to you by Verizon. And it's William Byron and Chase Briscoe that will make up the front row for today's road course race. William Byron, a 23-year-old, Chase Briscoe, a 26-year-old. So youth up front. And then, of course, Hendrick Motorsports continuing their dominance there in row 2 with Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson.
Yeah, yesterday's winner in the Xfinity Series race, Austin Cindric, will line up in row 7 next to Denny Hamlin. Behind them, Matt DiBenedetto, Ryan Blaney, Bell, Almirola, Buescher, and Busch.
Yeah, we've seen names like Reddick up there. He could definitely change the playoff perspective. Kyle Busch right here starting in row 11. Not a great qualifying effort for him.
Indiana native Ryan Newman in row 16. You always see how excited he is to come back and race at Indianapolis every time you speak to him.
On through the field, Smithley and Hill making up the final row. Cars starting to roll now down pit road, and again going the opposite direction normally of what we would see here at Indianapolis when we are road course racing. Let's see if we could chat with Chase Briscoe, who will start up front.
Hey Chase, Steve Letarte and the guys from NBC here. You got a copy?
Yeah, I got you.
Well, Chase, you won the Xfinity Series race last year. You're on the front row for the inaugural Cup race here at the road course. What is it about this road course that suits your style?
Yeah, honestly, I don't know the quite the answer to that question, but you know, just I don't know. This place is slick. You know, it seems like the sprint tires really go away, and just a lot like sprint car racing. You know, you got way more power than you need, and it seems like this place is kind of the same way coming out of a lot of these corners. So that, and once you throw in Indiana, it seems like something about the Indiana guys. Whenever you come here, you just, I don't know, something about it. You know, you dig even deeper than you thought you could. So tried to have the same result as last year. I know it'd be a better place to pick up the first couple wins. So trying to get this highpoint.com full course race car up there, and I don't know, we got a good car, got a good starting spot, so we can capitalize.
Well, as an Indiana native, what would it mean to get your first ever Cup Series win here at the Brickyard?
I mean, it'd be everything. I mean, it would be the icing on the cake. You know, it's, you know, nothing would be better than I think getting my first win here, you know, last year. You getting to win here was such a dream come true, and to do it, you know, my first start here as a Cup driver, and you know, even more doing it for my hero in the 14, it would be pretty dang cool. You know, last year I didn't get to do it with the fans, so that's one thing that I'm still really, you know, just sad about, truthfully. So hopefully we can get that opportunity today.
Well, man, I appreciate you taking the time here, and good luck. We'll be watching. It's going to be an exciting race.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Thanks to Ford Performance there. Gives us a great view on board of Chase Briscoe. You can almost hear it, the excitement in his voice, Dave, right? An Indiana driver coming back and racing at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Well, that would be big. It'd be big for Ricky Stenhouse, too, because with 3 races until the playoffs and 188 points below the cut line, nothing short of a win gets Ricky in. And thanks to Hungry Jack, you'll ride with him as he tries to get it done today.
Well, you can't talk about road course favorites without mentioning Martin Truex Jr. He'll be carrying the Toyota onboard camera for us, and Truex has 4 wins on road courses, but his crew chief James Small told me he feels like that number should be much higher. He points to a number of pit road speeding penalties, wrecks, and other mishaps that have kept them from victory lane. But he said if we have a clean race, we feel like we can beat anyone head-to-head. Truex not happy with his qualifying run. He'll start this one 6th, Marty.
Thanks to Xfinity, we'll ride on board with Kyle Larson today. And think about the career year for Kyle Larson as everyone comes down pit road to check pit road speed here. Last night, he fulfilled a childhood dream by winning the Knoxville Nationals, one of the biggest dirt races of the year. Today, he races at Indianapolis. I asked him, would it be any less significant if he went on the road course versus being on the oval? He said, hey, it doesn't matter to me at all. It would be a win at the Brickyard, and that would mean everything. Kyle Larson could check off Knoxville and Indianapolis in the same weekend. That would be incredible, Rick.
Yeah, Marty, Kyle Larson really has been, I mean, entertaining fans all across the country at every different venue he has gone to, and the fans here today are definitely going to have a great show. Won't they, Rod?
Rick, it is unbelievable. For those of us who were here last year and felt what this place felt like empty, this place is alive. Roger Penske and his team did so much to welcome the fans back this year. And when you take a look around at every corner, it is amazing to see how many fans packed it in for this historic weekend. I can't wait to get out there with them. It is going to be electric here today, Rick.
Thank you, Rut. And Steve, a first time the Cup Series comes here. Every driver in the field wants to be the first that can say they've won at the road course. Give us the race breakdown.
Well, you mentioned it. The first time we'll see the Cup cars on the road course. We're all so recognizable. The rectangle of Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This, the road course, just under 2.5 miles, 14 corners, really in 2 complexes, 1 through 6 down at one end. Then you go down the back straightaway. You get 7 through 14 before rejoining the original oval on the front stretch. It's 82 laps. A pretty short first stage, only 15 laps. The second stage a little longer at 20 laps. The final stage at 47. Fuel window 34 to 36 laps. And that kind of oddity of the stages, I think, makes this race very difficult to call. Do you pit before the end of the stages? Do you gamble on when the yellows come out? I think we're going to see it consumed a multitude of ways by this field.
Okay, that's the race breakdown. I want to bring Junior, Jeff, you guys back in, and let's talk a little bit about what we saw yesterday. I know this racetrack has been described as a road course that feels a little bit like a short track.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And luckily, though, NASCAR made a few changes. They took that curb right there up off the racetrack. You saw it destroy a bunch of Xfinity cars yesterday. So right after the race, I mean, this moments later, they're pulling that curb up out of the way. Good job by them to be flexible there. They left that interior curb, which I think is a good thing, because if they take that up, then they've got to govern and use judgment calls on track limits there. That keeps them out of that. So that'll be pretty nice going forward.
It'll allow the drivers to be more aggressive side by side through 5 and 6. When they went through there side by side, the guy on the inside, he couldn't see that great big turtle when he would push the guy on the outside into it and completely destroy that car when he ran over it. So wise decision by NASCAR to remove that, let these guys get after it, do some hardcore racing.
And the field, bunching the field up. I guess the pace car bunching the field up here. You see the lights are back on, so they'll go around one more time before we get the green flag.
Another thing that's, I mean, you could call it a challenge, Rick. You could call it an opportunity, and that's the entrance to pit road. So as we see this field roll around here, right here, screen left, driver's right. If William Byron takes a right there, that's entering pit lane. Well, that line at the top of your screen, this is a white line. That commits you. Right here, now you're committed to pit lane, but that's not the speed line. The speed line is all the way down around. As you come around this corner, you're gonna see a yellow line to your left. That right there, this right here is the speed line. So that very narrow single lane road, you know, there's seconds to be gain or loss there. We expect to see green flag pit stops, so you have to push it, but there is the chance of disaster. Grass on one side, a wall on the other.
Yeah. And they're coming in there hot, trying to gain as much advantage as they can over their competitors. Well, just want to remind you the experience, the sights, the sounds of the Verizon 200 at the Brickyard with the NASCAR Verizon 5G portal experience. So you can scan the QR code on screen with your mobile device to experience immersive 360 views powered by the ultra low lag and massive capacity of the Verizon 5G ultra wideband, available in parts of over 70 cities. So give you a different experience right here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Kyle Larson, the guy can win in anything, and he has this year won in everything he has sat behind. It's midgets, it's wing sprints, it's late models. This was the Knoxville Nationals last night. Donnie Schatz, that's him in the 15 moving to the outside, trying to take the win away from Kyle Larson, but Larson in the 57 holds on and wins really the most famous wing sprint race in the country, and he's done it all year long, winning the biggest races in everything he gets into. Marty.
Hey, Rick, so that race obviously wrapped up pretty late, and so Kyle Larson hopped on the plane, got back to Indianapolis about 3:20 in the morning, got to his motorhome at 3:40 in the morning, got a little bit of sleep, not much, and then today, because of the unique format, qualifying was in the morning, race obviously here just after 1 p.m., he took a nap between. So I don't know how many times, Junior, maybe you've taken a nap before a race. I don't know. But Kyle Larson certainly grabbing a few Z's before today's race. He needed it, he told me, but he's ready to go for this afternoon.
Once again, we'll be calling this race radio style. So we will be handing off in turns 1 through 6 to Mike Bagley. And Mike will hand off to Dale Earnhardt Jr., who will be down in turns 7 through 10. 11 through 14 will be Jeff Burton. And, you know, every lap that these drivers take on this track is a learning experience for them. The Cup Series is never raced on the road course here.
Yeah, it's a learning experience for the drivers. It's a learning experience for us as broadcasters. You know, I thought heading here there was going to be 2 or 3 really good passing zones at the end of the straightaways, but these drivers have found spots in this racetrack I didn't think you could pass. But yesterday in the Xfinity Series race on restarts, they didn't really concede. They battled through the switchbacks left and right. There were moments where you kind of had to let the guy go who was in the preferred lane, but very few. I was amazed at the width of this road course and the ability to run too wide.
Pace car has made its way onto pit road. That puts the field in the hands of William Byron. That is Indiana Governor Eric Holcomb. He is about ready to wave the green flag on a new tradition for the NASCAR Cup Series at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, racing on the road course.
82 laps, Rick. I mean, that is going to be a sprint. You're going to see it right here from the green flag, 2, 3 wide. You're going to have to attack and attack early.
We've seen 2, we've seen 3. We could see 4 wide. It's a braking opportunity into turn number 1. But the first thing that's going to happen is they're going to get on the gas hard. Out of the final turn, 14, coming to the green flag to start a new tradition at Indianapolis. 2 by 2. Rocketing down the front stretch all the way into turn number 1.
Here's William Byron. He'll get the jump and grab the lead. Chase Briscoe will come along for the ride. They're 4 wide, just outside of the top 10. Now they got to funnel down to 3 wide, now to 2 wide. Battle shaping up for third among teammates. You got Elliott there in the 9. You've got Larson there in the 5. It's a 2-car breakaway. Let's see what happens right here in turn number 5 and 6. Byron will lead them through. Front half of the field through cleanly, at least, as they race the way up the back straightaway.
Briscoe is right on your leader, Byron. Down the back straightaway into turn 7. He looks a little low here. Not close enough to make a pass. Further on backward, 3 wide, 4 wide contact. The 19 of Truex, the 42 of Chastain, 99. All these guys getting together just a little bit there through turn 7. Now through 8, 9, and 10, the switchbacks, changing direction. Everybody through cleanly.
Very aggressive start to this race. You see this battle back here. Everybody fighting for track position. William Byron leading the field, though. Jeff Gordon took this 24 car to victory lane 5 times at this racetrack. William Byron trying to make some of his own history. Chase Briscoe, though, he wants it. Indiana native. Going to put tons of pressure on him coming down the front straightaway.
You can hear the emotion in Chase Briscoe's voice when we talked to him before the start of this race. How important and how exciting it would be to win in his home state. You see the battle going on behind him between Hendrick drivers, the 9 of Chase Elliott, the 5 of Kyle Larson.
Here's Chase Elliott, took a peek to the inside of Briscoe for a moment. He wasn't close enough to make the pass. Now they get closed up, under braking, side by side further back. Coming into turn number 1, that's Michael McDowell feeling the heat from others as they begin to stack up. You got McDowell there in the 34. Just checking out Denny Hamlin there in the 11, Ryan Blaney in the 12. Everybody elbows up, fighting for their piece of real estate. That's the right-hander turn 4. They're through 5 and 6, and racing to Dale Jr. there in 7 is Hamlin. Goes way wide and opens up the lane for Blaney.
If you get offline just a little bit right there, you can see how much time you can lose, and then you're under attack from all the guys behind you trying to take advantage down here in turn 7. 3 wide, Kyle Busch and his teammate Denny Hamlin. We also have another teammate back there in the 20 car. Back up front. There's been a change for the lead. The 14 is taking over the lead, Jeff.
Yeah, Chase Briscoe, he won this Xfinity race last year. This is his opportunity. He is way out of the points as far as making the playoffs. But if he wins this race, he's in. Gives him a chance to win a championship in his rookie year. There's been no practice for this driver all year. Big slide by Briscoe. Pushing that car really hard. Got to be careful not to burn the tires off of it early.
What a shakeup in the playoffs it would be if Chase Briscoe could win this one. Currently, he is leading Rookie of the Year. His wife, Marissa, expecting their first child. A lot of big things happening in the Briscoe family right now.
And right now in the grandstands, the fans are losing their minds. They're waving their hats. They're jumping up and down. An Indiana native leads once again at the Brickyard. And it's Chase Briscoe in the 14 who's trying to pull away from William Byron in the 24. They make their way through 3. Now the right-hander into turn number 4. It is Briscoe and Byron 1 and 2 with Elliott in the 9, Larson in the 5. It is a 4-car breakaway out of turn 6.
Let's take a look at this lead change. This is into turn 7. Byron in way too deep. Gets way offline. Briscoe jumps at that opportunity going through turn 8, 9, and 10 and drives away. Back to live action. Briscoe holding just a margin over the 24. Chase Elliott and his teammate Kyle Larson closing in on this battle for the lead, trying to keep pace with these drivers. Headed to you, Jeff.
This battle right here, Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson, they've been the best on the road courses this year. Neither wants to give a spot up. If you ever let that guy get by, you may not ever get by him again. So this battle early, I know it's a long way to go, but it could be for the win. We saw it last week. Chase Elliott had the best car, but just could not make up the ground. If you got the track position, do everything you can to keep it.
And Jeff, you mentioned a moment ago, he's way out of the points. How about 219 points below the cut line is Chase Briscoe? The pride of Mitchell, Indiana would love nothing more than to get his first Cup win and qualify for the playoffs here. Right now, he's going down towards Oval Turn 4, where there are 300 people from Mitchell, Indiana here, including 60 of his family sitting all together down there, right where he is in front of you, Mike Bagley.
And they are very happy right now, Marty, because he continues to lead the way. Now we're only at lap 4. There's a lot of racing left to be done. But if this car stays this way all afternoon, oh, they'll have something to shout about tonight. Right now, Briscoe leading through turn 5 and beginning to pull away from Byron by about a half second.
Looked like Byron was closing in. Oh, look back there further. Kyle Larson gets a little bit wide on corner exit to turn 6. Drops the wheel off in the dirt. Great save by Kyle there. Plenty of experience in the dirt for that guy. The 24, though, seems to be starting to put a little bit of pressure on our leader, Briscoe. Briscoe, you have to wonder if he's using up this car a little bit too much. You see him slipping just a little bit there. All that's going to add up, Jeff, as the laps count down.
And we saw a few laps ago, side-by-side battle right here. Denny Hamlin drives in the corner. He has a decision to make. See that great big blue and white curb right there. He knows he can't hit it. So he just hung a left, just got to stay off of it. But when he did, it lost tons of track position. That was a smart thing to do, though. Kelly, what do you have on Truex?
Yeah, contact early in this race has resulted in a tire rub, a little bit of body damage for Martin Truex Jr., a right front tire rub. So his crew chief, James Small, has just called him down to pit road. They're going to have to try to clear that body contact from the tire and get him some fresh good news.
Unfortunate having to come to pit road early here, Steve.
Yeah, not what you want to do. Lap 5 definitely is not a pit window you were looking for, but I like the call. You shouldn't lose a lap here for Truex. Fix the damage. Don't make the issue any worse.
Leaders through turn 4, headed to turn 5. There's Briscoe and Byron. Everybody now just settling down. We're 5 laps in, a lot of racing left. But Dale Briscoe right now seems to be dialed in pretty well.
Yeah, he's hustling in that car pretty hard, but keeping a nice lead over the 24, Byron. All the Hendrick cars, we know they have the pace. So Briscoe's doing a monumental job just to be leading these guys. These are the cars that have been fastest at the road courses, pretty much everywhere else for that matter, all year long. But Briscoe trying to upset them today.
Yeah, you go back and think about Chase Briscoe. When he first started running road courses, he was not very good. But he and his Ford teammate, Austin Cindric, they ran some races together. And Chase said that Austin taught him so much about road course racing. And ever since then, Chase has been really good at it. Won races in the Xfinity Series and took the battle to Austin Cindric, the guy that taught him. Made Austin wonder if that was the right thing to do or not. Teach him what to do.
The 14 running up front at Indianapolis. That's familiar. You're watching the NASCAR Cup Series Verizon 200 at the Brickyard. NASCAR Drive, that's your live race day companion. You can follow your favorite drivers with high-definition in-car cameras, or you can select alternate camera angles to see more action. Visit NASCAR.com/drive or download the NASCAR mobile app today.
The number 33 of Austin Cindric, the 22-year-old out of Mooresville, North Carolina, a winner yesterday in the Xfinity Series right here, just deep into turn 1. Looks like he has to get on the brakes a little harder than he wants behind Denny Hamlin. Either wheel hops or locks up the rear tires, spinning it out. No damage, but a lot of track position loss.
Here come the leaders back into turn number 1. 8 laps are complete. And the front 4 are still the same. You've got Briscoe in the 14, Byron in the 24, Elliott in the 9. And I would say the only change in that top 4 is Kyle Larson losing touch with the front 3. He was on Elliott's back bumper there for a while. But Dale, as these laps start to click off, we're starting to see Kyle Larson fade just a tad.
Yeah, we kind of seen this before at Road America. He had a little bit of issue on long run pace. Maybe he's dealing with some issues as well. I'm sure they'll be able to address that, make some changes to that car to help him and improve. He seems to be struggling just a little bit as these other guys, a lot of these guys are going to get better and better and better the long way run. They still don't know this racetrack all that well.
Yeah, Junior, not only do the drivers not know it, the teams don't either. So that information coming from the drivers to the team to try to make those cars better, that's so important. We got some communication from William Byron. Dave, what do you got?
Well, and Junior leads directly to what I was going to say about William Byron, which is still learning this track. You saw him kind of get in too hot into the braking zone, and the car went offline. That allowed Chase Briscoe to get by. But he told me this morning that one of the things he left on the table yesterday in practice was a lot of braking. Well, he corrected that in qualifying today by putting the 24 on pole, but here he is, still finding the limits of his Chevy.
He's also trying to find the lead as he comes into turn number 1. He's doing a great job of keeping pace with Briscoe, but what could complicate Williams' life is when he looks in the rearview mirror and that black and orange object begins to loom larger. That would be the Chevy of Chase Elliott. Here's Elliott, the right-hander, turn number 4. They're setting up for turns 5 and 6, but slowly but surely, Elliott is starting to creep in on these front 2.
And you know the laps yesterday in the Xfinity Series race are helping Chase Elliott tremendously. Seems like he got in a better and better groove as that race went on. Here's the 10 car. We've got some major damage to the right front headlight, and there's the contact. Look at the damage. Look how much that damaged that car and the 7 car of Corey LaJoie. So Eric Almirola, yeah, he's on pit road already to repair some of that damage and change the tires.
And An unfortunate start for Eric Almirola. Got that big win a couple weeks ago in New Hampshire, though. Propelled him into the playoffs. Talked about Chase Elliott and his pace. He's faster than these two guys in front of him for sure, but not enough to really reel him in just yet, but just slowly but surely starting to make gains on him.
It's a little bit of grass on the nose of the 14 of Briscoe. Marty.
Yeah, Rick, this facility here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway is immaculate, but that grass is a problem for race cars. That grill getting plugged up for the leader, Chase Briscoe. He is plus 14 on the water temps, plus 30 on the oil temps, and that's gone up about 4 degrees since about 2 laps ago. Johnny Klossmeyer listening in, making decisions. So, Steve, at what point, if you're Johnny Klossmeyer, do you get concerned?
Well, I'm not sure to the point of concern as far as, you know, engine reliability. Those temps don't seem to scare me. I'd imagine, you know, 15, 20 degrees over operating would be a concern. I think the opportunity for the 14 car is 6 to go in stage 1. I do think the first real pit opportunity opens with 3 to go in this stage. So we might see Briscoe come in. If you were a coin flip, Rick, whether you should pit or not before the end of the stage, the grass on the grill might be the deciding factor for Chase Briscoe.
And you're making that as far as a strategy call, so that you come onto pit road, you stay under green, knowing that a caution is coming out 2 laps later.
Yeah, you want to pit before the cautions come out, because that'll bring the rest of the field to pit lane. That way you can stay out, regain your position.
Yeah, think about that situation with Briscoe, Steve. He doesn't really race for stage points. He's so far back in the points, it's not going to do him any good. He needs to win this race. So if they can ignore that grass on the grill, if it's not overheating, then just pit. That gives you the best shot to win this race. Don't get caught up in stage points. That would be the strategy for the 14, in my opinion.
Rick, you pointed to it on the left-hand side. With Briscoe leading, the playoff points are crazy.
Yeah, Harvick right now on the bubble if Briscoe can win this race here at Indianapolis. Today's aerial coverage brought to you by Geico as we look down on this famous racetrack, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and today it's the Cup Series on the road course. The first time that has ever happened. Our broadcast today will be broadcast radio style, so we will be calling from turns to turn. And right now the field going past Jeff Burton and heading in front of the front stretch. Steve, we've got guys that, or a guy, one driver has already been to pit road, but strategy wise, are we going to see a lot of guys dive onto pit road when they get to pit entrance next lap, or right now?
Yeah, here's your answer right here. We see Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin, the 12 of Blaney, Matt DiBenedetto, a wave of cars, the 22 of Logano on pit road as well.
Joey Logano told me this morning, our car is just okay, but just okay can get you a win if you can strategize yourself into position. 4 tires and fuel for Logano, Kelly.
And that's Ross Chastain in the 42, one of those teams that needs a win to get into the playoffs, and they feel like this is an opportunity to do it. Started inside the top 10, gave up 8th position. He says he's just a little bit tight on the right-handers, Marty.
Kelly, nobody had picked up more spots when the stops had started than Kyle Busch. He was +9 coming into his stall right now. Those braking issues they had in practice, non-existent so far in this race. Meanwhile, his teammate Denny Hamlin saying he's loose on the right-handers, a little too tight on the left-handers. That's his biggest struggle with the 11. Expect the leader, Chase Briscoe, to pit on this lap coming up. And all of these leaders pitting right here should run through stage 2 all the way into the middle of stage 3.
As we watch these leaders head into the right-hander, turn 12, and then it'll be a left-hander, turn 13. If they're going to pit, they're going to turn to the right here. And watch this pit entry. We talked about it. Very narrow. There you go. 14, 24, 9. All on pit entry. I wondered about Larson racing for the regular season championship. He also will stick on strategy to try to win the race. And look at the time, the 24 gains coming around the corner to that speed line.
Dave.
Got to stay on pit road speed now. He does so. William Byron safely into his box. He'll get 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel. He says the balance on the car is, quote, good. Kelly?
Same goes for his teammate Chase Elliott in the 9 car. He said the car really feels pretty good. He's just got to figure out how to drive it. Well, he seemed to be figuring it out just fine. He was putting down some of the fastest lap times on track. 4 tires for the 9 car, Marty.
Leader Chase Briscoe hits pit road. He said he needs more lateral rear grip, but also more forward drive. Also wants a fresh bottle of water. Biggest concern, get that grass off the drill, they do that with a brush and a pole. Now they needed a little bit more. They didn't get all of it quite clean on the 14. Meanwhile, you see Kyle Larson. He came down pit road as well as we watched the battle on the track between Michael McDowell and Tyler Reddick. Larson came down, I think, really because even though the 11 pitted, their handling was so bad on the 5, they needed to address that more importantly.
Tyler Reddick to the inside of the 34 here. He's going to be on the outside of turn 8. This is for the lead and the stage win. Coming to 1 to go. Tyler Reddick needs these points. If you look at the billboard there, he's in 2nd place. These will be some great stage points, but Austin Dillon is sitting in 3rd place, gaining stage points as well with the position he holds.
Tyler Reddick right now is going to try to hang a right, outbreak Michael McDowell into turn 11, turn 12, I'm sorry. He does it. Gets right by McDowell, coming to get this stage win. Good aggressive move by Reddick.
He's going to have one more lap to go, though, if he wants the stage win. Again, these are the top 2, Reddick and McDowell. McDowell already has a win. He won the Daytona 500 to start the 2021 season. And now Reddick trying to make it into the playoffs out front. 1 to go in stage 1.
And as we watch this battle, pit road is closed. We won't see any more cars make the trip down pit road until the yellow comes out.
Tyler Reddick would love to get those points, but let's not underestimate Michael McDowell's desire either. He's in the playoffs. He's well down the pecking order, and he can use every point he can get his hands on. Tyler Reddick has gotten the lead there in the 8th. He's pulled away by a car length, maybe 2, but Michael McDowell does a great job of shutting that distance down under braking. The next opportunity for that will be in turn 7, as right now they clear turns 5 and 6.
But Tyler Reddick is a lot easier to follow Michael McDowell around this racetrack now. He has no rabbit to chase. The mistakes are really possible in these braking zones. Getting into turn 7, he does a great job there. Gets the car pointed for turn 8. Little switch back here and there. Just be very smooth. Use a lot of curb. Pushing really hard, but he's stretching that lead a little bit. Through turn 10, he's headed toward turn 11, Jeff.
Yeah, Tyler Reddick only knows one speed. That's full throttle. That's what's made him successful in racing. He pushes everything to the edge. I don't see any reason that's going to stop, even though he's coming on this white flag to get this stage in. Tyler Reddick's going to push as hard as he can all the way to the checker.
Sliding the tires there just a bit is Tyler Reddick, but so many points sitting in front of him, and that's what he needs right now. He's in a big points battle with his teammate Austin Dillon. Tyler Reddick will come out of turn 14. He'll see the green and white checkered flag. He grabs his 2nd stage win of 2021 and the 1st stage win on the road course for the Cup Series. McDowell finishing that stage up in 2nd. There's Austin Dillon. So those points that Tyler Reddick gained, just a couple extra compared to his teammate Austin Dillon.
Yeah, great work of racing the situation. The unfortunate part for these 5 or 6 drivers, actually, is really the top 8 that have yet to pit. They'll come to pit road here, Rick, and most of the field's going to stay out. They're going to have to start stage 2 very deep in the field.
So the first win of the day goes to Tyler Reddick. He grabs stage 1 here at Indianapolis in the Brickyard. The Sonic Crave cheeseburger, made with new Sonic Crave sauce and 100% pure seasoned beef. What are you craving today? Try one half price in the app for a limited time only at Sonic. Time now for our Carvana IndyCar update. Yesterday, it was Will Power who continued his dominance here at Indianapolis, winning for the 5th time on the road course. Add his 2018 Indy 500 victory, and now he's tied with Kyle Busch for the all-time mark at the track with 6 overall wins. Kyle's got 2 Cup wins and 4 Xfinity wins here at IMS. Jimmy Johnson, he was the winner of 4 Brickyard 400s. Well, he matched his career best of 19 for his rookie IndyCar season. And Saturday nights on NBCSN, the IndyCar Series heads to Worldwide Technology Raceway. That is just outside of St. Louis, Missouri. That race coverage begins at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. The Truck Series actually will be racing on Friday night at that track. And Rut, I believe you've got one of those IndyCar drivers hanging out with you.
I sure do. We got Rinus VeeKay here. He is fresh off his race yesterday. It's his first NASCAR race. He brought his folks. Rinus, what do you think so far?
It's crazy. It's loud. I love it. It's definitely a lot different than IndyCar, but yeah, it's crazy to see these guys hustle the cars around the track like this.
Now, you got a chance to help out William Byron in the simulator. You gave him some tips about the road course here, but also meant you got to slide a stock car around in the sim. Does this mean you'd give this a shot one day?
It would be awesome. Yeah, I enjoyed it on the sim. It was definitely cool, and very cool to see William get the pole position here, and yeah, makes me proud. But it's very cool to see this, and you know, it's got 4 wheels and an engine. I would try anything with that.
Absolutely, man. I'm so glad you're here. Have a great time with your folks. Just remember, it's Indy. Anything goes here. It's your day off. Like, you get to actually go have fun today.
Oh, definitely. I'm just walking around, and I'm a fan for today, so I'm really enjoying it. It's the first NASCAR race I'm at, so definitely not the last one.
And if you need a new IndyCar driver to pull for, one in May, this guy's incredible. Rinus VeeKay hanging out with us today, guys.
So much fun seeing the smiles on drivers' faces. Now pit road is open. We're seeing Tyler Reddick right in front of Michael McDowell coming on to pit road.
Yeah, most of the drivers, actually all of the drivers except for Brad Keselowski, he decided to stay on the racetrack. That's a big gamble for the 2-car and old tires, but everyone else who has yet to pit coming to pit road.
Let's go down to Dave.
And guys, Tyler Reddick told his team that the car was okay. He also said that the adjustment that I really want, that's going to hurt a different part of the handling of the race car. So leave it alone. Let's get it full of Sunoco fuel, put 4 fresh tires on, and we'll just ride it the way it is. They rode it to the front this way, Kelly.
Michael McDowell, driver of the 34 car, had temps spiking at times, but the grass on the grill eventually made its way off, and that remedied that. He said he was a bit free through the left-handers, and he was losing the nose of the car a bit. 4 Goodyear tires for him, and Austin Dillon in that 3-car literally chasing his teammate for a playoff spot. And he just said the car's not too good. They are giving him an air pressure adjustment to help on that number 3 car.
And so the end of stage 1. A few pit stops being made, and we'll get ready for the restart here at Indianapolis. That's right, the NFL season kicking off Thursday, September 9th on NBC and Peacock when the Cowboys face Tom Brady and the Buccaneers. Then on Sunday Night Football, the Bears visit the Rams at SoFi Stadium, Las Vegas, Los Angeles. That's, by the way, the home of this year's Super Bowl on NBC. Also kicking off is NASCAR America Motor Mouth. Steve, you're part of that. You're going to be hanging out with Jeff Burton, Kyle Petty, talking racing. Obviously, the fans are going to have a voice.
Yeah, it's every Monday, every Wednesday, 6 p.m. on Peacock, and you, the fan, can call in. You can talk to one of us. Probably more importantly, you could talk to the drivers we have as guests, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot to talk about after this road course at Indianapolis. So call in tomorrow night, 6 p.m. on Peacock. Let us know what you think. Ask us the questions. It's so much fun to have some interaction with the fans. The fans make the sport. They're the one make it special. And to be honest, when they call in and ask the tough questions directly to the driver, it's great because I just sit back and listen to all the great responses.
You can sign up at peacocktv.com. So make sure to join that. Again, it's Monday and Wednesdays at 6 o'clock on Peacock. Marty.
Rick, a moment ago, Chase Briscoe was sitting behind Brad Keselowski, but now he's behind Kyle Larson. Why? Well, he didn't keep pace car speed. In fact, Kyle Larson's the one who called and complained about it. Why did he not keep pace car speed? Well, he had to reset the ECU inside the 14 car. When he reset it, lost a little bit of pace. It fired right back up, though, but he will lose some spots. And in essence, that's sort of a pass for the lead, isn't it, Steve, on this strategy?
Well, it's a pass for the lead, and you should think, well, maybe it should have been William Byron, but on the green flag pit stop, Chase Elliott's crew did a very nice job and actually passed the 24 on pit road. So 2 passes, the 14 not maintaining speed, and then the 9 over the 24 on the caution, or excuse me, on the green flag cycle. Now, I will say, my stomach is a little in knots for the 2 of Brad Keselowski. I understand the strategy, but this is going to be tough, Dave, to stay out with old tires.
When I talked to him before qualifying today, he said our car is not good. And, of course, as you know, Steve, one of the ways you get the car to the front is to stay out. Jeremy Bullins told him over the radio we can make it on 2 stops after this. But Brad said I'm lacking things like rear lateral grip and stuff like that. We'll see how far Brad can take this strategy to affect a good day for the 2 car.
Well, let's listen into the 2 of Brad Keselowski.
And if we can maintain it all, if we can hang it all, we'll stretch it out as long as we can. If not, we'll run 7 or 8 in the pit.
And the maintaining is going to be very difficult just because of the width. We've talked about it time and time again. This front stretch is, I mean, what lane do you want him to block? He has Chase Elliott on one side. William Byron's going to be looking at 3 wide. Chase Briscoe's going to be on the inside. For me, Brad Keselowski's just going to try to stay on the asphalt and try to minimize the damage.
He's coming off a nightmare of a road course a week ago at Watkins Glen, where he had brake issues. He actually spun and hit his teammate at one point in time too. So Brad Keselowski's up front, but we'll see how he's able to do as the field approaches the Geico restart zone. Keselowski and Elliott up front. Stage 2 is underway.
Brad knew the jump was important, and he went right away and got a great acceleration to at least take the pressure off into turn 1. And look at the battle behind him.
Question is, how long can Brad Keselowski hang on to the lead? They'll gobble him up quick coming into 1. Brad will hang on to the lead. They are 2 and 3 wide further back. Everybody's got those elbows up now trying to get through this end of the racetrack. Here they come through the left-hander. Make that the right-hander. That's turn 3. And Brad Keselowski, his plate is full right now. He looks in the rearview mirror. And William Byron in attack mode through turns 5 and turn 6.
Down the back straightaway, William Byron waiting on Brad to fade to the right there, so he'll open up the opportunity here in the braking zone. And here comes the 24 car. He thought the Chevrolet forces it down to the inside. They're side by side heading into turn 8. Brad on the inside is going to take the lead back. Williams going to give it to him. Cut him a break right there, but that allows Chase Elliott into the fight. Chase to the inside of the 24 coming down to turn 10.
Chase Elliott took full advantage of Keselowski kind of holding up the 24. William just couldn't make anything happen on the outside. Now they're going to be side by side in this very difficult braking zone. Chase Elliott underneath Keselowski. William Byron pushing him. Joey Logano wants to get into the fun.
Chase Elliott fighting for the lead now. Brad Keselowski has it, but here comes Elliott to the inside. Before they come out onto the front stretch, he's trying to make the pass. Up through the gears they go again. Chase Elliott trying to take the lead away from Keselowski. Keselowski moves to the right. Elliott slides all the way down to the pit wall. And now back up front. Elliott's up front of the field.
Side by side for the lead at Indianapolis. Brad is trying to stay with it. They're 3 wide with the brakes locked up on Kyle Larson in the 5. It's Elliott to the lead in the 9. Keselowski to second, and his teammate Joey Logano is trying to come along for the ride as well. Here's Logano trying to get a twofer. He's got to back away. He almost clips Brad. What a battle for second, third, and fourth as they leave 6 and head to the back straightaway.
Byron's off course there a little bit. Just offline pretty badly. That's going to cost him several spots down this back straightaway. Kyle Busch, who's climbed through this field from a terrible starting position, goes by the 24. There's the 14, the 41. Byron loses so many spots just being offline a little bit through that kink. A very critical part of the racetrack. Chase Elliott leads and driving away.
Yeah, William Byron, he had to just bail out of that lap. Had he not, he would have hit that great big curve, tore the car off. So lost tons of position, but still alive to fight another day. Joey Logano underneath his teammate. Keselowski doing a really nice job on these older tires. And remember, he didn't have any pace. So a slow car, without much pace and old tires, doing a nice job hanging on right here.
Oh, man, there's just not a lot of room there for Kyle Larson. I agree, Jeff. Great job by Brad Keselowski. I thought for sure he would have lost spots right away. The fact that he was able to put a good first lap together, Rick, he'll probably continue to get past, but maybe one at a time now that it's relatively single file.
Here comes Kyle Larson, though. He's analyzing his options, and he'll dive to the inside of Keselowski. This is the side-by-side battle for the 3rd spot, and they are stacked up behind Keselowski. Once Larson goes by, which he does, he'll grab the spot, and the free fall for Keselowski's not over. Here's Kyle Busch in the 18, Briscoe in the 14. Keselowski just trying to hang on for all he's got, and Briscoe's going to be forced over the curbs, and here comes Cole Custer in the 41.
You cannot go through 5 and 6 side by side without losing momentum. That's a wide open throttle part of the racetrack, but if you can't keep throttle, the guys behind you can. They're going to eat you up. Again, through turns 8, 9, and 10, the 24 and 2 side by side. Finally, Byron gets by. Now the 14 trying his hardest. Briscoe to the inside here in turn 10.
Briscoe working so hard to get that track position back. You mentioned it. Here's Suarez making it 3 wide. Blaney on the outside. Here comes Allmendinger. 3 wide. Oh, can they make it? A little bit of contact. Briscoe's going to drive deep in the corner, thinks better of it. Suarez into the battle, trying to get it underneath Briscoe, headed to the front straightaway.
It's obvious that Keselowski is holding up the field right now as Briscoe tries to get around. That opens the door for the 99 of Daniel Suarez of Trackhouse Racing. Suarez also trying to make a move, but the Penske driver still trying to hold his ground. Now Briscoe will try to outbreak him into one.
Here comes Briscoe. He'll rumble out of the pocket and dive to the inside of Keselowski. Keselowski's trying to come back, regain that spot, but he just can't do it. What intense racing after this restart. And they are stacked up. One driver makes a slip, they're all going to crash. Here's Hamlin in the 11. He almost clips Allmendinger in the 16 as they still continue to root and gouge for real estate as they head to the back straightaway.
All this being created by the car of Brad Keselowski, and these drivers are doing their best to try to cut each other breaks, but at the same time, take advantage of this opportunity to grab positions when you can. You see Denny Hamlin again. Oh, Brad gets pushed offline there a little bit. That's going to cost him several spots. A lot of those guys breathe a sigh of relief to finally get by this 2 car. He's made it really difficult. I mean, that's his right. He has every right to put himself in that position, make it as hard as he wants to race these guys.
Tyler Reddick in that 8 car, remember, he stayed out to get that stage win, fighting himself back up to 16th right now. Good job getting some spots, trying to take advantage of Keselowski on those old tires. Drives underneath him, clears him. Oh, we got contact here. Matty D, Christopher Bell off the track. Cars flying by him on the outside. 2 drivers mad at each other. All the other ones are happy. Go flying by.
Some damage on the left side of the 20. It'll match the damage on the right side of Matt DiBenedetto. Here's the contact. And basically, it's to your left. The 21 gets in deep. I can't really tell how the 20 got in there next to him, but either way, both cars off into the grass.
Trouble, turn 1. Ross Chastain around right in front of Denny Hamlin. Puts up a huge cloud of smoke, and everybody's trying to get through. They will have success, but Ross Chastain in the middle of that pack of traffic went for a spin and a heads-up piece of driving for about a dozen drivers as they tried to find their way around the spinning car of Ross Chastain.
There you see it down in the corner. Just gets in there a little bit too hard, locks it up, spins it around. Man, when these other cars see somebody in trouble, they jump all over it. They take advantage of an opportunity to pass that car and anyone else you can. The 1 car on pit road, Marty.
Yeah, Dale, that was a bad lap for the Ganassi bunch with Ross Chastain spinning, and then Kurt Busch getting a flat-spotted right front tire, had to come down, and then the tire went flat. So he had no choice but to come to pit road and get 4 fresh Goodyear tires for Kurt Busch, who will lose a massive amount of track position.
Rick, we called it the short track of road course racing. Well, it's looking more and more like Martinsville. Every corner beating, banging, pushing, and shoving. I love the layout. I actually love the speed. You don't need a ton of speed. These slower speeds allow these drivers to lean on each other.
Out front, it's Chase Elliott here at Indy. Just 10 to go in stage 2 from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. You're watching the Verizon 200 at the Brickyard. Jeff Burton, we're still under green, but a big hit for Brad Keselowski.
Yeah, Brad Keselowski, I looked up coming out of turn 11, and here he was coming backwards toward me. Backed it in the wall, big heavy impact, rear tires off the ground. It's major damage on the 2 car. They were struggling on old tires. Just didn't work out. And then we saw Kurt Busch have to get on pit road. Here's why. Look at Ross Chastain and Kurt. Kurt just had to get slowed down and flat spotted that right front, get into turn 1.
Over here in turn 7, battling in the top 5, Joey Logano gets down in the braking zone of turn 7. Wheel hops a little bit. Oh, he's going to get in the back of the 5. They made contact. The 22 goes around. The 5 soldiers on. Kyle Busch slips into 3rd place. The 22 rejoins. He's outside the top 10.
Logano right now running in that 10th spot. He's been able to fight back to get that. Kyle Busch, what a man on the move. He has already made up 18 positions since the start of the race, so he is up to 3rd. It's still Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson running 1 and 2 here at the road course. I referenced that 18. I want to take a look at the Toyota driver update. And Kyle Busch, what a run it's been for him. He's complained that he didn't think he had the best car, but obviously things are working for him right now as he's made up 18 positions since the start of this race, currently running in that 3rd spot.
Yeah, Rick, when practice started yesterday, Kyle Busch on track had smoke flying from all the tires, major brake issues, did not have any speed, did not qualify well. He and his crew chief Ben Bayshore went to work. Good speed right now.
So back out onto the front stretch, and probably a pretty good perspective for Ryan Hunter-Reay, right, Marty?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. He's actually been hanging out in Kyle Larson's pit all day long and watching the action here on the front stretch. So what's your take on NASCAR Cup racing so far at Indy?
I love it, absolutely. Big fan, and I had the opportunity many years ago to test these cars with Hendrick, and this is just such a fantastic opportunity for race fans to have IndyCar, NASCAR sharing the weekend. The drivers love it. I got to, catch up with quite a few of the Cup drivers this morning, and they absolutely love us being here as well. So it's a pretty unique opportunity and one that I think we should continue to put effort forward to try and do again.
So you brought your boys. You thought they'd last about 5 laps out here. I don't think they want to leave, do they?
No, they don't. This is it's tremendous for them. They're big NASCAR fans too. They're big race fans. We watch all forms of motorsport, but it's great to get them out here after so long. They've been begging me, especially my oldest, to take them to a NASCAR race, and here we are. So on the same weekend as an IndyCar race, it fits the bill.
There you go. After the IndyCar race yesterday, Ryan Hunter-Reay checking out the race today, and I don't think they're going to move off the top of Kyle Larson's pit box. The boys having fun out here, Rick.
Definitely.
Good battle right here. Daniel Suarez and Denny Hamlin. Denny's going to try to outbrake him. Suarez gives the spot up. Just couldn't carry the speed that Denny Hamlin could. Suarez having a good day, sitting there running in 9th.
See the 22 of Joe Logano trying to recover from that spin, battling Tyler Reddick. Reddick won the the first stage, came to pit road for fresh tires, doing a nice job, back up to the 11th position. The real question to me, are the drivers in front of him going to pit as this stage comes to a close, or will they stay out?
Watch this battle coming into turn number 1. Tyler Reddick on the offense. He's trying to jam it into the inside of Ryan Blaney. Blaney, though, shuts the door. Logano tries to capitalize, can't do it. Well, Reddick tried the inside. That didn't work. Well, here he goes to the outside, easing up alongside Blaney. That's a great Ford Chevy side-by-side battle. Reddick's got to give because here comes that tricky chicane in turns 5 and 6.
You got to love the tenacity from behind the wheel. Tyler Reddick, he has to push. He has to get every spot he can. We don't know if these guys are going to come to pit road before the end of the stage. So these are stage points for every position. And look behind him, the 3-car, Austin Dillon, his teammate, having an amazing run today on a day where he really needs one. Lost a few points last week at Watkins Glen to Reddick. He needs to gain them back today.
How stressful it must be in Welcome, North Carolina, the shops. Richard Childress Racing, 2 guys battling each other, trying to get into the playoffs. And Austin Dillon's answering the call today. Hasn't been a good road racer, but sitting there running right behind, 1 position behind Tyler Reddick. I think that so far is a win for this 3-car. Just not give up a lot of spots and then trying to take advantage the next 2 weeks.
A week ago, Richard Childress Racing's Andy Petrie told us the only way that both cars can get into the playoffs is if they both win. So they have to get wins. If not, only one could potentially get in as we go NASCAR nonstop.
Same day, you get the parts you need fast. Get free delivery today. Or pick up your parts curbside or in store in just 30 minutes. Get your parts and get going with Advanced Same Day.
My husband says I load the dishwasher wrong.
Yeah.
I didn't know there was a way.
There is a way, apparently.
What he doesn't understand is I load it wrong so I don't have to do it.
Oh, that's smart.
I know.
From now on, I'm just going to do everything wrong.
Oh, hey, Pat.
Toyota, let's go places.
A few technical issues with the NASCAR nonstop as we see Blaney definitely under attack from the 8 of Reddick.
Tyler Reddick is on the march. He's faster than Ryan Blaney, but he just can't get by him. Here they go in the right-hander, turn 3, and Blaney is under attack. Here's Reddick in attack mode, but he's got to back away and kind of get his sea legs under him here at this end of the racetrack. But look at him through 5. There's turn 6, and here's Reddick on the march yet again.
Blaney's a good little road racer, having won at Charlotte on the Roval. Down here in the braking zone, will Reddick send it in there? Yes. Reddick finally gets down in there. I think Blaney kind of knew it was inevitable. He needed to let this 8 car go. Right on the line for Reddick today. Good move by the 12. Blaney's going to cut him a little slack till they can get through this series of corners and get straightened out.
See right here, Kyle Larson, he has started to slowly run Chase Elliott down. We expected this race to come to these two guys. They've been the best on road courses all year long. Here they are. 5 to go in this stage, battling for the lead.
5 to go in the stage, and remember Kyle Larson, it ended up being just enough to hold off Chase Elliott at Watkins Glen. Watkins Glen, Chase flat spotted his tires, had to make an extra pit stop. No surprise they're running 1-2 today.
Here they come into 1, and they also got the lap car of Brett Keselowski right in front of them. Elliott has about a 4-car length lead over Larson. Things are starting to stack up behind them as well. You got Kyle Busch in that mix. You've got a couple of other drivers there. You got the 18 of Busch. Here comes the Cole Custer car, number 41 right there. That is the ongoing battle for 3rd. So a couple of good battles inside of the top 5. Right now, the Candyman, Kyle Busch, looks in the rearview mirror, sees Cole Custer hovering as well, along with William Byron.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the best runs that Cole's had all year long. Come out of nowhere here at the Indianapolis Road Course. The 24 car, Byron, sneaking back into the picture here after losing some track position early on the restarts of this stage. Cole Custer with great pace, closing in on this 18. That's got to feel good for this 41 team.
Yeah, only 2 top 10s so far this year, so solid run, building some confidence for a young driver. These young drivers with the COVID protocols just have not had any track time because of a limiting of practice, and it's really hurt their development. So when you get a day where you're running well, it gives you confidence back.
41 of Cole Custer has a win. It happened at Kentucky. We're starting to see pit stops now as we're getting close to the end of stage 2.
Same call as the end of the first stage. You come to pit road before it closes, then you can stay out at the end of the stage. As we look back to the lead, the 9 and the 5, we see their teammate, the 24, Byron, on pit road, Dave.
Yep, the team really liked the work he had done since he missed that 1 quarter and lost about 5 positions on the racetrack. So he has complained just a little bit about the handling of the race car as well. They'll make an air pressure adjustment for that. 4 tires of fuel, Marty.
Before the day started, Dave, Chase Briscoe said, I don't care about stage points, coming through with that promise. Here they are pitting and giving up those stage points at the end of stage 2. Ran in the top 5, but said the car was a little bit better, but they need a little bit more drive off for the 14 car of Chase Briscoe. Ryan Blaney also coming down pit road. 4 fresh Goodyear tires for him. He has some left side damage, actually, for some contact on the racetrack earlier, and his car 2 free for the most part. Now, these leaders, Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson, they can pit. They can make it to pit road before the pit road is closed. So we'll see if they come down pit road this time.
Well, they got the wounded car, Brad Keselowski, in front of them. So as they enter turn 12, right in front of them will be pit road. We're going to see right here what they do. Larson on the outside of him. Can he get to the outside of Chase to keep him from getting on pit road? Nope, gives him that spot. Here they go racing down pit road. Pit road speed does not start until right above here. Now get it slowed down. Pit road speed right there to the yellow line.
The race continued for The first to pit road, it's Chase Elliott, who is just in front of Kyle Larson. Kelly.
And Chase Elliott's really been quiet on the radio, even as Kyle Larson closed in. When Alan Gustafson asked him how the car was, he said, I really got to think about it. Well, just now he has said he's a little bit tighter in the left-handers than he is in the rights, and just a little bit tight overall. It sounds like through turns 12 through 15, 4 tires, they might make a test adjustment as well, Marty.
Boy, Kelly, this inter-team battle at Hendrick Motorsports is fun to watch between Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson. The Xfinity onboard, as he pulls into his pit stall, he said, you made the car much better. The S's is where I struggled the most, but clearly at the end of the run, the 5 is superior to that 9 car. That was a fun battle to watch. 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Now let's let the pit crew do their job, and a drag race off pit road. I believe Elliott just got him. Kyle Busch also on pit road. His car clearly much better coming up through the field despite the brake issues in practice. They have been terrific here in the race.
Kyle Busch comes off of pit road third. It's the 9, the 5, and the 18. They are the ones who came off pit road. They will be the top 3 when everything cycles back through. But another inter-team battle going on right now between Tyler Reddick and Austin Dillon. They're looking for every point they can get.
Yeah, Reddick is doing everything he can to score points, but Austin Dillon is basically matching every move. He is losing a point, but only a point. Reddick looks like he has the chance to win both stages, yet only gained 2 or 3 points over his teammate. What a battle between these RCR cars.
You know they're going to stay out onto the racetrack. Tyler Reddick looking for his second stage win of the race. Austin Dillon trying to close the gap. He wants to gain any position, any points that he can. Again, these two are fighting right now for the 16th spot in the playoffs. That's the final spot in the playoffs. 1 lap to go here at Indianapolis.
Tyler Reddick, Austin Dillon coming to the end of the front straightaway. Tyler Reddick trying to get his second stage win of the day. Austin Dillon keeping pace stride for stride. Up top, you see the Tyler Reddick car. On the bottom side of the screen, you see the battle between Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson. That battle was for the lead a moment ago. Those drivers have just come down pit road. They are on the front stretch, while Tyler Reddick and company lead turns 5 and 6 on the back stretch.
Tyler Reddick down the back straightaway, looking for another bundle of 10 points here, but he looks in that mirror and again sees his teammate while the battle below for 10th. That's a stage point as well. Don't know if they'll have time to be able to catch Davidson at 9th. They may very well be able to get into 9th position, but this is a great little battle. And you got to imagine also this is the race possibly for the win, as the teams will cycle through at the end of this stage.
See Kyle Larson taking a look. Chase Elliott. Chase Elliott had to step up his braking a little bit. Larson outbroke him into turn 1. Battle for 10th, but like Junior said, this could be for the win. Can he take advantage of that slower traffic? There he is. Gonna try to drive underneath him. Got the position right now, 3 wide though, off of turn 11. Real tight, they cleared that out, that lap car. Now will Kyle Larson drive it in there far. Got a great opportunity to take the lead right here. Kyle gives Chase plenty of room. Chase is gonna fight back on the inside. Good hard racing, but respectful racing. Rubbing each other a little bit. Kyle Larson back with the preferred spot on the bottom.
Kyle Larson just in front of Chase Elliott now as they come back to the finish line of stage 2. It was Tyler Reddick who got the win. But what a battle between Larson and Elliott. We are going to see this all afternoon.
That last stage is going to be great, but what a job by Tyler Reddick. Another stage win, all those points.
NASCAR on NBC is brought to you by Sonic. This is how we Sonic. Ford, built Ford proud. Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. Visit GoCreditOne.com. And by Verizon, 5G built right.
It's going to look a lot like the end of stage 1. Those that have not come to pit road will pit at this time right here. That'll be Reddick, Dillon, Priest, Stenhouse. They're on pit road in front of you, Dave.
Winner of stage 1, winner of stage 2, Tyler Reddick to pit road, said the car was much better that time. And remember, they didn't change much of anything. So he will come in again, get a water bottle change there, 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel. Kelly?
Ryan Priest, that number 37, has picked up 14 stage points today. They're really just working on his technique. They say he's overdriving turn 12. And so he's losing time in 13. 4 tires for that team. And then Austin Dillon at the bottom of your screen in the number 3 car. Much happier with his race car. He was locking up the tires in stage 1. Stage 2, he called the car pretty decent. 4 tires, no changes for Austin Dillon.
One more stage to go from the Brickyard. The first time that the Cup Series has run the Brickyard Road Course. Who is going to get to victory lane? So far, it's been all Tyler Reddick as far as the stages go, but a great battle building between Larson and Elliott.
Same day, you get the parts you need fast. Get free delivery today. Or pick up your parts curbside or in store in just 30 minutes. Get your parts and get going with Advanced Same Day.
My husband says I load the dishwasher wrong.
Yeah.
I didn't know there was a way.
There is a way, apparently.
What he doesn't understand is I load it wrong so I don't have to do it.
Oh, that's smart.
I know.
From now on, I'm just going to do everything wrong.
Oh, hey, Pat.
Toyota, let's go places.
I'm really nervous. I don't know what I should wear.
Just wear something not too crazy. Remember, it's a business dinner, not a costume party.
On the Spotty Network, this is what she heard.
Just wear something crazy. Remember, it's a costume party.
Costume party.
Yes.
Don't trust first impressions to just any network. Go with T-Mobile, the crown jewel of 5G.
Anybody want to split a turkey leg?
I am the regular season coming to a close. And what happened left eyes wide open with displays of dominance, long shot surprises,
I cannot believe this.
and tracks that turned veterans into rookies. I am still not done. In fact, I'm saving the best for last and a playoff spot for anyone that wants it bad enough. I am NASCAR.
Just one stage remains. NASCAR Cup Series Verizon 200 at the Brickyard. Obviously, a great battle has been brewing between Kyle Larson and Chase Elliott. Chase Elliott's looking for another road course win to pad the stats that he has made, which has been so impressive. And what a run it's been for Chase Elliott. Here's a young man who won the championship a year ago and now continues to strive to be the best at his profession. Actually, a documentary coming out on Peacock on Chase and the road it has taken him to get to where he is today, hosted by Dale Earnhardt Jr. Here's a sample.
Where are we at now?
Oddly enough, this is Elliott Road. This is his first Cup race car.
This thing's probably got like 6 pounds of Bondo in it.
Welcome to the pool room.
Yeah.
So
check it out.
This is it.
Do you know that was his first job?
No, he did not say that. Is this top hobby?
Teaching my dad how to do it like last summer, how to surf.
Are you ready, dude?
Yeah.
We'll get you junk on. Chase goes out there and runs a totally different line, runs faster than all of them. I don't say anything. I mean, what do you say?
And I said, Bill, then you keep directing him
and I will support you guys.
You could immediately see his driver craft was really high.
I remember being the first one to the car. I didn't even know what to say, just for him to have somebody to vent to.
From Dawsonville, Georgia, Chase Elliott is a NASCAR Cup Series champion. And Junior, you were firsthand. You got to see all of this go down and got to talk to the parents and everybody that's been involved in this rise to stardom.
Yeah, that's so much fun. I worked with Chase, obviously, knew a lot about him, but learned so much more being able to talk to him and his dad, his parents. That first job thing, that's going to surprise a lot of people.
Well, you know, Chase still plays softball with his buddies there. They actually just won the County League Championship this year.
So, Rick, as we head to this restart here on the final stage, 44 laps to go. That's outside the fuel window. Everybody's going to have to make another pit stop. The question is when? Do you pit as soon as you're in your fuel window? Do you run longer so you have fresh tires at the end? It's going to be a little bit of a game of cat and mouse on top of the pit boxes.
Which one do you do?
I would pit as soon as possible. In case the yellow comes out, I want that track position.
Understand. All right. The field approaching the Geico restart zone as we get ready for the start of the final stage from the Brickyard and the road course for the Cup Series. Larson, Elliott, side by side for the lead.
Drag racing towards the end of the front straightaway. Here they come. Who's going to get to turn one first? Is it going to be Chase? Is it going to be Kyle? Kyle's got preference. That's Larson into 5, and he'll beat Elliott into the corner. You've got Elliott now. That'll fall back to second. Right now in third, it's another teammate from Hendrick Motorsports. That would be William Byron in the 24. And from there on back, they begin to stack it up double wide. Here they are through the right-hander, turn number 4, as Larson not only has he grabbed the lead, but he's starting to pull away, leaving turn 6.
Car snaking through 5 and 6. A lot of guys having a little trouble there. Daniel Suarez, Kevin Harvick. Oh, back in the back, we got cars spun around. Stenhouse is around. Looks like the 10 car of Eric Almirola as well. Sideways in the racetrack, they're trying to regroup, rejoin the field. A lot of contact over here again with Kevin Harvick and a lot of these guys going through 8, 9, and 10.
Kyle Larson still with the lead. You see Kyle Busch. He and Chase Briscoe had a spirited battle into turn 1 and through those S's. Kyle Busch wants that position back. Big aggressive move right here by Hamlin. Kyle Busch will trying to pester Chase Briscoe into a mistake.
He's put the pressure on him as we also see Cole Custer, a little contact there with Martin Truex Jr. So those two side by side trading some paint.
You can almost feel the energy level pick up. They know no more guaranteed yellows. This could be the run. Oh, not a guaranteed yellow, but here is a yellow. We're hearing debris in turn 6. That is where we saw the 10
and the 47.
Oh boy, the debris looks like it is under the curb.
Wedged underneath that curbing.
Yeah, so during this last stage break, first of all, Indianapolis Motor Speedway completely prepared because they went out and repaired this curb. There was some damage. It looked like a splitter had gotten underneath. That is a metal curb. They went out, cut it a little bit, and welded it, repaired the curb in that area. So we didn't show it because they did such a nice job. It didn't even delay the restart of the stage, but you see right there the debris that is now underneath the curbing. So they might have to go back out and revisit. Let's take a look exactly what happens here. Well, it's already there, but this is the accident between the 10 and the 47. That is just such a high-speed kind of snake area. You used a little bit of both sides. And look at this replay right here. Tire lock up on the 10. What a great shot right here. This is going to give you a great view. So now we're coming through the right-hander, and now we're getting ready to get to that turn 5-6 complex. Too wide. Dale Jr. said it doesn't work. And it didn't work in that situation.
That was the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. with 10 of Eric Almirola. Those two spun around. They're not the reason for the caution. It was the debris that is stuck underneath that curbing, which is getting worked on right now. So they're going to lift that up and see if they can pull that little piece of debris out from underneath. Let's listen as we see the AMR crew working diligently to take care of that. Let's listen in on the 5 radio.
On the front straightaway, are you normally lifting at one of the number signs, like do you make it to the 800 or are you before that?
On fresh tires, on the 800, and as the run goes on, I backed up to 850 or so.
So, I mean, it sounds like some coaching from on top of the pit box. Can you imagine that? I think he's the fastest car here. He has the lead. He won Knoxville last night. But this is what makes this 5 car so good. That was crew chief Cliff Daniels talking about where he's lifting, his lifting points, what he's seeing. Remember, he has data from all of these other race cars, and he can see where they're lifting, you know, where they're making speed. So Cliff Daniels here on top of the pit box kind of coaching his driver along. And while we were listening to that radio, I wanted to show you exactly what was taken underneath. I thought that was like a little piece of sheet metal. Check this out. That is an entire radiator pan and splitter structure. That is it. You want to know how front downforce is created? That is what's underneath these race cars. I'm not sure whose that is, but the driver knows, because that car is not going to handle very well for the rest of the day.
That's almost 3 feet of metal that was slid underneath that curbing.
Unbelievable. I can't really be able to pick out whose it is. There's so many front splitters beat up from this road course. It looks like all the leaders have theirs.
Potentially the 10 or the 47. Yeah. Obviously, they were involved in an incident there.
We talked about it. Looks like the short track. Well, look at the field. I mean, the big damage. What is that, the quarter panel? I can't tell. It looks like Haley torn off. The nose on Tilly smashed up. The front of Matt DiBenedetto all taped up. Back a little bit farther, James Davison has tape up on the hood. He might be the one missing the splitter, best I can tell. It's hard to say, though.
Again, Andy Lally actually in for Tilly.
I'm sorry,
Tilly's
yes.
front car, but yes, that damage was to his car. And while we're under a little break, let's check in with Rut.
Oh my goodness, Rick, I have found the crowd out here in the infield. I knew it was great because I knew one of the world's greatest talk show hosts was out here standing on a scissor lift in turn 1. It's Mike Bagley. He has the greatest view. Not only does he have all of turn 1 here, but Mike can also see the Chase Briscoe fan club over there. They make noise every time they go by, don't they, Mike? It's unbelievable.
Well, that's actually your fan club.
Is that?
Actually, yeah, it's here, it's there, it's all over here.
I think they're all here for Mike, guys. It is unbelievable. So cool to get to see this from Mike's point of view, to listen to you for so many years. I love having you here. Thanks for being a part of this.
Thank you for being here. Great job over there in the Olympics, by the way.
I want my purple shirt back when this is done.
Well,
it was a loaner, guys.
Okay.
Wasn't
all right.
forever. Amazing to be out here. I wish you guys could see the fans in the infield. It's incredible.
It is a great feel here. This event, what a phenomenal situation they have put together for the road course race here. And Wednesdays on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Brad Doherty at 9 a.m. and he'll be the guest with Bagman and Pete Pistone there on the morning drive. So always a lot of fun when we're able to join. And Brad is going to be with us next week when we go to Michigan, the second to last race of the regular season.
Not sure what Ricky Stenhouse Jr. sees some tape on the top of his visor. Not sure what he's doing with his helmet there. Had some sort of issue. You see it right there, right at the top of the visor, a little piece of duct tape. Interesting.
Not typical.
No, I don't know. Must have something to do with airflow, I imagine. Something, you know, he's trying to change. There's some vents usually on top of the helmets there.
So the caution has come out, and so far there have been just 3 cautions.
Yeah, here it is. So they hand him a piece of tape, and he's rolling around slow, and he's looking in the mirror, taping up his helmet.
And Steve, it may be that the visor won't stay where he wants it. Like, it won't stay down. Like, it normally has little detents up there where it's bolted to the helmet, and it could be that it's just raising up. He just wants to get it taped down.
Got to be comfortable whenever you got dealing with. You can't have any distractions. We've seen how challenging this road course can be. You want to make sure you have full focus.
So 40 laps to go in the race here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We're going to take a quick break. Be right back. Hey, race fans, when you're in Las Vegas, stay where the racers stay at the South Point Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Your ultimate pit stop on the Las Vegas Strip. South Point, everything you want, all under one roof. Getting ready to go back racing. It'll be under 40 laps to go. And what a heated battle we have seen already out of Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson. They're going to restart making up the front row. Chase Briscoe, talk about a name that could really throw a wrench into the playoffs. If Chase Briscoe would win today, he's currently way outside of that playoff window, but he could shake things up pretty dramatically. He's restarting in the second row alongside William Byron, who won the pole earlier this morning. So getting back at the action, Chase Elliott on the outside, Kyle Larson on the inside. Larson gets through the gears first. Larson, Chase Elliott side by side once again into one.
Here they come at the end of the front straightaway. Larson is away with the lead. The question is, can Elliott hang on to second? 3 wide further back. Kyle Busch dives to the inside. Going to be Byron around Elliott to grab second. 3 and 4 wide behind them. They all sorted out the double wide formation from 4th on back. Man on the move is Kyle Busch in the 18. He is the 4th driver in line as Chase Elliott now has fallen into the clutches of Kyle Busch as they leave turn 6.
Kyle Busch. A little contact right there between the 20 and the 12. Blaney and Christopher Bell. Creates a little smoke, some more drama back there behind them. But up front, Kyle Larson leads them into turn 7. Denny Hamlin way deep into the corner. Oh man, that was a close one. Everyone really lucky to get through there. Hopefully Hamlin doesn't have any damage to the split abrasives having to climb that curb so aggressively.
Hamlin was also really aggressive into turn 1 on that restart. It was 4 wide on the outside entering turn 1. This battle goes on as he approached turn 12. Martin Truex Jr. underneath Cole Custer. Joey Logano trying to follow. Cole Custer had a really good start of this race. He's going to fight hard to try to keep from losing these side entering turn 1. This battle goes on as he approached turn 12. Martin Truex Jr. underneath Cole Custer. Joey Logano trying to follow. Cole Custer had a really good start of this race. He's going to fight hard to try to keep from losing these track positions.
Logano, who spun earlier, now door to door with Cole Custer as they come back out onto the front stretch. Those two fighting for position.
And Denny Hamlin's thinking 2 for the price of 1 as he takes the hard right-hand turn, and he's now inside 3 wide. Will they make it into turn 1?
Here they comes. Hamlin's going to fire it in there. He will outbrake Logano. He'll outbrake Custer and come in too hot. He'll overshoot turn 1. Custer and Logano get away. Denny Hamlin had a full head of steam coming into the corner. I'm surprised the car even stopped when he got here. But Logano and Custer able to get back away with spots 7 and 8. And Denny Hamlin right now able to hang on to the 9th position. Basically a push for all that effort that he did down the front stretch.
Yeah, that and a little bit of damage to the tires. He flat spotted the tire. You saw him though get off the brake pedal, allow the tire to rotate, and then apply the brakes again. Try not to flat spot it. We're going to slide it on multiple areas of the contact patch. We'll see if that hurts the handling of the balance of the car going forward. Field snaking through turns 8, 9, and 10. Everybody single file.
Yeah, Junior, we see that 11 car, Denny Hamlin, he locked those brakes up twice. So that's an opportunity to flat spot that tire, because when you flat spot it, it seems to go back to that flat spot every time you do it again. Chase Briscoe locked his brakes up getting in over here as well. So now Hamlin's going to have to protect a little bit on entry, although it doesn't look like it right there. Hard on the outside of Custer. Custer with a preferred position, though.
I don't think we can say enough about Cole Custer in the 41. When we talked about potential drivers to battle for great runs today, we talked Reddick, we talked Chastain. Nobody talked Cole Custer, and here he is inside the top 10, door to door.
Here he comes back into the corner, watching Cole Custer on the march there. He and Denny Hamlin having a very spirited battle for what is the 8th position. You've got Custer in the 41. You got Hamlin in the 11. Logano is broken away from this, and he's trying to distance himself from this battle that's been flaring up for the greater part of the last lap and a half or so. But a tip of the cap to Cole Custer. What a drive for the general today as he's trying to march his way to the front.
And with the year he's had, you can get beat down where you don't think that you should be here. You should be racing against these guys. You'll pull over, lean over for them. but he's racing them hard, Marty.
Dale, when I talked to Cole Custer this morning, I said, how do you feel about the road course racing program and your abilities? He said, I feel like I'm actually pretty good at it. If you give me track position, I can keep the car up front, and he's holding good to that word. They've given him the track position, and he has stayed in the top 10 since then. Just so impressive, Rick.
Impressive. It has been. Remember, Cole Custer had 10 straight road course top 10s when he was running in the Xfinity Series, and he's trying to keep that momentum up here in the Cup Series here at the Brickyard Road Course.
And I really believe you have to have the skill set. Make no mistake about it. But the confidence is the other thing. You know, road course racing forever, there was only 2 on the circuit, or 2 on the whole season. You kind of didn't have a big attack or big approach to it. I think these guys have accepted the road courses. Let's listen in the 11 to Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, just punt these blockers off the racetrack. Ridiculous. 10-4, punt them.
Oh, boy. Sounds to me like some instructions from on top of the pit box. Frustration in the 11 camp of these other guys. This is a track that, you know, you go from left to right as they go through these switchbacks, so you can hold someone up.
Right now he's doing a great job on the racetrack. Cole Custer is. Denny Hamlin getting some orders to perhaps maybe rearrange some of the competition. He's got to catch Cole Custer before he can do it. Right now, Hamlin's just falling back behind him on the backstretch.
Yeah, Denny not close enough to make any contact just yet. I do think one more block, and that's pretty much writing your own ticket to get spun out. These guys, they'll take that early in the race, but in this final stage, those big blocks, you're gonna block, you're gonna pay.
This racetrack, because of these switchbacks, it gets really slow. It allows the guy to get to you, trying to rub you, knock you out of the way. You'll be watching it all on nonstop.
Yes, so what I'm saying is people like options. When you take Geico, you can call them anytime you feel like saving money. It don't matter, day or night. Use your computer, your smartphone, your tablet, whatever. The point is, you have options. Ah, how convenient. Oi, crab cakes. What are you looking at?
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Remember when you were born?
Oh, you look great.
This is the sound of change from PNC Bank. It's the sound of low cash mode, giving you the options and extra time needed to help you avoid an overdraft fee. Low cash mode on virtual wallet from PNC Bank. One way, we're making a difference.
These are the people who work on the front lines. They need a network that's built right. That's why we created Verizon Frontline, the advanced network and technology for first responders. Built on America's most reliable network. Built for real interoperability and built for 5G. It's America's #1 network in public safety. Verizon Frontline, built right for first responders.
Sha'Carri Richardson and Tokyo medalist Dalilah Muhammad and Ryan Krauser
Olympic champion,
lead a star-studded field at the Nike Prefontaine Classic, Saturday on NBC.
Welcome to my first ever talk show, Heart to Heart. I am beyond excited about my guest.
I hold the record to be the youngest child to ever get suspended in my school.
Are you proud?
Yeah.
Let's get to the interview, Don.
You're right.
Drugs, do you do them? Wow, just right to it.
Me and Kelly. Hey, hey. I want to duet with you.
You just need to work on your tone. You're gonna have a heart to heart.
Make sure to download the official app of NASCAR. You can follow the action with free live scoring. There's in-car cameras and a radio broadcast. All you have to do is search NASCAR in your app store to download and start a free trial today. Earlier in the race, Chase Briscoe set the pace and actually had the fastest lap. As we look at today's Xfinity fastest lap, a 90.176 second lap. That was lap 2. Hardy.
But he is having trouble right now, losing several spots. Chase Briscoe down to 10th. He bypasses pit road, but wanted to come to pit road that time. Earlier, we showed you when he locked up the right front. That has created a flat spot. He said the vibration is now getting worse every lap for Chase Briscoe. He wanted to come about 3 laps ago. Johnny Klausmeier said, I need you to give me one more lap. Here's that right front lockup that we saw earlier, and that created a flat spot for Chase Briscoe, and it's only gotten worse with the vibration. Jeff, I'm sure it's not fun behind the wheel when you're dealing with that. It's never fun to deal with something like that, but you got to live through it nonetheless. But he said, Johnny Klausmeier said, we can't make it to the end. I need one more lap. If you can get there, we'll be good.
Coming this time.
Yeah, Marty, what Chase is worried about is not just the speed of the car, but will the tire blow out, right? If it blows out, then you got a major issue. But the situation they're in, they just got to try to get this thing around the racetrack the best they can. We know they got to win this race if they're going to make the playoffs, so it's worth the gamble to just stay on track.
Lower left corner of the screen, you see final pit stop window now open. Steve, fuel-wise, they can make it.
Yeah, our estimated window at the start of the day, but remember, this is the inaugural race. We're kind of taking a little bit of a guess. We'll see if cars don't come to pit road now. Perhaps I'm not getting quite as good as mileage as we all thought. The pace hasn't slowed down a dramatic amount, so that does burn more fuel. The leader's still running in the 91-second range, and for that reason, I think is why you see Chase Briscoe stay on the racetrack yet again. I mean, you don't want to blow a tire, but if you pit knowing you can't make it to the end, you're putting yourself in a really bad spot.
Watching Chase Briscoe coming off the end of the front straightaway as he overlooked pit road. You get a good glance there of the Logano-Hamlin battle. And then you get back to Chase Briscoe, who's trying to nurse the car. This Logano-Hamlin battle is starting to get a little spicy here. This is the race for the 6th position. You heard the orders a few moments ago that dispense of the blockers. Well, Joey Logano is the king of the blockers on every style of racetrack. This could get a little dicey if Joey decides to throw the block on the driver of the 11 car.
Oh, right now that 22 has a pretty good lead over Denny Hamlin down into turn 7. The braking zone, both cars getting down in this area pretty good. 22 missed apex just a little bit. The 11 closes in. The right and left-handers. He misses it again. We got a car around over here, the 33, exiting turn 7. Austin Cindric is spun out. He gets it right and back on track. Little contact with Kurt Busch right there. Kurt got into the left rear quarter panel. Sends Austin around, and Austin's lost some spots. Here's pit road open. Does anybody come? Does the 14 car come to pit road, Bert?
Here he comes, 14 cars, first one on pit road. You notice Denny Hamlin did get by Joey Logano.
So the 14 gets to pit road safely without that right front tire having more of an issue with 31 laps to go. I expect pit road to be a very, very busy place. You see the damage to the left front. That doesn't help front downforce. That helps the front tires lock up easier and easier as well, Marty.
Coming down pit road, 31 to go, and as you mentioned, Steve, this should open the floodgates when they finally did tell Chase Briscoe, okay, you really can come down pit road this time. He said, thank goodness. He had fallen from the top 5 to hanging on to the top 10. He said, handling-wise, the car actually has been pretty good. So 4 fresh Goodyear tires, especially getting that right front off, the one that's been flat spotted, and a small change as well, and also getting a tape off the brake ducts on the right front right there. You saw that tape being pulled right there because they've had a little bit of issue with the brakes as well for Chase Briscoe, leaving pit road the first of the leaders in the top 10 to pit with 31 to go.
So now the question just becomes very simply, how long do you dare wait? You now see Cindric on pit road after that spin. You know, the risk of waiting is if the yellow comes out and people have pitted, they can then stay out. You're going to lose track position. So the leaders once again go by. We see the 5, we see the 24, the 9, the 19, all stay on the racetrack. This tells me they, A, aren't getting as good a fuel mileage as we thought, and B, they want to have fresher tires at the end of the race, and there is that flat spot for Chase Briscoe. That is a big flat spot. That had to have a big vibration under braking.
Here comes Kyle Larson and company back into turn number 1. 30 laps to go, and Larson's lead is just a little over 3 seconds. He's really pulled away over William Byron. Byron's starting to leg it out over Chase Elliott in the 9. We're on board with Larson right now. This is the right-hander turn 4, and now he's going to get a good run up through 5. That's those 2 corners right there, 5 and 6. We'll hang it drivers left and set sail up the back straightaway.
There you see the lead that he's built up over his teammates. Byron and Chase Elliott. Mark Truex Jr. climbed up into 4th spot after an issue earlier today. He had a tire rub and had to pit. Got off sequence. Drove through the field into the top 5. Here's the ride on board the Toyota Cam of Mark Truex Jr. through turn 9 and into turn 10. Really slick right here. Easy to get loose into this corner. Heading toward you, Jeff.
Yeah, Mark Truex Jr., as you said, Jr. has climbed his way back up into 4th position. Now just needs to find a little bit of speed in his car. Get on pit road. Don't lose track position with strategy, and just make your car a little better. You can see him now. Just figure out where you need to make some changes on your car.
Mark Truex Jr. running right now in the 4th position. Auto Owners Insurance, giving that paint scheme to the ovarian cancer as well as childhood cancer with that. Larson out front as we go NASCAR nonstop.
There's a story of legendary lemons. Citrus so precious, only one man dared to chase it. That man was Mike, and the drink he'd make would change everything.
Mike, where's the gold?
This is the gold.
And if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have this.
Here's to Mike.
Nobody makes lemonade like Mike's.
Yo, nice singer yesterday. What's your secret, bro?
Meditation. Every night before I go to bed, in my mind, I go back to a Little League game and feel like I can absolutely crush those pitchers.
On a spotty network, this is what Stampton heard.
Every night, I go to a Little League game and crush those pitchers.
Little League.
Oh, yeah. Don't trust big swings to just any network. Go with T-Mobile, the biggest hitter in 5G.
This ain't where you're supposed to be, buddy.
Subway has so much new, I couldn't fit it all in the last ad.
Yep. So let me finish this. There's new hickory smoked bacon, fresh mozzarella, smashed avocado. You know what? There's a lot. But it all makes a better footlong.
Can I get a word in?
Sure. Take the tagline.
Because
you got to refresh to be fresh.
It's the Eat Fresh Refresh at Subway, and they're refreshing everything from how they make it to how they bake it to how they bring it to you.
This new Turkey Cali Fresh is incredible.
Do you even eat bread?
Steph, it's a commercial.
Suarez has already had his pit stop as this fall don't miss the most exciting event on television. It's La Brea. Tuesdays this fall on NBC as we see Chase Elliott. He's making his way off of pit road. Mark Truex Jr. also was on pit road. You see him coming off now. Others making their final pit stops. They're hoping that this is their final pit stops of the race. Just under 28 laps to go.
Now the 5, the leader, Kyle Larson, comes to pit road. 1 lap after the 9 of Chase Elliott. I don't believe 1 lap is going to be enough for Chase Elliott to overtake the 5, but fresh tires are worth a couple seconds on the racetrack. So as we see Larson pit entry look nice and smooth, we're on board with him now down pit road. He'll pull in front of Dave Burns, and Dave will see how good of a pit stop they can give their driver, hopefully maintain the lead.
It really counts here. The driver's been doing his job. A nice tidy race according to his spotter Tab Boyd. So it'll be 4 Goodyear tires, an air pressure change. The car just a little bit hard to turn. throughout this race course, Marty.
Dave, I think the leaders had planned to stay out just a little bit longer, but man, when Chase Briscoe put on those 4 fresh Goodyear tires and went out and was about a second faster a lap, they said, well, we need to come down pit road too. Larson said the car is very good, and some of what has helped are my line adjustments. I've made it better through the S's by taking a different line. So no changes here except 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Kyle Busch was asked, do you need that wedge adjustment you got last time? He said, yes, the car just has too much drag. Quick stop for the 5 bunch. We're seeing where he cycles out with his teammate, Chase Elliott.
Well, right-hand side of your screen, that dark black nose, that's the 9 of Chase Elliott at speed into turn 1. The shortcut helps the 5 off pit road, but how about William Byron in second place? He will lose second place to Chase Elliott. So 1 lap earlier doesn't get him the race lead, but does get him to second place. Now he can set his sights on Kyle Larson. Currently not the race leader, but with the other cars expecting to pit, we expect this to be for the race lead.
Out of turn number 6, and Chase Elliott headed now in the direction of Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Yeah, he's trying to stretch it out over this 24 car. Those new tires are starting to get warmed up, starting to provide some grip to Chase Elliott. Back and forth through turn 8 here into turn 9. Flat curb, so they can climb all over the top of these.
We'll just make it live. This will be the longest run of the day right here.
That's great information right there. Just be easy on the tires. Denny Hamlin is not pitted. He's the leader of the race. That time by, he had the 4th fastest lap. So Denny Hamlin on old tires making good lap time.
Hamlin in front of Wallace, Kurt Busch, A.J. Allmendinger, Tyler Reddick, Ryan Preece, Matt DiBenedetto, Chris Buescher, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Haley, and then Larson running in 11th now, and he has been to pit road. Everybody in front of him will still have to come. Denny Hamlin working through the switchbacks, and we'll see if this will be the time when Hamlin will come to pit road. How long would you stay out, Steve?
Well, he's already lost quite a bit of time to new tires. I think if you're Denny Hamlin right here, now your plan is to run long enough that when you put your tires on, you have the freshest tires. In case there is a caution, you can then stay on the racetrack. As we see, he turns left again, won't come to pit road, Marty.
I think that's Chris Gabehart's plan. I think in his mind, I can't beat Kyle Larson and Cliff Daniels right now, so I'm just going to run as long as I can, have fresh tires on at the end. So he left Hamlin out. In fact, just a moment ago, he said, how's the car handling? He didn't say we're pitting in this many laps. They haven't talked about pitting at all yet. So right now, there's, what, 1, 2, 3 cars that have kind of stayed out playing this strategy, the 11 being one of them.
And Denny can be smooth here. He comes into turn 1. Now he's in turn 2. He's not being pressured at all. He's basically by himself on the racetrack, just riding along behind a lap car. Here he comes into the right-hander. That's turn 4. And he'll take that Toyota Camry right to those rumble strips. And then he'll zig and zag through turn numbers 5 and 6. Good battle here with Bubba Wallace and Kurt Busch. This is the battle for second. This battle's going on 13.5 seconds behind your race leader. Bubba in the Toyota, Kurt Busch in the Chevy. They're separated by about 4 car lengths.
Yeah, Bubba worked himself well into the top 15, almost into the top 5. Dave, what you got on the 23?
Well, sometimes it's hard, Junior, to tell where they are as you see Kurt Busch making that move now down to the inside to pass Bubba Wallace, where they really are, because these cars have to pit again. But Bubba, before this round of pit stop started, was up to 12th from a starting position of 27th. He was one of the cars that came to pit road before the end of each stage and passed cars on the racetrack. That's how Wallace made up all of his time today.
Hamlin's off track over here. Hamlin's off track. Had a little bit of a problem getting into turn 12. He's gotten rolling again, but lost a lot of time. Turn 12, we talked about it all day. Just got the right front locked up and slid it off the track. So that strategy that Chris Gabehart is playing, he needed to have good lap time, and this lap right here was a solid 7-8 seconds slower than what he needed it to be.
Now we're also going to have to see as he goes through the grass, you see all that grass goes onto the grill screen. We'll have to check in on the temperatures of the 11 as he gets running.
Shaking the head. Chris Gabehart there, crew chief for Denny Hamlin. There's the grass on the front. again, it's not just for the radiator, it's also to keep these brakes cool as much as they're on the brakes here.
Yeah, and actually where the majority of that grass is on the brake duct section, kind of the outboard of either side of the grill screen.
Denny Hamlin up front. Steve, how many laps could we see him run based on fuel?
I think he can run about 6 more laps or so. So that would get him inside 20 to go. That would be quite a bit fresher tires than everybody else. So we'll see if he continues to run. We heard there the radio conversation, check the temps, and as we look here, the battle for Briscoe to Bell. Remember, Briscoe had to come to pit road a little bit early because of that flat spot, and now Bell has caught him.
Right now, that's the battle for the 18th position as we cycle through these green flag pit stops. Bell and Briscoe, turns 3 and 4. Looking back at Bell's Toyota, he glides right across those rumble strips, and Briscoe is strong from corner exit off. When he's past the apex of the corner, he's able to really pull away a good chunk there from Bell.
Yeah, this battle's been going on for multiple laps. As soon as the 20 car got back onto the racetrack, these two have been nose to tail. Briscoe has a few more laps on his tires, trying to get this thing to the end, trying to compete against these guys with giving up a couple of laps and a little bit of lap time, a little bit of grip.
Christopher Bell won the road course at Daytona early in the year, then really struggled for a while. But over the last 7 races, they've done a nice job. Had good pace, had a chance to win some races, Marty. Little lock up there from Briscoe. This team's heading in the right direction.
Meanwhile, those drivers up front who had yet to pit, including Kurt Busch, who was running second, come down pit road. It's been an eventful day for this one team. A flat right front at one point, trying to miss his teammate. Then some contact with the another car, the 33 car on the racetrack. And to give you an idea of when Denny Hamlin might pit, Kurt Busch actually had a 4-lap advantage over Hamlin in terms of the fuel that he had on board to be able to run. So we would expect Denny Hamlin to come down pit road pretty soon as Christopher Bell finally makes that pass on Chase Briscoe.
Yeah, Jeff, you were mentioning a winner at the Daytona road course. Recovered and ran very well at Watkins Glen. Remember, contact between Kyle Larson and Christopher Bell sent Bell spinning. And then throughout the media all week long, a lot of kind of back and forth between Bell and Larson. Seemed to be upset at one another. Bell even went as far as to say, you know, I'm okay with what happened on the racetrack. He seemed to be more frustrated with how Larson handled it in the media. I'm not sure if they've had a conversation this weekend. Probably doubtful with Larson flying up to Knoxville and running the dirt race. So far today, though, the 20 and the 5 have yet to find themselves next to each other.
Larson running very impressively once again on a road course. He is up to the 9th position. Chase Elliott is actually running in the 11th position. Justin Haley, who still needs to come to pit road in between those two. Here's A.J. Allmendinger. He was a part of the Xfinity Series. He still has to pit. He's currently running in the 2nd spot. You're not going to miss a thing as we go NASCAR nonstop from the Brickyard and the road course for the NASCAR Cup Series.
These are the people who work on the front lines. They need a network that's built right. That's why we created Verizon Frontline, the advanced network and technology for first responders. Built on America's most reliable network. Built for real interoperability and built for 5G. It's America's #1 network in public safety. Verizon Frontline, built right for first responders.
You know what I remember when you were born?
Oh, you look great.
At Toyota's national sales event, we don't just help you get the perfect vehicle. We're here to open new doors that lead to your road to greatness. Your journey starts at Toyota's national sales event.
Toyota, let's go places.
Since you're the last one to come to work with us, I feel like you should pay for lunch.
You write my paycheck. You should be buying me something.
Yeah. Yes. No.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Yes.
not. No.
Yes.
No. Every day?
As someone who resembles someone else, I appreciate that Liberty Mutual knows everyone's unique.
That's why they customize your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. I mean, just because you look like someone else doesn't mean you eat off the floor or yell at the vacuum or need flea medication. Oh, yeah, that's the spot. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
In Vino Veritas, that's just fancy for it's about to get real. Here's a 2-time Emmy winner, Jimmy Kimmel.
I'm a 3-time Emmy winner, though. I just want to make that clear.
First and foremost, I miss you.
Oh, you're a horrible actor. Stick to comedy.
You can't say this.
I say Kevin Hart, huh? Yeah, that sounds like fun.
I'm gonna be very honest. I'm a little tipsy.
I'm a little buzzed.
The biggest names, the smallest host. Who the wrote that?
Such a beautiful facility here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Aerial coverage today brought to you by Geico, giving us a good perspective of this road course. Marty.
Well, here comes Denny Hamlin. You got to give Chris Gabehart some credit. It was really the only play he had left in his playbook was to run long here in stage 3. Clearly, Kyle Larson has been the guy to beat all afternoon long. Hamlin says the car has actually not been that bad. You see them cleaning the grass off the grill off his off-track excursion just a moment ago. 4 fresh grip your tires, so it's just a little bit tight. But the biggest thing for the 11 team is that it looks very likely that for the first time since February day, they will leave not being the championship leader.
4 tires and fuel for Tyler Reddick on and off of pit road. A much better pit stop this time than they had the last time when a 1-pump jack wasn't quite enough and they had to give it just a little bit more, which cost them time on the right side. Tyler re-enters.
Reddick back out onto the track after winning stage 1 and stage 2, gaining some valuable points. He's in a very tight battle right now with Austin Dillon, and there is teammate Dillon right behind him as Tyler comes back out onto the track. Dillon tucked in right behind him.
It's amazing, Rick. These two have been virtually inseparable all day. They've been racing not only for stage wins, stage points, but basically close together on the racetrack all day long. A good run for both of these drivers. And Dale Jr., both of these drivers have had a lot of speed in their race cars today.
And now Reddick's going to try to take this advantage that he has with these new tires over the rest of the competitors and put a few spots between him and his teammate Austin Dillon. A lot of the field pitting throughout the last 10 laps. Reddick, one of the last cars to come to pit road for tires. It may pay off.
Watching race leader Matt DiBenedetto right now. He is still to come to pit road. He brings the field into turn 1. He's got Kyle Larson right behind him. When DiBenedetto comes to pit road, he will surrender the lead to Larson. If Larson doesn't take it, well, there you go. Larson's going to not wait until DiBenedetto comes to the pit lane. New leader Kyle Larson through turns 4, headed to 5 and 6. And now, let's see what kind of damage Larson could do by pulling away from the rest of the field now that he's got the lead back and he's got a little lap traffic buffer between them.
Yeah, he's got a very nice lead, and he can, you know, just like last week at Watkins Glen, doesn't have to push his car. The guy chasing him, Chase Elliott, and all the rest of the field, they've got to push hard to be able to close that gap, but he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to force himself into situations where he's going to make mistakes and slide the tires.
Yeah, last week we heard Cliff Daniels and crew chief giving Kyle Larson that information, really how fast you need to run. Kyle Larson, very disciplined. Same thing here, just like you said, Junior, but he needs that information. He needs crew chief telling him lap times, telling him where Chase Elliott is so he knows how far to go and how hard to push.
Marty just mentioned a very heated battle going on between Larson and Hamlin. And here are the regular season point standings. Now Hamlin 14 behind Kyle Larson. Why is that so important? Because at the end of the regular season, the winner of the regular season gets 15 playoff points. Second place gets 10 playoff points. Right now, Hamlin only has 5 playoff points to his name, so he would need those 15 points if he wants to advance through the playoffs.
And I'll add one more to it, that Hamlin's guaranteed berth in the playoffs was the regular season championship. Why we think he's fine on points. If we get a crazy winner here, something at Daytona, never know at Michigan, you remember Hamlin doesn't have a win. So right now he's dependent on points to make the playoffs. Looks okay. I mean, 297 above, but Marty with some you know, more winners, he could be on the outside.
I tell you what, what's incredible, Steve, is that, what was it, a month or so, 2 months ago, Denny Hamlin had a 100-point lead over second place. And it's not so much an indictment on the 11 team, but it's talking about how the tear of Kyle Larson, they've been on an incredible run. They've made up that many points in a handful of races. Kyle Larson should leave here as a regular season points leader, and those 15 bonus points Rick mentioned are extremely valuable.
It's not just in NASCAR. Kyle Larson's been on a tear in everything he's sat in. Pure late model, sprint car. If you're just tuning in, Kyle Larson leads the race, won the 60th Knoxville Nashville last night, a huge sprint car race. So it's been an amazing weekend for this driver, an amazing year. I mean, it's, I don't say a slow start, right? But they didn't start winning right away. They lost a little, got beat at Atlanta. But once they started winning, the valve was open.
So impressive what he has been able to do as Larson rocketing in front of the grandstands. Again, a reminder at the end of today's show, we will hear from the race winner, and then post-race coverage will be on NBCSN. So you want to make sure to turn over there for more of the post-race coverage as well as interviews. Kelly.
Chase Elliott, a 7-time winner on road courses, has been considered kind of the king of the road courses as of late, but now he's got a new contender for that title in his own teammate Kyle Larson, who leads this race and has a couple of wins already this season on road courses. When I talked to crew chief Alan Gustafson about kind of that rivalry, he said, look, I feel like we've never really been beaten head-to-head on the road courses. I feel like we've only beaten ourselves. Remember, Chase finished second to Larson last week at Watkins Glen on that road course, but Chase had to start from the back and had to make an unexpected pit stop when he flat spotted the tires. Alice said if either one of those things goes away, I think we win that race. But now as we look at this, nearly 5 seconds behind Kyle Larson, this might be kind of the first time that we're actually seeing these two in a true head-to-head battle, with Kyle Larson truly coming out on top, Dave.
Kelly, William Byron's pretty much saving what he has right now without the speed to overcome the deficit, just in case there's a late race caution. And as far as the team goes, they've been back on track. Remember, right before the 2-week break for the Olympics, they had problems. 33rd, 20th, 21st. Those were the 3 finishes leading up to the break. Last weekend at Watkins Glen, a 6th place finish. Rudy Bugle told me that got us back on our game. We're back on a rhythm of just 2 races, Marty, until the playoffs start. They're where they want to be.
Dave, when I talked to Kyle Busch before the race, I said, how's the car? He said, awful. He said it was just terrible in practice. In fact, they started way back in the field today in 21st and then immediately drove into the top 10. Ben Bayshore told me this morning, he said, listen, we did come here and experiment. There's no doubt about that. We kept about half of that experiment in the car today. The other half kind of borrowed some setup information from our teammates. Martin Truex Jr.'s team certainly contributed to that, and this car came to life. In fact, on the first run of the day, Kyle Busch asked that same question. What have you done to the car? Way different than it's been all weekend. Kyle Busch looking at maybe a top 5 here at the Indy Road Course.
Trying to add to the Brickyard 400 win that he has from this historic racetrack. Kyle Larson out in front. He's got a 5-second lead right now over Chase Elliott with just 16 laps to go. As we go NASCAR nonstop.
If it looks like an F-150, tows like an F-150, hauls like an F-150, thinks like an F-150, and powers like an F-150, it must be an F-150 hybrid. The 2021 F-150 Power Boost Hybrid with 570 pound-feet of torque and 12,700 pounds of max available towing.
At PNC Bank, we believe in the power of the watch out. That's why we created Low Cash Mode, the financial watch out that gives you the options and extra time needed to help you avoid an overdraft fee. It's one way we're making a difference. Low Cash Mode on Virtual Wallet from PNC Bank.
Same Day, you get the parts you need fast. Get free delivery today. Or pick up your parts curbside or in store in just 30 minutes. Get your parts and get going with Advance Same Day.
Well, Geico's 85 years isn't just about time, you know. It means experience. I mean, put it this way. If I told you I'd been jarring raspberry preserves for 85 years, what would you think? Well, at first, you'd be like, that has got to be some scrumptious jam. And then you'd think, he looks fantastic. I must know his skincare routine.
Geico, saving people money for 85 years.
Beg your pardon.
Yeah, you're seeing right. Football is back. We're talking big matchups. Fans, huge kickoff game. We've got the Buccaneers. What is that? Not the Buccaneers I meant. Not that. There we go. The champs. The Tom Brady Bucks coming out against the Cowboys. Not a bunch of dusty guys on horses. What is this? Yeah, there we go. The Dallas Cowboys. Exactly. And the return of Dak Prescott. Cowboys, Bucks. America's favorite game. Not the game I mean. NFL kickoff, September 9th on NBC and Peacock.
It's been an amazing weekend of racing at the Brickyard, a combo weekend. NASCAR and IndyCar sharing the same circuit. And yesterday it started with the NTT IndyCar Series and Team Penske. Will Power gets his 5th win at the famed Indianapolis road course. And the captain, Roger Penske, excited up on the pagoda. Well, that was the first of 2. Next on tap was the NASCAR Xfinity Series, and that is another Team Penske driver in the 22, Austin Cindric, who's also in the field today. He powers through and gives Team Penske the sweep on Saturday. It was a big day for Austin Cindric. The emotion, you see the smile, winning at the Brickyard, a huge, huge day. And having an okay day today. I mean, he doesn't run a lot of Cup races. He'll be full-time Cup next year. Spun around a couple times. Currently in the 23rd position as Kyle Larson continues to lead.
Larson up front as you're watching the NASCAR Cup Series. Verizon 200 at the Brickyard. And Larson, a wide entry into the turn there, right up against the wall as he continues to put a little distance between himself and Chase Elliott. 5 seconds the gap between the top 2. William Byron about 8.5 seconds behind Larson. Martin Truex Jr., Kyle Busch the top 5.
Larson through 5 and 6 here. Looks in the mirror and doesn't see much back there. Sure, he's getting great information from his crew chief about that lead that he has. Haven't seen him put a wheel wrong all day long as he gets down into 7 here. Pushing hard, but not sliding the tires, not locking up the tires, not beating up the rear tires on throttle either. Trying to get this thing all the way to the checkered flag.
Incredible drive Kyle Larson's having this year. We've talked about it several times, but as a former driver, I have so much respect for what he's able to do. Everything he sits in, he wins. Throwback. I mean, I don't know anybody to compare him to. We talked about Tony Stewart, but I don't know that Tony Stewart could have the success the way that Kyle Larson did when he was running Cup. I mean, I just don't know that Kyle Larson is a comparable guy, except for maybe an A.J. Foyt, Mario Andretti, back in that time frame. It's just so impressive what he's been able to do this year, showing the world how good he is.
Big names to be comparable to. Marty, we saw during the break there, Chase Briscoe made his way back onto pit road. What was the issue?
Yeah, Rick, such a promising day for Chase Briscoe, and it's gone awry twice here in the second half of the race. There you see, flat spotted right front once again. He was running solidly in the top 10 for much of this race. Now Chase Briscoe, the hometown kid, back in 32nd. Last car on the lead lap.
Looks like grass all over the grill. Maybe he's gone off track another time. You see it right there. Take a look. Oh, once again, same turn 12 situation. Oh, man, just goes straight. I think at this point he's afraid to lock up that right front tire again.
And that's probably a situation where he's going to have to come back to pit road to clear off that grill.
Definitely monitor the temperatures without a doubt.
12 laps to go.
Big lockup over here in turn 4 with a 19 car, Martin Truex Jr. He's running right in front of his teammate. Here we are on board. He's running right in front of his teammate Kyle Busch. Got down into turn 7 a little too deep. A little bit of smoke on that left front. Have to wonder if that's affecting that car going forward.
27 laps green flag laps in a row right here. That starts to tax the brakes. They don't work as well. They get hot, and they keep getting hot. That makes them not have the friction that you're accustomed to. You think the car is going to slow down. It doesn't. You end up getting on the brakes harder. You lock them up, Kelly.
Yeah, Martin Truex Jr., a driver with 3 race wins already this season, but his crew chief, James Small, feels like they should have had a couple more. He's another crew chief that feels like they've beaten themselves. They've had speeding penalties, got caught in a couple of wrecks. They've had other incidents that have kept them from getting to victory lane. When I asked him what these last few races of the regular season were about ahead of the playoffs, he said it's about building momentum. We need some strong finishes. Well, it looks like they're going to get a strong finish here, but they've had to overcome early contact in this race. Remember, he came to pit road to repair a little bit of damage and change tires early, so they've done a fantastic job. They're the highest ranked non-Hendrick Motorsport car right now in this race, running fourth.
Here he is again, entering turn 7, the corner he had the issue with last time by. He makes the adjustment, gets through there much smoother. Didn't lose any of the lead he has over Kyle Busch. Behind them about, I don't know, 50 car lengths, 30 car lengths, something like that. Denny Hamlin and the 11 cars closing in on these guys. He's the fastest car on the racetrack. Does he have enough time to get up there and take those spots away?
P3 well within reach.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin on much newer tires. Remember, he stayed out, waited to pit, and he is a solid second faster than the field. You just heard him say, hey, if this thing goes green, we can get to third. That's his mission right now. Push really hard.
Well, you mentioned, you know, if it stays green, I mean, the question could be 10 laps over, you easily have a yellow. It doesn't take very much. You see right there, Ross Chastain up over the curbs. Oh, big piece of debris. That is a huge piece of debris down there between 5 and 6. We'll see if NASCAR feels that's too close to the track or not. It looks like it's gone. You think it's far enough to the left, but look at all the tire tracks. That's definitely the racing surface. And there is a caution. And as I was just mentioning it, now what do you do? Fresh tires or track position? I'm so thankful he stood up in here with you, Rick, because whatever I say, it doesn't matter. I don't have to make a call.
So Denny Hamlin, he came to pit road last on lap 62. All of the drivers in front of him, 7 laps at least more on their tires than what he has.
Yeah, Matt DiBenedetto was on pit road. I'm going to have to go back and review. See on the left, I know that just from the highlight right there. I'm not sure if he got on before the debris. If he did, this is a huge call for Matty D. He has some damage, but he should be able to be at least first of every car that pits. We'll see how many other pit to decide where he cycles. But
yes, Steve, I'm sure he got on way before the caution.
Okay.
He had run really long. They had problems, and he was on pit road. I'm sure he was seconds before the caution.
And Chase Briscoe, you know, Marty just reported he had to pit because of that flat spot. Well, that was only 5 laps ago for Briscoe, so he has some fresher tires than some of the other drivers. So it's just going to be a tough decision, right? Kyle Larson, fastest car and track position. You know, if you say, well, just stay out. Well, what happens if, you know, third on back pits? Now you've got fresh tires lined up right behind you, and we are confirming Jeff Burton's eagle eyes were absolutely on it, because Matt DiBenedetto was definitely on pit road in time for the yellow.
Not a lot of cautions have come out. I believe it'll be James Davison who will end up getting the free pass. He was the highest scored car that was a lap down. So
pit road's going to stay closed this time by the rest of the field taking their time to get caught up here. So NASCAR allowing everybody to get closed up.
So with pit road closed, we did see a car that had to come to pit road. We'll take a quick break. Be back for the restart here from Indy. Looking forward to next week. It'll be the penultimate race of the regular season. Michigan is the site, that 2-mile super speedway. The site for, can somebody win their way into the playoffs? Just 2 races remaining. That coverage beginning at 3 p.m. on NBCSN. So you're going to want to make sure to tune in for that. Things heating up for the playoffs here in the Cup Series. Regular season championship on the line. Doing a little more work in turn 6 to the curbing there.
Turn 5 curbing is the hardest working person here in Indianapolis.
Yeah, they've got the grinder out, doing some cutting, taking care of that. Again, the battle for the regular season championship between Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin, and a big factor could happen right here if Kyle Larson decides to come to pit road.
Yeah, I mean, that's the real question now. Who pits? If the leader does pit, does somebody stay out behind them? Let's see. It looks like Kyle Larson will come for brand new tires. He'll bring his 2 Hendrick teammates behind him. Oh, Denny Hamlin stays on the racetrack. We thought that might happen. Kurt Busch decides to join.
How much will they be able to save? How much will they be able to stay out? So now Denny Hamlin, Kurt Busch, both staying out on the racetrack, and quite a few on pit road, Dave.
Hendrick Motorsports, 1, 2, 3. These crews watch each other practice. They beat each other on practice sometimes. We'll see who's quickest today. William Byron says the fronts aren't coming in as quick as they could. They'll make an air pressure change for that, Kelly.
Chase Elliott, the 9 car, says he needs to be better through the left-hand turns. He also said his tires weren't coming up to temp for about a lap, so they're making an air pressure adjustment, track bar adjustment, and 4 Goodyear tires, Marty.
Kyle Larson, the very first stall on pit road. He has that advantage because of the win last week at Watkins Glen. Let's see if this stall pays dividends. Larson said, I was a little bit too free on that run. That's his only complaint. 4 fresh Goodyear tires. His teammates storming down pit road now. Let's see if the 5 crew can deliver. They've been one of the best on pit road this year. They do deliver, but remember the call by Chris Gabehart leaving Denny Hamlin on pit road. Going to be a fun, maybe final restart at Indy.
Well, you see 2 Hendrick cars, Larson and Byron, 1 and 2 off pit road, but nowhere inside the top 10 is the 9 of Chase Elliott. Left side goes good, back over to the right side. Watch this. Car goes up, tires come off, and the car comes down, falls off the jack, or the jack handle gets released. The car, thankfully, no hands were underneath the tires or the fenders, but that time right there, very costly for Chase Elliott. He will be way back in the field. 4 guys stayed on the racetrack, Rick. So, I mean, you know, we're talking 10 off. He's going to be 14, 15, 16, something like that.
Yeah, adversity once again for Chase Elliott. Last week it was after the pre-race inspection. They lost all of their track position, as well as Alan Gustafson. He was escorted from the track at Watkins Glen. Now, I'm sure a frustrated Alan Gustafson climbs down off of the pit box, probably wanting to ask what just happened there, guys. The jack falls.
Hey, guys, one thing to consider on that pit stop, too, is Chase Elliott was on his game right there. You know, the key for the driver, the cue for the driver when the right side falls is to go. And clearly, it was just too quick. He knew it wasn't right. But Chase Elliott, why has he just sat there? I know that sounds silly, but when you're in the battle for a win and that right side goes down, man, it's your instinct to dump the clutch and roll. Chase Elliott just knew it wasn't time to go and sat there. Smart play.
So unfortunate for the 9 team of Chase Elliott. Denny Hamlin and Kurt Busch staying out.
Well, and this restart's going to be crazy, right? We have Hamlin who's going to stay out and take the lead. You see Kurt Busch, Matty D behind him, and these restarts today have been wild. There's just so much space. Look right here. You fan out 2, 3, 4 wide. Good thing there's a wall on both sides, or they would get even wider, and the wall does come into play right here. A great look on board the nose of Ricky Stenhouse's machine. And then how about Eric Jones? I mentioned the wall. He takes every inch literally right there. That is, I believe, a touch of contact. And then you have to funnel your way down in and somehow make it over that curbing in turn 1. So Briscoe stayed out as well, so it's going to be a lot of excitement to watch.
All right, so it will be 6 laps to go when they get the green flag. They're coming back by the front stretch again. Want to bring in the guys from around the track. Bagman, we have already seen some incredible things here. Great battle between Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson. Now, who will be able to battle between Hamlin and Larson? Those two will be fighting for the win up front.
This is going to be a great restart. When we get the green flag and they haul it off into turn number 1, this has been an intense race right from the dropping of the initial green flag, and the intensity is just going up and up and up. 4 drivers stay on the racetrack. Can the drivers that came down pit road get through those 4, get back to the lead? What kind of battle will we have? We have a lot of unknowns, but one thing we do know, this is going to be pretty intense, probably more intense than we've had all day. Junior, what do you think?
Yeah, it's going to be pretty wild right there in front of you going down into turn 1 in that braking zone after the restart. The guys are, on old tires up front. The guys on new tires in the back don't really have that braking performance just yet in those tires till the temperatures come up. So some of those guys are going to take some really big risks. That might pay off, might not. But as they come into turn 7, I think the temperatures will be up. There'll be a bit more single file. There are going to be some guys trying to race side by side through turns 5 and 6. That could get chaotic as well.
We've talked about Matt DiBenedetto for the last couple months. He has a shot right here. He's got a car that has some damage. I don't know how repaired it is, but he has brand new tires, and he's sitting there in the 2nd row with a chance to win this race. A ton on the line for him. Can he make this happen? It would be a huge day for Matty D. Marty, what do you have on pit road?
Well, let's chat with Chris Gabehart. Twice today, he's played the only card he could to get an advantage. You've played this one here, but with 9-lap older tires, will it be enough, Chris?
Well, I can't tell you that it'll be enough, but I hope that we, would have a few more cars stay out, but at the same time, late in this race, tires will cool back down. I don't mind being on defense right here, and we'll just hope it's enough.
And with everything going down into turn 1, I would assume the best spot to be is up front.
Yeah, I'll guarantee you it's going to get really exciting here, and I'm not saying we won't turn into a pinball, but I do like where we're sitting.
There you go, Denny Hamlin, 9-lap older tires. Chris Gabehart has done all he can do to get his driver out front. We'll see if he can get it to victory lane.
On the left side, you see it. Basically, Larson and Byron, the first 2 off on this yellow. Matty D, though, was on pit road when the yellow came out. Briscoe, a little bit older tires. And remember, 7 to go. We can instantly have another yellow. This could be much shorter. It could run green to the finish. And I think that's really the key, right? It's going to be about the launch. We saw Brad Keselowski earlier in the day stay out on much older tires, and he got such a great launch. He had a couple laps before he was really under attack. We'll see if Hamlin, Kurt Busch, Matty D, or Briscoe will be able to match that feat and get great acceleration.
It's going to get wild, you know that.
I concur.
They had to remind the drivers that it is definitely going to get wild. And how much blocking will we see out of Denny Hamlin and Kurt Busch? 2 guys running up front. You can't count out Matt DiBenedetto with the 21. A fortunate situation. He was on pit road when the caution came out, fresh tires. And then, of course, Chase Briscoe, another driver who, fortunately, was able to stay out, has a little bit fresher tires. Matt DiBenedetto, he's looking to give the Wood Brothers their 100th win. Could he do it here at Indianapolis? Green flag back in the air. Right away, DiBenedetto trying to block. Larson on the inside makes it 3 wide. He'll make it 3 wide, trying for second here as they go to 1.
And they're 3 wide for the lead. Briscoe comes flying into the inside of Hamlin. Kurt Busch has to give way. Hamlin is away with the lead. Briscoe now to the number 2 position, and they're stacked up there. William Byron's on the move. He'll jump to the outside as well. So right now you've got Hamlin in the 11, Briscoe in the 14, and William Byron gets by Kyle Larson in the 24. He'll take 3rd, and they're bumping and banging and grinding, and 1 car's around. Coming out of turn number 6, he'll spin it to the inside. That is Martin Truex Jr., who gets spun to the exit of turn 6.
Down here in turn 7, though, we remain green. Larson is now on the outside in turn 8. Through turn 9, he's going to have the position. He'll take it away from his teammate, William Byron. Now he tries to set sail, get clear of Byron, and go after the leaders.
Great battle right there with teammates. Kyle Larson now has got to run these top 2 down. Denny Hamlin trying to get away from Chase Briscoe. Chase Briscoe has had a really good day. All kinds of issues later in this race, though, has not been able to break the way he wants to. We saw him a little bit of lockup right there. Can he get momentum on Denny Hamlin to make a run down this front straightaway? Coming to you, Rick.
The 11 of Denny Hamlin trying to hold off Chase Briscoe. Mark Truex Jr. is rolling, so the caution won't come out. Here comes Briscoe for the lead. He goes to the inside of Hamlin. The Indiana boy trying to win again at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Trying to take the lead away from the 11.
And a playoff berth hangs in the balance for Chase Briscoe. If he wins, he's in. He'll lock up the right front. Hamlin goes wide. Briscoe with the advantage, but Hamlin powers back to the inside. Hamlin goes back to the lead in turn 3. Here's Briscoe right behind him, and Kyle Larson begins to loom large in these rear view mirrors for the 2 that lead the way through 4. 4, now into 5 and turn 6.
All of that contact between the two leaders is allowed. Oh, the 24 is spinning. The 24's, oh, there's multiple cars into the wall here. There must be oil or some kind of fluid down on the racetrack right there in turn. We got more cars coming in.
William Byron is reporting that the curb came up. He hit the curb in the 24.
Yeah, the curbing is coming up, and that's what everyone hit when they were coming through there in turn 6. The curbing comes up, catches a bunch of the cars, the front ends of the cars, and numerous cars are destroyed. Take a look at what happened to Daniel Suarez's car. The 22 of Logano also involved. That curbing that we've seen them work on over and over during this race looked as though it had caught some of the front of the cars the last time by. We saw a little bit of debris flying. We saw the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. spin around, and this time by more debris and more cars getting caught up. AMR safety crew immediately getting over to Joey Logano, hitting that tire barrier very hard. Ryan Preece out of his car. Multiple drivers involved. There's William Byron running up inside the top 4.
You just ripped everybody's car apart.
Ryan Preece climbing underneath his car to take a look at what's still underneath it.
So let's take a look at some of the action. First off with Martin Truex Jr. Looks like he gets turned by the 20. You can already see some cars having trouble with that curb and debris going everywhere. Truex gets spun around right here. He's riding on top of the roof cam. Lifted out of the gas, I assume, because he's seeing the debris and uncertain about what was in front of him. Now here is watch the 24 car here. Boom, destroys the splitter. The car just spins out. Everyone behind him piles in, and it ain't over. More cars are gonna come sliding into this because you're committed. Once you're committed to that kink, you can't avoid the calamity right there. Be a good angle to see how the rest of the field. Look at the 22 destroyed his car over the curb. See how the rest of these guys get piled in here. Oh, more cars getting destroyed going through turn 5 over that curb. Unbelievable. Now, Steve, I got to ask you, why would the Cup cars have more trouble with that particular curb when we didn't have this type of issue yesterday with the Xfinity cars?
You know, Dale, I was wondering that as we've seen them repair this curve. I didn't know if it was just wear and tear. Remember, we had an entire race yesterday with the Xfinity, and now the Cup have finally broken the parts loose. I didn't know if it was the speed of the Cup cars. I mean, when you look at, weight and sizes, look at the destruction. Just car after car jumps that curb and spins through the grass. Heavy contact with the 22. So good to see Joey Logano get out. But, Junior, you know, these cars don't have frame heights. They can run much lower. Look at the destruction at the front of that car. But I really think it's wear and tear. I don't believe that these could be any harder on it than an Xfinity car, because even though they have frame heights, they ride on the ground. So it could be that. It could just be the amount of cars over the course of the day. Rick, you pointed out, we have seen multiple times this curb be repaired today, and whatever that repair was not enough to make it through the entire race.
Well, I wonder, the Xfinity guys have some rules with the bump stops they're allowed to run and limitations where it's a bit more open with the Cup Series competitors, and maybe the Xfinity cars aren't quite as low at that particular point.
Yeah, also, guys, that splitter, we've seen the splitter underneath the curb multiple times a day. To your point, Steve, maybe it just ultimately just, you know, that upward movement, that continued splitter driving underneath that curb ended up failing the curb. And what a disaster. I mean, just.
That's a metal curbing, and look how it's peeled back. These cars, these 3,400-pound cars, just tore that metal curbing and peeled it completely back.
And you'll have to wonder what the resolution is now. You know, what do we do? How do we, if we had a replacement, we would, I would assume, already have replaced this problem.
Yeah, you can fix this tire wall right here. You can see tires are being moved in position to fix this wall, but the curb, I mean, do you have a spare curb that you can put down and bolt it down as a fastening system that goes into the asphalt? Has it failed? That is the question. How can they fix that curbing? This part's fixable.
So here's another look. We're going to look at this car right here, William Byron. He was first on the scene when the curb finally failed. And look at the right front of this car when it hits the curbing. It just basically, I mean, it explodes, right? It tears the entire right front. So to answer Dale Jr.'s question, I don't believe it is the height of the front of the car specifically. Look at the 22. I mean, at this point, the curb is peeled up. I don't think it's specific to the Cup cars. I think, you know, Xfinity runs reasonably as low. In my mind, it has to be fatigue. How many cars have hit that curb over the 3 days of racing here? I mean, both IndyCar, everyone hits that curb. That's the way you go through the turn 5-6 complex. You know, I don't know exactly the answer, but I'm sure someone's going to look into it because this is something you cannot have happen in a race.
So I thought the time before these cars came through there, Truex lifted, and it looked like there was debris. It looked like there was some issue the lap before, and maybe that pried it up even more and put it in position for when the cars came back through the second time after the restart.
I agree with you, Junior. I think if we go back to that first look with Truex,
there was something going on there on the racetrack, some debris that he lifted for or something.
Right, like some sheet. I didn't know if it's something that could come off a car, or I wasn't sure what it was, but I saw the same thing as you.
We saw the debris flying up in the air before Martin Truex Jr. even got to the curbing. And these guys are going to work on that curbing. We're going to show you again. This is before Martin Truex Jr. spun.
Yeah, so if we roll through this slow, before Truex gets there, there's some sort of piece of metal. I think it's out of the 8. So the 18 goes over the big part of the curb. And then right there, you see that sheet metal that comes out of, I don't know if it's out of the 42 or out of the 21, but you see the debris all around. And to your point, Junior, I think that's why Truex was out of the gas. Now, the 20 had no intentions of hitting him. He probably didn't see the same thing as Truex, was still in the gas. But there was a reason when we ride on board with Truex and listen in, he is out of the gas in an area where Christopher Bell thinks he should still be in the throttle.
And you have to wonder, whatever happened right there, did that pry that curb up even more for the next trip through? Here we're riding on the roof cam. And a little issue there, but yeah, you have to wonder if, I mean, that, you know, the wear and tear, the curb is all tore up, right? But that time through with Truex, when he had his problem, did that put it in a position to where it destroys everybody's car the next lap? I've never seen anything like it. 2 days in a row, we've destroyed race cars in an unusual, really unusual way, and it's unfortunate for a lot of these guys.
What you also have to wonder is, what are these other cars that are still on track? How much damage do they have? As I saw Matty D, he jumped way up in the air. The one car was way up in the air. All those cars, you know, what underneath is damaged that we can't see?
I think back to Martinsville when a piece of the concrete came up and hit Jeff Gordon, the front of his car.
Well, that was just one car.
Right, one car.
That didn't really matter.
This is now multiple vehicles have been affected by this track.
So listen to Truex here in the throttle. To your point, Junior, when the debris comes into the frame of the camera, I think Truex sees it. It sounds like he's a little out of the gas there.
Yeah, he's definitely not in the throttle, and looks like the 21 car is the one having the issue through that. But the 42's lost a lot of track position here, so it may be him, but either way. And the curb looks okay. I mean, you know, we don't have a great vantage point, but There's the nose of somebody's car hanging on the side of Harvick's. Man.
So a red flag condition has come out here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the Brickyard, as we are repairing not only the tire barrier but also the curbing in turn 6. Under red flag condition here at the Indy Road Course. And Steve, I want to take a look the first time through when we saw Martin Truex Jr. Get turned around. We're going to focus in on this curbing.
Yeah, so look at really the second blue square. You see the damage right there as these cars go through. It's really in this area right here. Really focus in as the cars disappear. It appears that that blue curbing right there, it's moving up and down, and it seems like at that point, I mean, you see how much it's moving. That, you know, a curb should be something pretty permanent. There should be no movement. So obviously something is breaking. It continues to move more and more as we see the 7. He's going to go completely airborne, I would imagine, to the right.
Yes, he did.
I mean, it's just, you know, these tracks, the only way to, now we're back on board with Truex. I mean, just debris everywhere. And remember, there was a curb to the left that was removed after the Xfinity Series race because it damaged cars on lap 1 of the Xfinity Series race.
Incredible amount of damage here to the curbing. They've pulled the entire curbing out now, and they're sliding it away. See the damage to the dark blue square rectangle there, where it literally peeled the metal up and back when those cars were coming through. It's so much damage done. You look at Joey Logano's car. He immediately went straight into that tire barrier. William Byron, the front end of his car was torn off.
Yeah, Byron knew it right away, right? We heard him on the radio. So the curbing, he said, couldn't make it exactly what he said, but it was clear to him, you know, it was clear to him that the curbing had an issue. So, I mean, the question I have now, to your point, Junior and Jeff, is that, you know, I don't know what the solution is. So yes, that damage curbing is out of the way, but I mean, that's a vital point of the racetrack to force these drivers to go in the intended shape of the corner.
Yeah, we'll see what they might do. I don't know if you can quickly paint that portion of the track just to have some sort of visual reference for the drivers. I mean, obviously they can see. They definitely don't want to run over that one curb head on.
Yeah, that curb, the one that's left, that's a, you know, that is
the ramp.
Yeah, you would hit that ramp and it would get ugly. You see Doug Bulls down there. He's president here. He's down there trying to figure out what they can do right in the middle of it. This track's worked so hard to put on a special event.
There's the track president with a broom going to work here. Those of you tuning in for the U.S. Amateur Golf Championship, that is currently airing on Golf right now. So if you tuned in for that, that it will be airing right now on Golf Channel until this race concludes. And if you did tune in for Golf, we would love for you to stick around and enjoy the rest of this race. There's still 4 laps here at Indianapolis in the Brickyard Road Course, as they are going to work on a portion of the track here that was the curbing in turn number 6, and one of the cars that was destroyed by going through that was William Byron. Dave's with him.
Yep, and I'm just explaining to William that they just dragged that part away with the tractor, which I'm sure you'd be glad to be rid of that. Did you have any indication, like laps earlier, did you hit that, and was it funny at all?
No. So, I mean, it was so weird. Like, I've never had that experience. It basically felt like I hit a wall. Like, I come through that corner the same every single lap, and we were running 4th there behind Larson, and he gets over the curb in the exact same spot, and something, like, after he hit it with his right rear, it like peeled up, and as soon as I got there, I hit something, and it just threw me completely offline. So, tore the front end right off of it. Yeah, I wasn't offline at all, so I mean, I was actually safe because I saw what happened to him, and it looked like he jumped in the air with his right rear. And so I was like, man, let me try to get a little bit further left, and I obviously just nailed something that came up off the track. So just a bummer. The Exalta Chevrolet was really fast. We weren't as fast as a 5 car, but I think we were a second place car and made a couple mistakes early that cost me some track position that we got back, and I think we were poised to finish top 5 there. So definitely a bummer.
William, it seems like overall the course was solid. Was that the only place on the course where it was kind of questionable today?
Yeah, so Rudy had been talking to me about, hey, you know, that curve, they've been working on it. I see that they're working on it. He's like, the first white patch is what they're working on. So as soon as I saw Larson go through there and hit it, I think instinctually I kind of got further left, thinking, okay, that's going to be better. But I think all the screws, or however it was positioned, came up, and I hit it square. So I think we would have been fine if the front end wasn't destroyed.
All right, and as William described, what a day he was having. Maybe not as good as his teammate Larson, but what a solid day for the 24 bunch.
So the crews here are going to work on not only the tire fence, the tire barriers here where Joey Logano went into that, destroyed that. They're going to put more tires in there and fix that, the facade on that for when the cars hit it. But they're also working in where that curbing was, or cleaning it up right now. Want to listen into Kyle Larson's audio.
Do you feel like you got any damage on the front end there? I don't know. I think the 14 definitely did. Okay, that's one. I'll look at it when you come off at turn 11 here. Like, he had sparks, and then he was really slow down that straightaway.
And since that conversation, Cliff Daniels has gotten a closer look as we're getting right now. He said we do have a little bit of damage, but it is certainly not catastrophic like everybody else, Dave.
Including Christopher Bell, who's been released from the infield care center. It's all about perspective. What did you see when all that was going on?
I didn't see much, just a bunch of carnage, that's for sure. You know, whenever you're packed up like that racing, you're just kind of following the guy in front of you. So, yeah, didn't really see much, just a bunch of crashing.
I asked William the same question. Had you felt that curb be fishy at all earlier today?
For me, no. You know, my Stanley Camry would be fine over there, and you could see where the curb was kind of peeling up a little bit throughout the course of the race, and they obviously they kept working on it. So, you know, I just was kind of running my own line, following the guys through there, and I don't know what happened. We just all piled up together.
Car destroyed out of the race. Christopher Bell as well, guys.
While we're under this red flag condition, we want to chat with Chase Briscoe, was running well, currently second in this race, but potentially a little bit of damage to the front. Can you dial him up, Steve?
All right, let's give it a try here. Hey, Chase, Steve Letarte and the guys up in the NBC booth. You got a copy, bud?
Yeah, I got you.
Well, before we circle back, it's been an eventful day. You've had a couple flat spotted tires, but now you find yourself in second. I want to ask you about that curb. We've seen just a ton of damage, and now the curb is removed. Did you feel anything different that last time through there with the curbing?
Yeah, like I said, first off, it's definitely been an eventful day. A lot of that on my own doing. So hopefully we can capitalize on the position we've been put in. But yeah, the curbing that last time, you know, I went through that corner and felt like I ripped the oil pan out. It sounds like the 24 did that, but yeah, I don't know. I just hit something and something snagged. So I guess the left front. I don't know. I didn't feel like I went through there any different than I had been. So I don't know. It's going to be curious to see. I guess if it holds on, I don't know what's going to do from a balance standpoint, but we're definitely going to give it 110% here and see what happens.
That was really my next question. I didn't know if you had any time, you know, between going through there and the yellow, if you could feel out your race car to see if you felt you had any damage, or at this point you kind of just have to commit and see what you have.
Yeah, we're definitely going to commit. Yeah, I don't know. You know, I drove down into 7, and, you know, Larson was pretty close to my right rear, so I drove it in so deep. And I've been having a lot of brake issues lately, so, you know, I didn't really get a balance, but I know that it's still somewhat in the corner, obviously, but yeah, I don't know. You know, if anything, I feel like it'll probably hurt me the most in 11 and 14, so I don't know. We're only going to have 2 laps left, so I don't know. Hopefully it'll hold on.
Well, man, we wish you luck and really appreciate you taking the time talking to the fans in this situation under red flag. 4 laps to go. It's going to be interesting to see, and good luck in the finish here.
Yeah, thank you. It's definitely going to be one to watch.
As we go back to that outside look, there's definitely some damage, but to be honest, there's been so much beating and banging today. I don't know if this is new damage or not, but you can see under the G right there, right? There's something has made contact with the splitter. you know, but the problem is, if we go all the way back, remember the first piece of debris we saw removed, that gigantic metal pan and splitter, like all of that exists under all of these race cars. You don't see it, right? You see the leading edge of the nose, but from that leading edge all the way back underneath the radiator, really all the way to the motor, there is a big sheet of aluminum and or carbon fiber, depending on the team, and all of that exists. And, you know, we can't tell, nor can Chase Briscoe, what it looks like underneath there, and that is a huge setup item. It changes how your car handles, especially under braking. When you get on the brakes, that front downforce, you see damage to the one of Kurt Busch. Just bizarre, Rick. I'll be honest, I'm trying to search for all the right words to explain this, because this is bizarre as really anything I have seen before.
And it looks as though they're leaving that turn 6 area without the curbing. So there's the big, we actually will call it a jump, because the curbing that is that would run perpendicular to the cars coming through there, if they would hit that, they'd get airborne. We've actually seen cars do that, so they would have to stay away from that, but they've taken out all of that curbing that was turn 6.
Yeah, this is going to be a totally different corner now. I mean, probably the angle of attack can be the same, but without that curbing, your car is definitely going to drive different. So I don't know what to expect at this point.
The guy who went through turn 6 and hardest into the tire barrier, Joey Logano, standing by with Dave.
Yeah, he walked out, and Rick, this has been such a confusing moment or 5 that he said what happened. You've seen it now. We've shown you the replay off air a little bit here. Pretty bizarre, and are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Thank God those tire packs were there, and the hit actually wasn't that hard at all. His tires absorbed a lot of it. So, you know, I don't believe in luck, but that time I just feel like that was bad luck. Wrong place, wrong time, and unfortunately it ended our day. So had a decent run coming to us, maybe a top 5 finish for a Shell Pennzoil Mustang, and next thing I knew, I was airborne, and I was headed to the wall and had a lot of time to think about it. That was the first time I've kind of seen it right here. As yeah, everyone kind of, yep, yeah, that's what I thought happened. It happened so fast.
No steering, no brakes, no nothing. It all got kind of ripped out.
Yeah, no nothing. On for the ride, a passenger, knowing what the end result was going to be. So all the fans were cheering right there. They were all happy to see me get out, which is good to see. And it'll be an exciting finish to watch on TV, I guess.
No, they get it for sure. Bench race with me for a moment just here. They've dragged away the curb. If they didn't put anything else there, and you were told just, hey, stay left of the big curb, how would you attack it?
You better stay left of the big curb, because that one's a launch pad for sure. So, yeah, I mean, we're wide open through that kink anyway. You can kind of just shoot right through it, you know, and maybe just single files us out. So maybe we don't need it. I don't know. We'll have to go back and kind of look and see. But yeah, it's unfortunate a lot of cars got tore up. It's part of it, though.
Right, Joey's out of the race. Thanks for talking to us. Glad he's okay, guys.
You just heard Joey Logano mention you're going to want to stay, you know, as you see now, the yellow's back out, the red's been withdrawn. You want to stay left of the curb that still exists, that perpendicular curb. We had a car in the Xfinity Series race hit that thing, and look at this, Rick. I mean, this is unbelievable. So remember, the curved curbing is now, but this 90-degree curb right there, airborne. That was yesterday in the Xfinity Series race. Now that curbing is still there. So,
yeah, like Joey said, you don't want to go over that. That's
you go over that once.
Yeah, keep in mind, Dave, what do you got?
We got Daniel Suarez, who also was involved in that. Maybe one of the strangest things we've seen here, and you were putting together a fairly decent day.
It was decent. I felt like I wasn't doing a great job on restarts. I don't know if I wasn't doing a great job, or other drivers were just driving over their heads, and we just lost a lot of track position, and our car was not that great in the long run, and we just struggled a little bit. I felt like we were not where we deserve it as the speed of a race car. But I felt like actually I was feeling pretty confident about those last few laps, because my car was very strong in the short run. And then all of a sudden I went flying when I was driving on the racetrack. So I have no idea what happened. I haven't seen the replay or anything, but very, very unfortunate.
I'll try to show it to you here, Daniel. I've asked each driver during the course of the day, did that area present any bit of a problem to you at all, and did you ever expect anything like that?
I mean, I knew that if you were too wide there, it was a big possibility you were going to hit one of those turtles. But when you're a single file and you're going through the racetrack, I mean, yeah, the curves start coming apart somehow, and it's just everyone behind. That was a lap before, though. You know, that's when it started coming apart. But the next lap is when it comes apart big time. I mean, you see how the 24 they hit it first, and then after that, everyone behind him started hitting it. Some cars somehow got lucky, and they were able to go through. I don't know how. I guess they were a little bit higher in the front of the car or something, but my car just flew very, very big. I mean, the whole front of the car is killed.
Glad you're okay, Daniel. There he is, ending up in the tire pack there. Suarez done for the day as well. This took out a lot of good cars, guys.
Yeah, a lot of great cars. Like I mentioned earlier, William Byron was running in the top 3. The front of his car destroyed. Now, for the first time after the curbing has been removed, these cars are going through that area. The first time they went through, we were watching Martin Truex Jr., but watch Corey LaJoie in the 7, what he does when he hits the curbing.
Yeah, so he's back. He's getting ready to enter the frame right now, and watch this. I mean, that car has got to be a couple feet off the ground with the right front. I mean,
airborne.
Yeah, watch. There's another view of it right here. It's going away from your right-hand side of your screen. You're going to see takeoff. I mean, that's unbelievable. Huge damage to that car.
Yeah, Steve, one thing we need to talk about, if we do drop the green flag here, I talked to several teams that hit those curbs yesterday in the Xfinity Series, and it tore the frame in some places. It ripped the frame off. It messed up the tie rods. Like, the toe was way off. The sway bars were knocked out of them. So, you know, I said it earlier, but who knows how much damage Larson, Briscoe, Matty D, Blaney, who knows how much damage they all have underneath the car where we can't see it. I mean, yesterday it absolutely destroyed cars, and that was jumping over normal curbs. This was a curb that came apart. So it's just going to be fascinating watching them drive into turn 1 if this thing goes back green and seeing who has what damage.
Well, the U.S. Amateur Golf Championship, that is coming up next right here on NBC. The race winner and all other driver interviews are going to be on NASCAR America post-race show on NBCSN. So at the conclusion of this race, make sure to join us on NBCSN for the race winner interview, as well as all of the other drivers. We're going to want to hear from so many more drivers as to how this race has unfolded and ended, coming to an end. But again, the U.S. Amateur Golf Championship coming up next here on NBC. They'll go across the start-finish line here in just a moment, and we will be in overtime. So that now means that about 2 laps of racing that you will see green flag racing. Can Denny Hamlin hold off Kyle Larson, Chase Briscoe, Matt DiBenedetto? Denny Hamlin looking for his first win this season.
And to Jeff's point, impossible to handicap, Jeff, because I have no idea what any of these drivers have for cars left literally underneath them. What's on, you know, for suspension, frame, aerodynamics, mechanically, it's impossible to know how much damage some of these cars have.
A lot of damage to the 4 of Kevin Harvick there. We know that Martin Truex Jr., he had damage to his car. Cutting off the right front fender of that number 19. So a lot of work taking place on pit road right now, as we will be going overtime for the finish of the first ever running of the Cup Series at the Brickyard Road Course.
We talked about, look at the visual. So that curb has been there the entire weekend, and now it's not, right? And so what are the drivers going to do? Are they going to just make it that much straighter and flirt with that big jump? Let's call it a ramp. That's what it is. That's going to allow them just to straighten it up. But if you're 10th, 11th, 12th, or 3rd, you can't see that curve. You no longer can see it because you're following the guy in front of you. So what has been your visual reference all weekend long that's now changed? Well, people hit that ramp just because it's different. They don't have the same thing to look at. It's a tough deal for the drivers. Just listen to what Larson's talking about.
They showed a replay of a car hitting that curb 90 degree, and it put the whole thing up in the air and pretty much destroyed it. So, they're just keeping that in mind over there.
Yeah, that curb right there. Yeah, it better be on your mind, because if not, you just saw Corey LaJoie go through there, and the car got so high up in the air. You know it destroyed the front of that car. You're going to have to recognize that curve is the danger point, but it's going to let you straighten this curve out. This series of S's is going to let you straighten it out. Who can figure it out really quickly?
There's that car of Corey LaJoie. So much of the damage, he got airborne and was way up in the air, probably a couple feet for the right front of that car, but the whole car off the ground. Those of you joining us for the U.S. Amateur Golf Championship, that's coming up next right here on NBC. And then NASCAR America post-race show, winner interview, as well as talking to quite a few of the other drivers. That will be on NBCSN, so make sure to join us on NBCSN for that. U.S. Amateur Golf currently on the Golf Channel, but we'd love for you to stick around and enjoy the last 3 laps from here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway with us.
All right, so Rick, as my mind somehow gets refocused as these drivers are to the task at hand and the race at hand. Hamlin leads winless on the season. Larson having a huge season, right? These two battling for the regular season championship. Behind them, Briscoe looking for his first career win. An Indiana native. Can he do it here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway? Matt DiBenedetto in the 21 behind the 14. Not only looking for his first win, but unsure of his job next year. Remember, he does not have a contract to drive for the Wood Brothers. This seat is filled. I've been vocal about, his best chance is to win. That's what he had to do, in my opinion, to put himself on other teams' radar. Here it is out here in front of him. And some names we haven't mentioned much about. Blaney has had a quiet day, if you could call it that, in 5th. Can he help, the Penske sweep? We saw Penske win both the IndyCar and the Xfinity Series. Now the highest Team Penske car is right here. I'm going to call out one of the straightest cars on the fields as we see some speedy drive being put down. I believe that's some fluid from the 15.
Rick, that is not some. That is a lot. This started in 1. It's going through 2. They are headed into 3. They're working their way over to 4. Now you got to lay all this speedy dry down. Then you got to clean it up. You're going to have to race through all this before you get to see if things work out in turn 6 the way you think they are.
Well, let's add another variable to what these drivers are going to deal with here for the final laps of this race.
Yeah, and it's just, and then you have some drivers that I think, Cole Custer's sitting there in 10th. He's had a solid day. McDowell in 9th. I mean, who can make the most of this chaos, right? Who can somehow find their way into a decent finish as the speedy dry continues to be put down?
Listen, I think that chaos you talked about, I think that's an advantage to Briscoe, to DiBenedetto. I think that's an advantage, right? They needed something strange to happen, right? They didn't really have the, Briscoe early in the race, but late in the race he didn't. They didn't have the speed to win the race late in the race. They needed something unique to happen. They got it. Just whose car can get around the track good enough for them to take advantage of it?
And as we're winding down the laps, again, we want to bring in our guys from around the track, and we'll start with you, Bagman. I hate to say it, but it was in your area where most of the chaos is taking place here, 1 through 6. So are we expecting more chaos, or can be a little calmer as we get to the end of this one?
I agree with Stevie. I don't know what to expect. I've got knots in my stomach. I can't imagine being strapped into one of these race cars going to fire off through here for the first time to go through a lot of speedy dry, and then that portion of the racetrack. This is, we get paid to describe things for a living. This is hard to describe, to come up with the words that have just totally taken us by surprise. We went from one storyline path to now doubling back, going down totally a different storyline path, and we don't know what to expect. We don't know how the track is going to be. Will someone clip that inside curbing like we saw Corey LaJoie do a few moments ago? How are you going to push the point, press the issue, getting through there for a 2-lap shootout to the checkered flag? And it all comes down to this. It wasn't like this happened earlier in the race, and then all of a sudden you've been able to recuperate from that and process that and then work that through. You're going to be greeted with this right off the bat for a 2-lap shootout to determine the winner of this race. we talk about intensity today. It's just gone up about 20 points with a lot of unknowns attached to it. Dale?
Yeah, there are a lot of guys in that top 10 that are going to be taking some big risks, I think, on this restart. If you're on that inside line going down into turn 1, you're going to see some names that we usually don't see, maybe going for it. But for Denny Hamlin, I have to think back to earlier in the race when we saw Brad Keselowski stay out on old tires and how difficult it was for the field to get around him. There are some passing zones here, but if you work hard and make the corners, it's hard to get around these cars. And Denny's got a quick race car. He does have older tires, but now that these tires have cooled down, that's got to help, and that's got to work in Denny's favor. I think if he can do everything right, he might be able to come away with a win here and beat Kyle Larson. Kyle's going to be tough to hold off, but it is possible.
It is possible, Junior. And the advantage Denny Hamlin has, he was the first guy to that curb, and the damage got worse as more cars hit it. So he may have the least amount of damage of anybody after they hit that curb because he got to it first. And with that damage, you've driven into turn 1 all day long. You've driven into turn 2 all day long. Your car's driven a certain way. If you have damage, it's not going to drive that way now. And you're going to be on the inside of a guy. You're going to be on the outside of a guy trying to push that issue to get this win. You don't even know what you have as a driver. So this is going to be a crazy few laps. Can't wait to watch it, Stephen Rick.
We're glad we've got a great seat for it. Again, if you've tuned in for U.S. Amateur Golf, currently it is on Golf Channel. As soon as this race concludes, we will bring you the U.S. Amateur Golf Championship and the winner interview, as well as other drivers and people involved in all of this. We will have all of that post-race on NASCAR America on NBCSN. So make sure to stay with us for that. All right, Steve, we've seen some things here that I don't think anyone would have ever expected.
No, it's baffling. It's kind of mind-boggling. Everyone's kind of searching for the words. But at this point, if you're one of these crew chiefs on top of the pit box, it's time to refocus your team, refocus your driver, your spotters. There's a lot that's going to be talked about all week long about what has happened, but what is getting ready to happen is a trophy is going to be handed out in this overtime finish. And so much work, so much preparation. We talked about this historic weekend. That's all still real. Someone has the opportunity to win at the Brickyard, and I think we are searching for the words. Can you imagine being a competitor? You're trying to get your mind around what you're now facing. The fact is you are facing a challenge that's the same as everyone else. Everyone will have to go through that corner. So what do you need? What information do you need? Do you need something different from your spotter? We heard some chit chat about, hey, you can't hit the curb to the right. We've seen that. Don't assume your driver knows anything about the situation. Stay focused and refocus your team.
And again, you brought up a great point. Someone will kiss the bricks at the end of this race. I mean, this is a very big thing to race at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and we've got an opportunity for maybe a first-time winner to get to victory lane here. But first, let's chat with Marty.
Well, let's chat with Cliff Daniels, crew chief for Kyle Larson, who sits here in second position. So how do you prepare your driver for a racetrack that's going to be completely different than he's driven all day long, Cliff?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's still going to be kind of the same story that we've seen all day. Minimize the mistakes. We know where the treacherous areas are, so we just got to get a clean restart. I would imagine turn 1's going to be pretty wild, and I know Kyle's going to be smart. Denny's going to be tough. It's going to be fun to watch those guys go at it, but if we can get through turn 1 clean, I know those guys will be smart over there going down the back. Hopefully we can just have a good duel to the end. Proud of our guys on this team, HinderCars.com, Chevrolet, everybody. Thank you for helping us out. It's cool to have JG here with us on top of the box. I think Mr. H is here too. So yeah, we just got to get it done now.
Of course, the JG, he mentions Jeff Gordon up here, hoping that one of his drivers, Kyle Larson, can get the 5 car to victory lane.
And the track crew continuing to try to get rid of the fluid that's on the track. They put some more Speedy Dry down. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back for the conclusion of this race. Getting ready for the restart here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the Brickyard, and the road course, which has had a little bit of damage. So if you're tuning in for the U.S. Amateur Golf Championships right now on Golf Channel, we'll take care of that as soon as this race is over. When the race is over, make sure to join us on NBCSN for the winner interview, as well as post-race coverage of what has turned out to be a very eventful first ever race for the Cup Series here on the road course.
When I said it was a short track of road courses, I didn't think the vehicles would all look like this with a couple laps to go. I mean, Denny Hamlin, surprisingly, and Kyle Larson, I guess they're 1-2 for the reason. No damage really on either car. They look great. We don't know about underneath them. but it has been eventful and eventful in turn 5, basically one of the little switchbacks that leads to the long back straightaway. And it's right here you see contact, debris being torn out from underneath cars. That is a front splitter. They had to pry the the curbing up to get this entire splitter and pan complex. This was on the final restart we just saw. Truex gets turned around. Obviously, something happened to the curb. As you see the debris flying in the air, we didn't know if that was an issue with the cars or an issue with the curb. And then next time through, William Byron, catastrophic failure, hits the curb, tears his car into pieces, Logano into it, and look at the chaos behind. The curb has basically come apart, peeled up. Corey LaJoie goes through this huge ramp, which is driver's right, trying to enforce that. Talk about takeoff. This is it right here.
So much damage. You mentioned a road course that runs like a short track. They had to pull the curbing completely off. It was so damaged.
And now we're going to see an overtime with drivers going through a set of corners. They have never raced without this curb. It's been there all weekend long. So now these drivers are going to have to figure out what their visuals are. Jeff Burton brought up how well you could see behind the car in front of you. And that curb to the left right there, that's 90 degrees. That was really, no one ever thought that would come into play on normal laps, but now without the protective curbing next to it, you just have to ask yourself how close these drivers dare get to it.
I think that, nothing really changes much about the line you take through there. And muscle memory and just repetition should help these guys out to be able to get through there without any issues. Just trying to go through there side by side now may change a few things as far as where guys think they need to be and should be.
How unnerving is this when you know this is a huge braking area for you in turn 1 and you have all the speedy dry down?
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, if I'm a driver, I'm not even thinking about the curb anymore. I'm more worried about speedy dry all over the racetrack because it's everywhere. They put it over here where I'm at, turn 8, 9, and 10. They've got some over there where Jeff Burton's at. So they weren't picky where they put it.
Well, the driver's worried about the speedy dry. And the crew chief in me, I'm starting to get a little nervous about fuel. Denny Hamlin's last on pit road at lap 62, but how about Kurt Busch down there at lap 59? We've run a total of 84 laps, working on the 85th. I know they're under yellow, but just wondered, fuel pick up. Did we see a stumble? We saw Chastain running inside the top 10 a week ago and just didn't even run out of gas, just stumbled a little bit and fell outside. So which one of these guys will also have maybe some fuel issues?
They'll line them back up 2 by 2 and get ready for the restart. Again, it will be overtime. We mentioned up front Denny Hamlin, who last was on pit road on lap 62, has 12 lap older tires than Kyle Larson, who's going to line up right behind him or beside him when we get ready for the start.
And the story at the front it gets even more, I guess, interesting to me. So Denny Hamlin and Kyle Larson racing for the regular season championships. They've been friends for a long time. Kyle Larson is borrowing Denny Hamlin's plane to fly back and forth all week to Knoxville to run in the biggest sprint car race of the year, which Larson wins last night. When asked, they asked Denny Hamlin, why would you let this guy use your plane? And he had the best quote. He said, well, back early in my career running late models, I couldn't afford to go race, and a guy sponsored me, and I said, well, why'd you do that? He said, because I want to run against the best, and if you're not there, I don't think I've beaten the best. So now here's Denny Hamlin, who has let Kyle Larson borrow his plane all weekend long, and now who's he going to try to hold off? Well, the guy he did a nice favor to. Now, unfortunately for Hamlin, I know Larson well enough to know that he could care less about what he's letting borrow. There's going to be no love lost between them. This is going to be an onslaught for the win, which is what the fans deserve, and that's what they're going to get. But just so many layers to these front two drivers.
And how hungry Denny Hamlin is right now. He hasn't won this year. Here's a driver who's been so consistent, had multiple wins last year, was a favorite for the championship. Chase Elliott won the championship a year ago. Denny Hamlin comes into the 2021 season and has yet to win a race. So how hungry is Denny Hamlin coming into these final laps?
Well, he is very hungry, but I'll add the same layer to Chase Briscoe, Matt DiBenedetto. I mean, those would be two drivers looking there for their first career win. And to get that at the Brickyard would be huge. It would be a seat in the playoffs. It would continue to turn this playoff picture upside down. And we don't know what kind of car they have, but contact, anything can. Listen, at this point, I have no idea what could happen. I'm officially out of guesses from what I've seen so far today.
I started the day with the word unknown.
I can blame you for all this?
I think that it might have been underexpressed. Unknown. We had no idea what was going to go on today or what has happened today here at the road course at Indianapolis.
Well, it's going to be a 2-lap shootout. So
they'll line up 2 by 2. And we'll be ready for overtime here, presented by Credit One Bank. And Jeff Jr., all right, now, how focused are you on that very first turn, knowing that fluid has been down on the track?
Well, that's your best opportunity to get position. We've seen it all day long. A lot of positions have changed hands into turn 1. Some drivers have gotten real aggressive. We've seen 4 wide through there. You really want to know that that's clean. So that's what you're analyzing first, is what's my braking opportunity down in turn 1, because that's a chance I need to keep someone from overtaking me, and also need to try to overtake. And if you look back in the field, you know, A.J. Allmendinger back there in 7th. I know that sounds like a long way back, but we've seen people from row 2, row 3 trying to get to the lead. Will he do something real aggressive? Why not? What's he got to lose?
You see they've added another lap. Looked like we were getting ready to double up and go for the green, but
last time I went through there, it's not ready.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin's giving them some information, and they need to clean it up a little bit more, because I think that's really what's on the drivers' minds right now, is just how much grip the track has with all the speedy dry all over it. And they're not gonna there's no chance I think they get down into turn 1 cleanly, so should be pretty wild for all of us. Marty.
Hey, Junior, we've talked about all the drivers who have a shot to make their way into the playoffs. Well, how about Matt DiBenedetto? Remember they had that damage earlier? Burton talked about that. They have the car close enough, Matt said, and he feels like it's actually the best it's been since that damage. But Matty D, not only fighting for a playoff spot, he might be fighting for his career. Remember, he's out of this ride, does not have a job next year. If he can somehow make his way into the playoffs, and he's always said, I'll never be a dirty driver to get a win. I've always wanted a cup win, but I'll never do it dirty. Boy, what he could do for his career right here if he's somehow able to get to victory lane. That might be an incredible moment for Matt DiBenedetto. Sitting on the 2nd row, what would you be willing to do to be able to maybe change your career and your life?
Well, the tough part is in that outside line, you're kind of limited as to what you can do. And you know that there's guys that are going to be on the right side diving down in there. You know, you don't know whether you're going to be 3 or 4, maybe even 5 wide on the outside going into turn 1. So your spotter is going to be so important for these first few corners to be able to get you through there safely and in one piece.
Dale Jr., one thing that comes to mind is with that removal of the curb in turn 5. If you run the same line, but it upsets the car, you know, a lesser amount, how much more speed could they potentially be carrying when they get to you in turn 7, right? And like, is your braking point now a little too deep?
It's a good point. I don't think they'll be carrying a whole lot more speed because they're wide open through there as is. But yeah, now that we're not bouncing off curbs, they may go through there just a little quicker and be in turn 7, you know, maybe 2 to 5 mile an hour faster. Kelly.
How about Michael McDowell, who now finds himself back inside the top 10? He's in the playoffs, of course, by way of winning the Daytona 500 to open up the season. And they had a really strong start to the year at several courses. Then they hit a bit of a rough patch. So Michael told me that these last 3 races ahead of the start of the playoffs are all about building momentum. And he is a talented road course racer, been happy with his race car all weekend, happier right now, good on fuel, just lacks a bit of drive off, and will be aggressive when we get this thing restarted.
Can you be aggressive in the condition the track is in right now? All of the speedy dry out there. Some people are going to have to be. They're going to try it. We'll take a quick break. Be right back for the finish. The final laps of the NASCAR Cup Series Verizon 200 at the Brickyard just in front of us. And a reminder that the U.S. Amateur Golf Championship right now on the Golf Channel. At the conclusion of this race, we'll bring it to you right here on NBC. On NBCSN, at the conclusion of this race, you will see the winner interview and multiple driver interviews as well. Post-race coverage, that will be on NASCAR America on NBCSN. Marty.
Rick, just think how this race has changed for the front row for this restart coming green here in just a little bit. Denny Hamlin looked like he was down and out today, but Chris Gabehart running him long has put him in a position to win the race and hold on to the regular season points lead. And Kyle Larson, who's had the dominant car all day long, sitting here in second. Does he have enough to get by the 11? And with this long caution, in essence, all the tires are in essence equal. So we'll see who wins.
It'll be a 2-lap shootout. As I mentioned before, it's overtime. To their feet, the fans here have been waiting for this. The final moments of the race here at the Brickyard. First ever race for the Cup Series on the road course here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's overtime, presented by Credit One Bank. Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson making up the front row. 2 laps to determine who will be the first ever to win on the road course at Indianapolis. Back up through the gears they go. How will the braking zone work when they get to turn number 1? We're mere seconds away. 3 and 4 wide as they go to dive into turn number 1.
Denny Hamlin goes on defense. Kyle Larson comes flying around the outside. Kurt Busch is there as well. Now it'll be Larson that'll slip. Hamlin will go through. Briscoe to Benedetto. Kyle Larson having a hard time negotiating 1 and 2. They are jammed up about mid-pack, but it's Denny Hamlin that'll break free of the muck and the mire in turns 2 and 3, and he will pick up the lead. Briscoe with him in second. Here comes Matt DiBenedetto. He wants third, but he's got to get around A.J. Allmendinger to do it. Bubba Wallace off course. One other car spinning, leaving turn 6. More contact on the straightaway, and there's more calamity on the back straightaway.
Cars everywhere on the back stretch. Austin Dillon, hard contact.
That was the result of that curve.
Looks like Michael McDowell was the car that got spun around.
Reddick, so much damage to the front end of his car.
Knocked the radiator out of that thing.
The 34 of Michael McDowell looked like he clipped the right side tires on that curb. It sent him airborne, and around he went. And the caution has come out once again. Waiting to see the window net go down on the 3 of Austin Dillon, seeing the movement there. AMR safety crew attending to these drivers.
Well, here you go. Guys hadn't seen the racetrack in this configuration. Through here side by side. See Bubba Wallace, he bails out. But huge jump right there by McDowell. Just, they haven't been through this track like this before without that curb. Just causes all this issues. It's easy to say, well, you know it's there, but vision just isn't what you think it is when you're following other cars. Watch these cars hit it. Blaney hit it a little bit. Further back, look at that launch. Around he goes. Crazy. See Cole Custer in the wall. The teammates, Austin Dillon with big damage, Tyler Reddick with big damage, right along with Martin Truex.
We heard Martin Truex Jr. get hit from behind. You see a ton of damage to the back of the 41 of Cole Custer. I think a lot of guys checking up when there was so much smoke in front of them. Probably Tyler Reddick didn't check up in time, so you'd see the front end damage to that car.
Yeah, and huge playoff implications for both Reddick and the 3 of Dillon. Scored so many stage points today.
Tyler Reddick won stage 1. He won stage 2. And once again, take another look.
You called it, Rick. This is Michael McDowell, the 23 of Bubba Wallace. I think he knows he's not going to make the corner. Goes driver's right. 34 spins around right there. Big contact by the 3. I think that's LaJoie getting a little bit of contact as well. And here comes Reddick in the picture. Already heavy damage.
Tried to tape it up, get him back out there, but so much damage done. And this a result of that curbing there in turn 6 that they took out the damaged curbing, but that one curb that runs perpendicular to the path that these guys are on really becomes a launching pad. It's a jump, and that's what happened to the 34 of Michael McDowell right there. If you miss that, you're fine. If you hit it, and we saw there, Michael McDowell just hit it with the right side of his car, and almost the entire car lifted off the ground. So much damage to so many vehicles today. And again, the red flag has come out as they continue to work on this track and the different areas that they have to attend to. I don't think anyone could have ever guessed that this would be the way the last few laps would end at the road course here at the Brickyard.
Yeah, I think, no, this is well outside of anybody's reality. You know, what I guess surprised me before the accident was Kyle Larson, right? He didn't get through turns 1 and 2 very good. That's why he's really not in the picture. You see him back there just barely in front of Mike McDowell. So you see 2 wide, well, maybe even 3 wide for Bubba Wallace. He turns drivers right, and McDowell is, I won't call it single file, but to Jeff Burton's point, he's following multiple cars. He makes the first left. He turns back to the right. You know, I'm thinking he's planning on just missing that curb, having the best run down the backstretch possible, and he catches it, and it's just a launching pad. It destroys the race car. Then there's smoke. I mean, there's Brad Keselowski. He backed into the wall all the way to the rear glass 40 laps ago, and now he's back inside the top 15 of this race. It's unbelievable. But if you go back to the original start, Larson down in turn 1, I thought he was in good shape, but then Kurt Busch kind of, I don't know if he meant to, but he was in there so deep he was on his rear bumper, shoved Larson into 1, and they both couldn't, just couldn't get it going and lost a bunch of spots.
Well, let's check it out, Steve. Good launch by everybody, pretty clean. Look at Kurt Busch on the outside of Matty D. They all drive in the corner. Now, Kurt's going so fast, Larson pulls up in front of him, but Kurt gets into the back of Larson, gets him going faster than he wants to go. Now they all converge 3 wide. I want you to pay attention. A.J. Allmendinger, he gets underneath Matt DiBenedetto right here and takes his spot. A.J. Allmendinger, he has the best tires on the racetrack right now, and he's going to restart in 3rd if this race gets going back. Great job by Allmendinger. There you go, Bubba Wallace. He'll serve a penalty for that. He'll have to start in the back because he short the course than all these guys with the damage. And look, how can you see? There's no way you can see when you're one of these guys. You don't know where you are. There you go. Big penalty hitting that jump.
Jeff, at this point, you have to ask yourself, would you be better off just to remove that other curb on the right-hand side and let the grass be the limiting factor? Not how the track was designed, but that curb right there. To get green-white checker in, is it in the best interest to remove that one? Now, Rick, it's definitely not how this course was meant to be run, but do you just let the grass on the right side be the determining factor?
Yeah, that's a tough question. I don't know the answer. I don't know what's right. I don't know. I know the fans want to see a finish. They come to this race, they've tuned in on TV, they want to see a finish, but the course is already altered. I don't know how much you can alter the course and still say it's the same race.
There was curbing there in turn 6, and a lot of drivers, and we've seen it over and over and over, a lot of drivers, their right sides would get up and it would actually clear that curb that's still there. But now that you've taken that curbing out, you are hitting full force the curbing that is still there, which these drivers have not done today. Kelly.
With Matt Swiderski, crew chief for A.J. Allmendinger here at Kaulig Racing, who suddenly finds himself back in the 3rd position. Doesn't really matter how you got here. How do you like your chances once we get this thing going for a proper overtime?
We got the right driver behind the wheel. We got tires, so feel pretty good about it. Not exactly how we saw the day playing out, but we'll take it.
And he had a speeding penalty on pit road earlier, so how have you guys been able to even come back from that and really get yourselves back in the mix?
Just clawing away at it one by one. It's really tough to pass out there, but tried to run long, split our tires, and he just kind of bit them off one at a time, and the wrecks definitely helped too, so We'll take it.
All right. A.J. Allmendinger finished runner-up in the Xfinity Series yesterday, was mad at himself for not winning that race, looking for redemption here in the Cup Series.
Yeah, Matt's been a long-time engineer in this sport. Having a chance crew chief here with AJ. We know how good AJ is. He's going to be going for it here, guys. He's got good tires. Got a good shot at this.
As we are under a yellow flag condition and overtime looms in front of us, we're letting you know that we are going to switch over to NBCSN for the conclusion of this race, the final 2 laps. So join us on NBCSN for the conclusion of this race and post-race show. U.S. Amateur Golf Championships, they are next right here on NBC. But join us on NBCSN for the conclusion of the race. Getting ready for the final 2 laps from the Brickyard and road course racing for the first time for NASCAR Cup Series here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. You see some smoke coming out of what looks like Ross Chastain's car, probably tire rub there. Sure enough, just incredible the way some of these cars look and are still making their way around the racetrack, but trying to limp home, trying to get the final 2 laps in, gain every point and position that these drivers can. Denny Hamlin fighting for his first win of 2021. Chase Briscoe fighting for his first career win. First win ever, as is Matt DiBenedetto. Almirola is going to pass the pace car, go around, get a lap back. Allmendinger in a position where he could grab his second win. His first one came on a road course as well in the Cup Series, looking for his second. You look back through the entire field and you just, Steve, you mentioned it, we at the beginning of the show mentioned that this is kind of a short track type of a road course. We would have never expected cars to look the way they look now, and most of it has been because of the track.
Yeah, the curbing and these last few accidents up until that curbing issue in turn 5, you know, it was a great push and shove, beat and bang type road course. I was enjoying it. Most of these big accidents have just, you know, I'm not even sure what to say about them, but they have damaged a ton of race cars, changed the complexion of the race for sure.
Getting ready for overtime. And attrition coming into play now as well. Guys coming in here, Austin Dillon, Tyler Reddick, those 2 are fighting for the last spot in the playoffs. Still doing the same. The problem is both cars heavily damaged.
Well, Austin Dillon is out of the race. He's in 31st place right now off the racetrack. But Reddick has been able to muscle on. He's been on and off pit road, made the repairs they need, still on the lead lap. So sitting in 26th place, trying to go out there and hopefully get this car to the finish. If anything, maybe get a spot or 2 while he's at it. Walk away here right now. He's plus 23 over his teammate Austin Dillon in 16th place in the points. So just getting this thing home would be a big deal for this team. There's a couple cars 1 lap down, so he wants to finish every lap if possible.
Yeah, back to the front of the pack. Hamlin, we know his situation, hasn't won this year. Briscoe has never won a race. Allmendinger's won 1. Matty D's never won a race. Then Blaney and Elliott. You know, Chase Elliott back there in row 3. I know it seems like a long way to be in the 3rd row, but I said the same thing about Allmendinger, and he was in row 4, and now he's sitting there in 3rd from that last restart. So anything can happen. I mean, we still, like we said it multiple times, we don't know who has what damage. We don't know whose car gets better because they're sitting there riding around, getting the tires cooled down, the brakes cooled down. Chase Briscoe, his car wouldn't stop earlier, but now his brakes have gotten way cooled down. Now he can go be aggressive with them again. See if the car will stop, try to outbrake Denny Hamlin getting into turn 1. Just, there's no telling what's going to happen. There's absolutely no telling what's going to happen when they drop the green here.
And I think that that's part of what a lot of folks are looking forward to. Just think of the range of emotions that we've gone through today. The euphoria of racing at Indianapolis Motor Speedway on the road course, first time out. And then you had Chase Briscoe up front earlier and the ebbs and flows of the race. You've had drivers that have fallen on misfortune, but you've also had drivers that have been fortunate. And then we come to the end of the race, and then we have the issues that we've had coming out of turn 6 and onto the back straightaway. You know, we do something Monday mornings on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio called Checkered Flags and Black Flags. That's where fans can call us and give what they like and also give what they didn't necessarily care for. I've got a good idea what the conversation is going to be like tomorrow morning when we hit the air at 7 a.m. Eastern time. Pete Pistone and me are going to have our hands full, but it's going to be fun. But this is where the fans can let us know. We're also getting them on Twitter right now. They're letting us know how they like it. But this has been a wide-ranging day of emotion. A little bit of everything for everybody and all the emotions that go along with it for those that are inside the race cars and for those that are outside the race cars as well.
Well, Rick, when we saw the Xfinity cars race here a year ago, we learned a lot about this racetrack. And looking at the layout, I would have never guessed turns 5 and 6 would have been the hot spot all weekend long. Started with IndyCar. That's right. That's a flying IndyCar over the curb on the inside of 5. Then it continued again. First lap of the Xfinity Series race, cars to driver's left, hit that big orange turtle. It's been removed for today. And then Mr. Wright here, the pilot, really a pilot, goes for flight right there, and then you carry it forward to today. Same set of corners, same kind of look. There's Corey LaJoie straight over that curbing. Look how high this car goes in the air. The curbs are there to, get the drivers to run as designed, but then right here on this final look, Dow catches it with the right front car in the air, more carnage. So when you look at the layout, I would have never guessed turns 5 and 6 to be the hot spot of the weekend with so much high braking, so many switchbacks. I mean, look how curvy the rest of the track is. But it was that little, I guess you'll call it just a kink, a little right-left kind of area through that leads into the back straightaway. That's been the point of a lot of issues over the course of the weekend.
Drivers have called it an area where they're going wide open. They're trying to go straight through that area as they possibly could to set up for the backstretch and the braking zone in turn 7. So now Denny Hamlin will have another shot at a restart. This time it's Chase Briscoe that will be on his outside.
See the light still on the pace car. I'm assuming
going to go around again.
Yeah, we're going to get another lap.
Making sure the track is as clean as possible. Briscoe, a very emotional win a year ago here in the Xfinity Series on the road course. A Indiana native, calls this racetrack his home track. Was able to get that win a year ago in the Xfinity Series. Still looking for his first ever win in the Cup Series. What a day it would be. We know he has nearly 300 fans, family, friends that are here in attendance down in the turn 1 area here, and what a day it would be for all of them to be able to celebrate with Chase Briscoe if he could get by the 11. Marty.
I think all of Mitchell, Indiana would celebrate if Chase Briscoe could somehow pull this one off, Rick. He's come here as a kid, came here to watch IndyCar qualifying. That was the first time he came to the racetrack, and they would always sit in turn 1. So interesting that his family's sitting in turn 4 today. So one of those times he came here as a young man. He was 16 years old, and there are the officials here at the IMS Speedway, and they're called yellow shirts. He has a friend who is a yellow shirt, who are basically the safety officers here. And one of them said, "Hey, why don't you kiss the bricks?" And Chase told him, "Nope, I'm going to wait, because someday I'm going to be able to do that myself when I win a race." Well, he had no clue at the time he would actually be able to do that. Did that last year in the Xfinity Series, but driving for his hero, Tony Stewart, in the 14 car, coming back to this facility, here he is with a shot to win a Cup Series race. If it's the first one, what an unbelievable moment that would be for his life if Chase Briscoe can pull this off.
Dave caught up with Austin Dillon out of the car moments ago.
Austin Dillon's been released from the infield care center. You took a bit of a wild ride. What did you see?
Nothing but smoke. That's about it.
The day was kind of like that for the last couple of times. Did you ever expect that to happen over there?
Yeah, I mean, missing the oval already. I think we turned this place into a demo derby. I hope the fans enjoyed it. But, I mean, it's the driver's faults, too. There's a curb over there, and at some point you got to lift to make it. I did my job to not jump it most of the day, and then somebody in front of me jumps it, and I get caught in the mess. So it's disappointing. It sucks that our day gets ended that way. And I was getting told, man, I was too wide through there, and it's like, so you still got to make the corner. I mean, no matter what, you know that curb's coming. But I thought it was a mess pretty much the whole day, and hope everybody just liked the carnage and hopefully a good finish.
Assess your chances, 2 races to the playoffs. You tried to gain some ground there on your teammate. Got a couple of good tracks coming up for you.
Yeah, we do. We have some good tracks in Michigan and Daytona. RCR's worked really hard on our cars for the upcoming 2 races, and we'll just go after them as hard as we can. And I had fun out there today. We had some good, strong runs throughout the day and kind of gave up track position to just keep the points close, and didn't work out for us.
Glad you're okay. Austin Dillon, he's been released, but disappointed with today's finish.
Two by two once again, and Ross Chastain, you see him in the 42. The black flag has come out for him, so he needs to head to pit road. He's going to do that. So now the field in the hands of Denny Hamlin in the 11. Chase Briscoe will be on his outside in the 14. Matt DiBenedetto in the 21. There in the second row. A.J. Allmendinger in the 16 on the inside of row 2. Once again, hard on the gas across the yard of bricks. 2 laps to go from Indy. A great restart for Denny Hamlin.
Here he comes into turn 1. Chase Briscoe's going to give him a run for the money. Here's Briscoe to the outside, but he's going to be offline. No, Briscoe's in the grass. Now it's a battle for the lead with Hamlin and Allmendinger. Briscoe will come back onto the grass, and now he will be side by side with Denny Hamlin. Briscoe getting forced off course with a piece of debris that went flying off the race car when it happened, but they're back on course. Battle for the lead. Well, now exits turn 5 and 6, and Ryan Newman gets the curbing in turn 6.
Down the back straightaway, there's smoke out of the 11 car. It's all clear now, though. He leads them into 7. Briscoe right on his tail. We'll have to see how NASCAR...
Stop and go. 14 has a
stop and go for the 14 car. He is not racing for the win. Oh, he's going to spin Denny. Denny is spun out. The 14 car spun Denny Hamlin out into turn 10.
That puts A.J. Allmendinger in the lead because Briscoe will have to serve a penalty. He did not enter back onto the racetrack the way that you're supposed to. So A.J. Allmendinger is going to be the leader right here. Ryan Blaney right behind him. Kyle Larson behind him. Kyle Larson running back down.
Briscoe missed the turn. A.J. Allmendinger, he's in front. Ryan Blaney running in the 2nd spot. And yes, Kyle Larson is right back in it in the 5. Coming up on 1 lap to go. One more time around. Larson tags the wall when he comes out of 14. In front, A.J. Allmendinger trying to grab another win. He'll be his first at Indianapolis. Blaney running 2nd.
Here they come for the final time into turn number 1. Does A.J. Allmendinger have enough to get it back to the start-finish line and win at the Brickyard? He'll lead Ryan Blaney by 2 car lengths, by 3 car lengths. As further back they begin to stack up. They clear turns 3 and 4 as right now A.J. Allmendinger will take him through turns 5 and 6 for the final time this afternoon in Indianapolis.
A.J.'s well clear of 2nd place Ryan Blaney. The battle really is for 3rd and 4th. Blaney clear now of Larson down here in 7. No lockups on the 16 car. He gets into 7 clean. Heads into turn 8. Going back and forth. He's worked all day to put himself in this position. Leaving turn 10 with about a 6-car length lead over Ryan Blaney. Blaney under attack.
A.J. Allmendinger, driver for Colleague Racing. Colleague Racing going full-time Cup racing next year. They have no wins in the Xfinity in the Cup Series. A.J. Allmendinger with just a few more corners to get them their first win.
A.J. Allmendinger could come here and pull off the most amazing win of his career at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Another chapter written into the Indy history books. A.J. Allmendinger will cross the yard of bricks, the winner of the first ever road course race for the Cup Series.
Let's go! it, baby. We don't do it the easy way. Let me be me. The ups and downs. Let's go!
We talked to AJ earlier this week. He said, you guys will have to refer to me now as Mr. North Carolina. His wife had won Mrs. North Carolina. I think now we can refer to him as a Brickyard winner. AJ Allmendinger just won the first ever Cup Series race here at the Brickyard.
Yeah, we absolutely can, and he deserves it. Hard on himself after the Xfinity race yesterday, disappointed with his performance, and it all came right here on this restart. Denny Hamlin gets a good start. Briscoe on the outside of Hamlin. Hamlin runs the 14 wide. He'll go through the grass. The 16, a nice, tidy corner, and you see him next to the 11 right here. He concedes, gives the spot up a little bit, and I think that was, great decision, right? Be around, and then the 14 into the rear bumper of Hamlin, spins Hamlin out, and that gives the lead to the 16. On board right here with Briscoe.
Steve, you have to wonder if Briscoe was upset by how he was raced in turn one and felt that even though, he might not have known they were 3 wide, but he may have thought that Denny ran him into the grass and retaliated there in turn 9.
Denny's out of the car and walking away from that car. I'm sure that there will be a discussion with Chase Briscoe.
Chase doesn't race like that, and that was such a strange way to get spun out.
This checkered flag moment brought to you by Advanced Auto Parts. AJ Allmendinger celebrating at the Brickyard. AJ, an emotional driver. He's always frustrated with himself when he thinks he's made a mistake, but also when big moments happen in his life, he appreciates them. And this is one of the biggest. Look at him. Appreciating the crowd here and the team. Let's go down to Marty.
Matt Colligan with a hug, and you think about what this moment means for AJ Allmendinger. He's going to take a moment to soak it in. An open-wheel driver for much of his career. He came here, almost won the Indy 500 for Roger Penske. That fell short, but today he finally gets his Brickyard win. Probably had no idea it would come in a cup race on the road course, but he'll take it. And the fans know his history with open wheel at this racetrack. And I would argue, knowing AJ, there's no racetrack that means more to him than this one.
What? I fucking told you yesterday.
AJ, could there be a more significant place for you to get a win?
No, I was oh my God, so mad yesterday. I wanted to win so bad. I mean, this is unbelievable. I in my wildest dreams could never imagine the way that just played out. Matt Colligan, Matt, I don't even know what he's doing right now. He's selling, he's almost in tears. Chris Rice, the Hyper Ice Chevy was, so good. It was, we had to fight hard. Robin Miller, I saw him this morning. This one's for you, baby. We love you, Robin, everything that you do. In memory of Bob Jenkins. Baby, I love you so much. Mom and Dad, all my friends and family, oh my God. We just wanted Indy. Shank, I just wanted to be like you, baby. I just wanted to be like you.
Yeah, his good friend Michael Shank won the Indy 500 this year with Helio Castroneves. Is there a way to describe the chaotic race that was today?
No, I mean, it was survival of the fittest. You know, we probably had like an 8th, 10th place car. I sped on pit road. I thought we were going to finish 12th to 15th. And then those restarts were just insane. And it's great when you have a car owner that just says, go get me trophies. He doesn't care if that thing's torn up. So Chevrolet, ECR horsepower, RCR, everybody. I mean, just everybody that allows us to do that, all of our sponsors on the Xfinity side of it. I mean, we just won at Indy. What's up? Thank you, everybody, for coming out. Let's go!
AJ Allmendinger's got a date with some bricks coming up, guys. An unbelievable win for the Dinger.
Dale Jarrett started the tradition of kissing the bricks. Now we're seeing Denny Hamlin, Chase Briscoe. Allmendinger grabs the checkered flag. The discussion continuing between Briscoe and Hamlin. Hamlin out in front. Briscoe turned him. Listening into this conversation.
I wasn't trying to screw you up. You shouldn't have laughed to like race. I know I was just trying to get it going because I knew 16 was right behind
me. Are you accepting that, Denny?
I understand.
Are you accepting that, Denny?
I mean, it's not a, I agree it's not on purpose. I mean, but my team told me they had a penalty right away. And to me, it's obvious if you cut the racetrack and you end up in the lead, you're going to have a penalty. So lack of awareness. And then, I just said, race me for a lap. It just run right in the back of me. I mean, how are we, can't race that way. So, he didn't. I don't think he did it malicious. I've raced, with him for a year now. It's, he's not that kind of person, but it was just a bad judgment.
How would you describe the racing down into turn one? Obviously, everybody going for it.
Yeah, no doubt. I got hit by the 16 entering the corner, so he shoved me out. Then I shoved him to the right, and then the 14 cut the track and took the lead for this second there. And I don't know. I thought we were probably in good shape there, but I mean, this just turns everything upside down.
So you have to think about what Chase said to you, or you feel like his explanation is something you can accept and deal with?
I mean, I can accept it. I mean, the roles have been reversed other times, right? I mean, I've been doing this a long time, and I've been on the giving end of a mistake, so I get it. To me, it's just a lack of situational awareness of, like, obviously you're going to have a penalty if you cut the racetrack like you did. So, I'm not like furious over him. It's just, it sucks. It obviously turned our day upside down.
Ruined a good day for him. Kelly?
All right, so let's check in with Chase Briscoe. And Chase, we were kind of trying to overhear, but what was the discussion between you and Denny?
I mean, obviously he's upset. I would have been too. He just came down there and asked what I was doing. I don't think he realized I didn't even know I had a penalty until we got to turn 10. I asked my spotter after the race and didn't ever hear, but we got to turn 10 and actually exited 10. And that's when he said, hey, we got to stop and turn 10. I even came on the radio. I said, which one's 10? And then I just tried stopping down there because I didn't know if that would make up for it or not. And yeah, I mean, I get why he's upset. I would have been upset too, but Denny's been in my situation where you're trying to go for your first win, and he asked why I didn't wait. Well, I felt like that was my best opportunity to win the race is if I could get under him there, and I knew AJ was going to be quick either way, and I had older tires, so I had to try to get going when I could, and I'm sorry that it ruined his day. That was never my intention. So I get why he's upset. Like I said, I would have been too, but I didn't know I had a penalty until I got to turn 10. So I get why he's mad for sure. If I would have known I had a penalty, I would have never even tried to pass him there because it would have not meant anything. But as far as I knew, at that moment in time, I was going for the win. So that's what I'm paid to do, and that's what I was trying to do.
So are you telling me that when you ultimately had contact and turned him, that wasn't retaliation for him running you wide or anything else?
No, not at all. I felt like I wanted to beat him fair and square. I don't ever want to wreck anybody for the win. I've never wrecked anybody on purpose in my life. So, I knew that a lot of guys had been leaving that bottom lane open, and I almost got passed by Sindert there last year. So I knew that was a spot where a lot of guys were kind of just lazy and they forget about it. So I went to turn off underneath him, and when I did, I just nicked him in the right rear quarter, and it turned him the other way. And like I said, I totally get why he's mad. I would have been the same way, but yeah, that was never my intention to wreck him. I had no reason to wreck him. He's doing what he had to do, getting into one, trying to outbrake me. I was trying to outbrake him. That's part of racing, so part of it. And unfortunate for us because thought we were going to get in the playoffs there for a second, but we got 2 more weeks left. And that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you, Chase.
Thank you.
2 more opportunities to win is the only way Chase Briscoe will be able to get into the playoffs. I want to bring in Jeff Burton. It happened right there in front of you, Jeff. Do you accept what was said by both drivers here?
Yeah, if I'm Denny Hamlin, I'm upset. I mean, I got this race won, and the guy that's going to have to serve a penalty just spun me out. I'd be really upset. But if I'm Chase Briscoe, I'm a rookie, and things are happening really, really quickly. A shot to win a race. Yes, Hamlin's right. He should have been aware that he was going to have to serve a penalty. But when you're a rookie and things are happening like that, man, you don't think like that. It's like, I got to go in this race. I got to do it right now. So I understand why it happened. I understand why Denny Hamlin's mad.
Yeah, kind of surprised Denny took it as well as he did. Went down there and asked him how it went down, and seemed to understand. So I was a little surprised by that, I guess, because we've heard about Denny and how much this place means to him and how he's lost some close ones here before. But, just a young guy in Briscoe trying to lock himself into the playoff, win his first race. I mean, so many things on the line right there, and he felt like that he didn't want to let Denny get away. And so getting a little aggressive there. And if I can understand how the information for him being in a penalty situation could come late, because his team doesn't, when you get that information from NASCAR, you almost don't want to believe it, right? And so it's not going to come to, it's not going to get to the driver quite as quickly as I think Denny would have hoped there. But all that was great for A.J. Allmendinger, and presented him with a great opportunity to go out there and win a race for a team that's going to be a part of this sport, part of the Cup Series for a long time.
That was the reason for the number 14 on Chase Briscoe's side of his car. Tony Stewart, we saw him, team owner. Stewart Haas Racing. And so Tony's here, was talking to the crew members there. Now A.J. Allmendinger has made it up to the elevated victory lane here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. They take a lift with the car driver, take him all the way up to what is the 2nd floor. And now coming out, the winner at Indianapolis. We're going to have more of the celebration for the 16 team. A.J. Allmendinger pulling off the unthinkable, able to win the first ever road course race for the Cup Series at the Brickyard. And he is celebrating and will continue to celebrate for quite some time. A.J. Allmendinger, winner. And welcome to NASCAR America post-race show presented by Progressive. And welcome back to Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the Brickyard. And want to take a look at the playoff standings. Just 2 races remain. And remember, A.J. Allmendinger, he is running full-time in the Xfinity Series. So this win doesn't do anything to change the playoff standings or picture for the Cup Series. Obviously, it's a big win for him personally. But now we have Denny Hamlin, who is locked in to the playoffs based on points. So with just 2 races remaining, he will get into the playoffs and he will be the only one right now that's locked in based on points.
Yeah, Tyler Reddick very thankful of that point you pointed out with A.J. Allmendinger, because it would have removed him in the end, though. Both he and Austin Dillon ran very well through the stages, scored a lot of points, but the 3 unable to finish. The 8 had his issues as well, but 28 points Tyler Reddick has gapped his teammate with only 2 races remaining. But let's not forget, the final race of the regular season, Daytona. So I know this was a chaotic race. I expect the same under the lights down in Daytona in a couple weeks.
Kyle Larson, who is the playoff standings leader right now, 5 wins already, finished 3rd in this race, and Marty caught up with him just moments ago.
Well, the record will show Kyle Larson led the most laps, wind up finishing 3rd. How would you begin to describe the racing today, Kyle?
It was wild there at the end. My car was extremely good. Really proud of everybody on our HenryCars.com team. We had the best car for sure throughout the 2nd and 3rd stage, and then just we had the caution there with like 10 to go or something, and we had to come down and put tires on, and some guys gambled and stayed out, and that kind of just got us in the mess a little bit, and was able to find my way to the front row, and then just got shoved around and put in the grass, and kind of ended my shot to win there, but able to salvage a 3rd, so you're happy about that, and a good point stay.
How different, Kyle, was the track once they pulled those curbs out of 5 and 6?
I don't know. We didn't really get enough time. We were kind of all battling there, and the track was really dirty at that point too. So, the curbs. I feel like we need the curb there, but I don't know if they can just make it out of concrete or something, just because that leading edge of the lip seems to pull up and destroy race cars. So I'm sure they'll figure it out for next time.
Well, the good news of the day for Kyle Larson is he does leave the regular season points leader.
And now in victory lane, let's hear from AJ and team owner Matt Collick. They're standing by with DJ and KP.
All right, as he said, we're here with Matt. We're here with AJ. Just explain it. Just tell me about it. Explain it.
I don't know what just happened here. I mean, we just won at Indy. In the Cup Series.
In the Cup Series.
I mean, that was an insane race. That curbing, we were 17th with 9 to 8 to go, and I was like, all right, maybe we get a top 10. And luckily, we got a team owner that says trophy hunting. He doesn't care if the car's wrecked, bring it back on the wrecker, or you go win the race. So once I got close enough to the front, I'm like, well, I'm either going to win or I'm probably going to crash. And that's what it was all about. Get hyper ice in victory lane finally. It's just amazing.
Matt, we've been talking about you mostly in the Xfinity Series for 6 years now. You made the announcement you're going Cup racing full-time next year also. But what does this do for your organization?
Well, it's huge. We've been using this whole Cup Series. We've been using the 10 races or so that we're doing this year almost as a practice for going full-time Cup racing next year. So, just to get a win, and people have been asking me even since we won this thing 20 minutes ago, and, and saying that I'm not surprised that we did that. When you have A.J. Allmendinger in the car at a road course, and all the men and women at Colleague Racing that do such a great job of preparing the race cars and everything that everybody does, it's not shocking that we're standing up here. It's pretty surreal standing on this platform, but just super proud of A.J. We brought him here, 3 years ago, just to do exactly this right here, and we actually have done it. So, thank you.
Listen, man, I know this place is special to you. It really is. As I walk down pit road and after we did pre-race, you're standing there talking to Roger Penske. So I've got a 2-part question. Talking to him and winning here at this racetrack, what does that mean? But at the same time, 24 hours ago, you were awful low, dude, awful low. How explain that emotional roller coaster, too.
I was telling Roger that I love him, as always, but I was not a big fan of him at that time because they beat us yesterday, and I was disappointed. I was disappointed the way I drove early in the race, disappointed the way the strategy worked out. We never got a shot really at the win. But we all know this is what we love and hate about racing. Like, it can just bury you in the ground, and then you have moments like this where you just forget about every bad emotion, every low moment you've ever had, because all it takes is one victory like this, especially at Indy. To me, this is the biggest place in the world. This is, if you told me I have to win at one place, this is where I want to win, and it erases all of that bad feeling, and this is why you come here and do this.
So as you got ready for this what was the final restart. What was in your mind as the plan? You've got Denny Hamlin, one of the best road racers too, right in front of you. You knew what Chase Briscoe wanted to do. What kind of plan did you have in your mind going down there?
Well, I knew Denny was on old tires, and I didn't know if Chase was on older tires or not. So I was trying to be aggressive. You know, in my mind, I was like, if I could somehow clear them and get them racing, like I can drive away because I have better tires than they do. I tried. Denny put a great, like we all would, put a great block on it. Him and Chase started banging, then Denny kind of used me up, which I would have done the same thing. So at that point, I was like, all right, let's settle in here. They told me the 14 had a penalty, and then I guess he got in the back of Denny, and the seas parted at that point. Then it was like, run like hell, because the 12 and everybody else, Kyle Larson's behind us, and I'm at a loss. It doesn't happen often. I'm at a loss for words. We just won Indy. Dale, you know what this feels like? I mean,
it's fantastic, man.
One more question before we let you go. Yeah. I know you've got an Xfinity trophy case at your place. Do you have a Cup trophy case, or is that what's on the agenda this week?
No, I haven't built it yet, but I mean, I'm going to have to get on it. No, but we've so this is now, as an organization, I mean, this is, I guess, it's our first Cup trophy,
yes,
but our 11th NASCAR trophy.
Yeah.
And so super proud, super appreciative of that. You know, we were talking about Indy. I used to come here as a kid,
yeah,
you know, watching, but it was for the Indy 500. But, I mean, this is a really special place for me. So really appreciative of AJ and everybody at Colleague Racing. And just thanks to all of our partners and Hyper Ice and Leaf Filter and Leaf Home and just everybody that backs us. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, Rick, yeah. Let me thank you guys. Thank you guys. This is what racing is all about. The emotion you see from these two guys. This is why we do it. The trophies are good, but it's that thrill of kicking everybody's rear end. No matter how it comes out, it's that thrill of leaving here with it.
Yep,
Thank you guys.
Go kiss some bricks, guys.
Yeah, get them, dude. Get them. Thank you, man. Thank you, guys.
That's pretty cool to hear that from the guy who started the tradition of kissing the bricks. Bill Jarrett. Want to take a look, Steve, at this week's Progressive Safe Driver.
Yeah, and it was tested. He needed all the safety. You see the restart, then contact from Briscoe to Hamlin. Hamlin goes spinning. Briscoe, I thought, missed the corners. Turns out thought he was serving his penalty. That gave the lead to Allmendinger. Then he drove a great lap and a half, staying in front of Blaney and Larson. And in the end, the road course specialist, the road course ringer, he has won in kart, he's won in Cup, he's won in Xfinity, and now he has won at the Brickyard.
Pretty impressive run for A.J. Allmendinger. Attrition really working out for him. We'll wrap things up when we come back. NASCAR America is brought to you by Progressive. Stay on track with great rates at Progressive.com. An eventful day for Ryan Blaney. He comes home in second as the kissing of the bricks continues for race winner A.J. Allmendinger and that 16 team from Colleague Racing. Again, Blaney finishing second to Allmendinger. Let's hear from him. He was with Marty.
Well, somehow, in the middle of all the craziness, Ryan Blaney finishes second. So how did that wind up happening, Ryan?
Yeah, it's a good question. You know, we weren't great all day. We kind of struggled a little bit and had a car that might have been able to run 10th or so, but just kind of kept working on it. Got a little bit better, and you know, got a couple good restarts and kind of avoided some of the mess that happened and found ourselves, you know, sitting there fifth on the last restart and had a shot to win the race and just couldn't quite get to the 16 at the end there. It was a little bit better than me, but man, that stings even more run second here, you know, especially trying to win for Roger and try to make it a perfect weekend for Penske, but you know, just survived the carnage. But hopefully everyone enjoyed it. Thank you, Menards and Ford, for what you do, and that was wild. That's for sure. Hopefully everyone liked it.
How would you describe those final few restarts, racing in the curbing in 5 and 6 and all the chaos that was happening? Was it almost luck of where your car was that you didn't hit anything?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, the thing is, you know, for the longest time in the race, you know, everyone's kind of giving and taking through that chicane, and it comes down to the end of the race, no one's going to give and take. You know, you're going to try to run through there too wide, and you can kind of, you know, hit one of them bigger curbs, and it upsets your car and just kind of throws you off. So that's just the end of the race, trying to be aggressive, you know, for everybody. And, you know, you kind of figure out, okay, if I'm, you know, almost clear of you, I got the spot. But the bad thing is if you're nose to nose, no one's going to lift. So Just hard racing on everybody, and kind of almost lucky. Definitely wanted to be clear before that chicane, just so you didn't have any problems. But yeah, just luckily we weren't in that situation to where we got tore up like that and made through.
Great effort for Ryan Blaney and his team. They wound up second.
Matt DiBenedetto ultimately finishes 5th after what was a wild day. How would you describe it?
Wild is not a crazy enough term for what that was, but I'll take it. We have no rad pan. The toe was knocked out. Every fender on it's KO'd, and we owe the credit to my crew chief, Jonathan Hassler. We should be interviewing him because he made up for it with an awesome strategy that put us in a position if anything happened that we would get the track position, and sure enough we did. So proud of the team. I think, man, last 5 races or something, our worst runs have been 11th. So it just shows the consistency we found, how great our team is, how good Hassler's leading this group. I'm proud of it. God is good. We will keep digging. We need to win one of these things, though.
I was going to say, how badly were you thinking, man, today, even with my damaged car, I could do it and assure myself a place in the playoffs or maybe a job next year?
Yeah, we had a shot at it for sure. I couldn't believe it with how much we were battling with the car and missing pieces on it and everything. But have a shot at it, yeah, it was amazing. You never knew what could happen there at the end with everybody dive bombing in the corner. I mean, it was pretty much a demo derby, and that's amazing. I know everybody had a good time watching. I want to go back and watch this one, that's for sure. But, it's amazing to be in a position to win. That's just a testament to my team for fighting through a really, really hard day.
Fought through a really hard day, and next week it will be Michigan. Steve, can we expect anything near what we saw today?
Well, with so much on the line, we're going to see these crazy restarts and pack racing for a few laps until the tires age. So the pressure of the playoffs is here. It's real. I think that's what you saw today. I expect nothing different next week.
And again, you can see the Xfinity Series on Saturday and the Cup Series on Sunday, again from that 2-mile super speedway in Michigan. How about the finish for A.J. Allmendinger? He's a winner at the Brickyard. Coming up next, it's MotoGP from Austria.